Where Heaven Cannot Follow. By Void and Velvet. Chapter 1, What the Heavens Decreed. The mountain does not know it is a battlefield. This is the thought Wei Jinghe has, absurdly, with his sword at another man's throat and the decree humming its cold insistence at the back of his golden core, that the stone beneath his feet is indifferent, that the wind moving across the eastern ridge carries only weather, that in 10,000 years this ground will have forgotten what happened here today the way it has forgotten every other thing men have done to each other in its shadow. The mountain does not know. It simply endures. Shen Wuming does not endure. He exists, precisely, deliberately, in the specific economy of a man for whom every breath is a considered expenditure. He stands with Wei Jinghe's sword a finger's width from the column of his throat and looks not at the blade but past it, at the face behind it, with an expression of such calibrated neutrality that it reads, from a distance, as boredom. From this distance, Wei Jinghe knows it is not boredom. He does not examine what he knows. The fourth time, Wei Jinghe says. Not an accusation. A notation. In 30 years, Shen Wuming agrees. His voice is precisely what it always is, low, unhurried, the voice of a man who has decided words are finite and declines to waste them. You are consistent, at least. The decree does not speak in language. It speaks in pressure, in the specific weight of divine mandates settling against the walls of his cultivation. End it, the accounting requires it, you were made for this, the court waits, the law waits, 30 years of patience has a limit and that limit is here, is now, is the width of a blade from completion. He has felt it before. He has stood in versions of this moment across 119 years of active judgment and the decree has always been a constant, the way cold is constant at elevation, present, instructive, not quite painful. Today it is almost loud. His sword hand is steady. He has noted this. He will not examine it. The mountain range stretches in all directions, its ridgelines etched against a pale sky, 4 of the 9 peaks still smoking from what they made of the pass an hour ago. Neither of them intended to level the pass. It was simply the natural consequence of 2 men of their respective cultivation engaging in a contested meridian space with insufficient room for both of them, and now the pass is rubble and the rubble is steaming and somewhere to the east 3 junior cultivators of the heavenward sect are either unconscious or fleeing, and none of that is the relevant fact. The relevant fact is the sword. The relevant fact is the decree. The relevant fact is that Wei Jinghe has had Shen Wuming in precisely this position 3 times before over the past 30 years, and 3 times before he has noted that his hands were steady, and 3 times before he has done nothing with that information. You could, Shen Wuming says. He is not looking at the blade. He is looking at Wei Jinghe. His eyes are the dark color of deep water, the color that is not quite black and not quite gray, the color that catches the light from the smoking ridgeline and gives nothing back. The angle is correct. The meridian disruption I sustained in the East Passage will take 3 hours to resolve. Your core is at full pressure. You have, by my estimation, approximately 7 seconds in which the outcome would not require significant effort. I know. You are not going to. Wei Jinghe does not answer. Something crosses Shen Wuming's face. Too fast to name, too deliberate to be accident. Then it is gone, and the neutrality is back, and he says, the court will be pleased to know their decree continues to trouble you. The court's pleasure is not my primary concern. No. The word falls like a stone into still water, and Shen Wuming lets the ripple sit there between them. Then, it never has been, I think. You have simply not yet understood what your primary concern is. He steps back. Not away from the sword, into it, the blade adjusting against his skin as he moves forward 1 precise step, and Wei Jinghe's arm moves back with a reflexive training that has nothing to do with decision, the sword withdrawing, creating distance where there had been contact. A magnet repelling its mirror. An old pattern, worn smooth with repetition. Shen Wuming is now standing where Wei Jinghe was standing. He looks at him for exactly 1 moment longer than courtesy requires. Then he looks at the smoldering rubble of the eastern pass, and his expression does the thing it does sometimes, the thing that is not boredom and not coldness and not anything Wei Jinghe has yet been able to accurately categorize, and he says, without inflection, you know where to find me. He leaves. He does not walk away. He does not retreat. He simply ceases to be present, the particular dissolution of a void meridian cultivator who has chosen to stop occupying a space, and Wei Jinghe is alone on the mountainside with his sword still raised and the decree still humming and the strange, persistent sense that his golden core is slightly dimmer than it was a moment ago. He sheathes his sword. His hands are steady. He does not examine why. Xianxia is waiting at the base of the secondary ridge, where the path down to the valley makes its first switchback. She has been waiting for an indeterminate amount of time that Wei Jinghe suspects is longer than she will acknowledge, and she is sitting on an outcropping of stone with her sword across her knees and her expression arranged in the neutral patience of someone who has learned not to ask questions until the person she is waiting for has had time to become askable. She is 430 years old. She has had a great deal of time to practice this. The pass, she observes. Unavoidable. The junior cultivators. Evacuated before we began. I checked. She nods. She is looking at his face with the particular quality of attention she has always had, the kind that does not perform itself, that simply sits there and observes, taking inventory of small things, the set of his jaw, the angle at which he is holding his shoulders, the way he is looking at the valley below rather than at her. He left again, she says. Not a question. He always leaves. Xianxia says nothing to this. She stands, sheathing her sword in a single clean movement, and falls into step beside him as he begins the descent. They walk in the silence of people who have been walking beside each other long enough that the silence requires no management. Halfway down the switchback, she says, "Your core." He glances at her. "You don't have to tell me what it was," she says. "I only mention it because I noticed." "You don't have to confirm that I noticed." He looks forward again. The valley is beginning to gather evening, the shadows of the ridgelines pooling in the lower elevations, a blue-dark quality to the air that turns stone into suggestion and distance into something that might be traveled. She is right. He is aware she is right. His golden core, which should be at full pressure, which the decree itself is designed to maintain in a state of readiness, which has never in 4 centuries given him cause for concern, had done something, during the engagement. Something brief and involuntary. A quality of light, in the moment when Shen Wuming was within arm's reach. Not brighter exactly. Something adjacent to brighter. Something that could, if he were the kind of man who followed sensations to their sources, be traced to a particular origin. He is not going to trace it. I noted it, Wei Jinghe says. It was a momentary fluctuation. The stress of the engagement. Of course, Xianxia says. He cannot tell, as he frequently cannot tell, whether she means this or whether she is simply giving him the room to believe it. This is one of the things he values most about her and finds, occasionally, deeply inconvenient. The valley receives them. Somewhere in the lower realms, the celestial court is recording the day's non-outcome in careful classical script, and the decree is still humming, and Shen Wuming is, somewhere. Not here. That is all Wei Jinghe needs to know. He notes that the humming is quieter than it was an hour ago. He does not examine why. Chapter 2, The Lord of Nothing in Particular. The tea has gone cold. Luo Beichen left it 3 hours ago on the corner of the desk that is not the working surface, the corner that Shen Wuming designated, some decades past, as the appropriate location for things brought in from outside the study, correspondence, reports, the occasional fruit that Luo Beichen believes he is being subtle about leaving when he thinks Shen Wuming has forgotten to eat, which he has. The tea is in a white porcelain cup. It is very cold. Shen Wuming is aware of it the way he is aware of most things in his immediate environment, completely, continuously, and with no intention of acting on the information. There is a text open on the desk. It is not about Wei Jinghe. The text is a 6th century meridian treatise, a dense and thoroughly unreadable work by a scholar of the lower realms who had the correct instincts and the wrong framework and never quite managed to reconcile the two. It is 14 chapters on the nature of void cultivation, its history, its theory, its documented effects on celestial alignment and territorial stability and the long patience of emptiness as a cultivated state. It is a rigorous, careful, and almost entirely useless document, in the sense that rigor applied to the wrong premises produces conclusions that are structurally sound and factually incoherent. Shen Wuming has read it 17 times. The margins contain, in his own handwriting, in the compressed and precise notation he developed in his second century when he realized he was going to need a shorthand for thoughts he could not afford to file formally, 147 annotations. He has counted. Not recently, the count is old enough that he stopped updating it sometime around the 12th reading, when he acknowledged to himself that the number was not the relevant fact. The relevant fact is that 147 annotations in a text that is not about Wei Jinghe are about Wei Jinghe. He knows this. He has known this since approximately the 4th reading. He has not changed anything. Changing it would require a kind of engagement with the fact of the annotations that he is not prepared to undertake, because engagement leads to examination and examination leads, with the inevitability of water finding low ground, to conclusions he has been moving parallel to for the better part of a century. He is very good at moving parallel to things. Outside the study window, the lower realms arrange themselves in their usual texture, the sound of a street market 2 levels below, the smell of something being cooked with oil and spices that someone's grandmother developed in a tradition older than the celestial court's current administrative structure, the thin gray light of an overcast afternoon that does nothing dramatic with the rooftops and expects no one to find this remarkable. He chose this location for its anonymity. Somewhere in the 6 Eastern Territories, 14 formal cultivation halls maintain administrative addresses under his name, kept active for institutional reasons he has explained to Luo Beichen twice and which Luo Beichen has never asked about a third time, which is one of the things Shen Wuming appreciates about him. Here, in the lower realms, he is simply a cultivator who pays his market fees on time and whose neighbor on the eastern side has decided that his curtains indicate refinement of taste and has modeled her own window treatments accordingly. He has not corrected this impression. He reaches for the cold tea. Drinks it without expression. Sets it back in exactly the position it occupied before he moved it. He knows what the fading is. He has known for 46 years, which is long enough that this knowledge has settled into the architecture of his daily life the way structural facts settle, not forgotten, not ignored, but incorporated into the baseline, adjusted for, factored into every decision he makes about what to say and what not to say and how far to stand from a specific man on a specific mountain and whether the word enough has a calculable definition or whether it is the kind of word that expands to fill whatever space you assign it. He knows that Wei Jinghe's golden core is fracturing. He knows the mechanism. He has read every text on the matter that exists outside the restricted celestial archives, and several that exist inside them, and he has cross-referenced the results with documented cases of light vessel cultivation degradation going back 3 centuries, and the mechanism is not complex. It is only devastating. The decree creates a sustained pressure in vessels of light, a divine mandate maintained by cultivation, requiring continuous suppression of anything that would interfere with the mandate's clean execution. For centuries of that suppression, sustained in proximity to its source, produces fractures. Not in the physical body. In the core. In the cultivation architecture that is, for a cultivator at Wei Jinghe's level, indistinguishable from the self. He knows Wei Jinghe does not know this. Or rather, he knows Wei Jinghe has been measuring the fractures quarterly for 2 decades and attributing them to stress, to the general cost of sustained divine alignment, to the kind of accumulated wear that even exceptional cultivation cannot fully prevent. He knows Wei Jinghe goes to a healer in the lower city under a false name and receives honest assessments and files them in the category of unresolvable background conditions and returns to his function. He knows this because he has been tracking it. He has not told Wei Jinghe. He picks up his brush. Sets it down. Picks it up again. The logic of the silence is, he has decided, coherent. If Wei Jinghe knows the mechanism, knows that the fracturing correlates with the sustained suppression of something specific, that the specific something is locatable, that locating it would require Wei Jinghe to acknowledge what he has been suppressing and why, then Wei Jinghe is in possession of information that demands a decision. And if Wei Jinghe makes that decision, names that thing, releases the suppression, then the fracturing either resolves or it accelerates, and either outcome requires Wei Jinghe to understand what he has been carrying, and that understanding is, it is. The brush moves. The suppression creates the fracture, he writes, in the margin of the 14th chapter, beside a passage about void cultivation's incompatibility with certain forms of light meridian resonance. The fracture is not the disease. The fracture is the cost of the cure. The cost of suppressing the cure. He reads this. Then he adds, in smaller characters, below. This is not helping. He seals the text in the third drawer. The argument for silence is coherent. He has run it many times, and it holds. If he says nothing, Wei Jinghe continues as he is, continues the gradual fracturing at its current rate, which is slow enough that he has time, that the timeline is not, it is not urgent. Not yet. And in the absence of a named thing, Wei Jinghe does not have to choose between the decree and the thing that would end the fracturing. And if Wei Jinghe does not have to choose, then Shen Wuming does not have to know what he would choose. And if he does not have to know, then he can continue to operate under the hypothesis that keeps the architecture functioning, which is, some things are better unknown. The argument holds. It has always held. He is aware that it is also the argument of a man who is afraid. He will acknowledge to the cold tea in the 14th chapter and the lower realm street noise and absolutely no one else, afraid. Not of many things. He has spent the better part of 4 centuries reducing the set of things that frighten him to a manageable size, and he has been largely successful, and the result is a life of considerable precision and only one genuine exception. The exception is, as it has always been, Wei Jinghe. But the specific fear is not Wei Jinghe himself. The fear, the one he has been sitting alongside for the better part of a century, neither engaging with it nor successfully dismissing it, is this, that if he tells Wei Jinghe what the fading is, Wei Jinghe will understand. And then Wei Jinghe will make a decision. And the decision will be, because Wei Jinghe is exactly who he is, the right decision. The honest decision. The kind of decision a man makes when he has spent 4 centuries as heaven's sword and has finally found the point at which the sword and the self diverge. And the consequence of that decision will be that Wei Jinghe's golden core will finish what it has been doing for 400 years, and it will be complete, and it will be irreversible, and Shen Wuming will have caused it. Not by anything he did. By being known. He stands. The cold tea remains on its corner. The street market continues 2 levels below, indifferent to the particular shape of the afternoon. He crosses to the window and stands there with his hands still and his eyes on the gray middle distance where the rooftops make their ordinary skyline, and he runs the logic again, and it holds, and he decides again, as he has decided every month for 46 years, to say nothing. The decision settles. He picks up the cold cup and takes it back to the kitchen and puts it beside the basin and thinks, without allowing himself to think it directly, that Wei Jinghe was in the mountain range today, that there was an engagement near the eastern pass, that the heavenward sex junior cultivators were probably evacuated first because Wei Jinghe would have made certain of that, and that in approximately 18 hours Shen Wuming will know the outcome of the encounter because Luo Beichen will have received word from one of his 11 carefully maintained contacts in the mid-tier cultivation network. He does not need to wait 18 hours. He knows how the engagement ended. He knows because it is the 4th time in 30 years, and the 4th time has ended the same as the first 3, because the pattern is established, because some things are not about strategy. He returns to the study. He reopens the 14th chapter. He adds a 3rd notation, below the first 2, and then he stares at it for a long time and then he closes the text again and puts it in the 3rd drawer and this time leaves it there. The notation says, I am not going to tell him today. It does not say, again. He is aware that the gap between those 2 sentences is the architecture of the past 46 years. He lets this awareness sit where it is, in the part of his mind that he has designated for things that are true and not yet actionable, and then he picks up a different text, a genuinely different one, a clean one, a document about interterritorial water rights that requires his actual attention for reasons he will explain to no one, and he begins to read. Somewhere in the room, in the 3rd drawer, in the 14th chapter, 149 annotations wait in the cold. Chapter 3, The Court has concerns. The celestial court convenes at the hour of the jade bell, which is a formality that means nothing to anyone present except that it requires Wei Jinghe to have been standing in his designated position in the hall of measured outcomes for 37 minutes before Su Mingzhan arrives, and Su Mingzhan, who is never late, arrived at the 32nd minute, Which means that Wei Jinghe has been standing in his designated position for 5 minutes longer than required by a formality that means nothing. He has spent those 5 minutes examining the ceiling. The ceiling of the Hall of Measured Outcomes is a significant architectural document. It was commissioned, per the records, by the Third Celestial Court Formation, in the 641st year of the current era, and depicts in lacquered goldwork the 12 primary principles of divine law, rendered in the high classical style that prioritizes symbolic resonance over anatomical accuracy and has produced, as a result, a ceiling full of figures that are clearly meant to be celestial beings and look, upon sustained examination, faintly worried. The principle of enacted decree is represented in the northeast quadrant by a figure with a sword and an expression that Wei Jinghe has decided, over 4 centuries of standing beneath it, is not severity. It is the look of someone who has been given very specific instructions and has only just begun to wonder about the premises they rest on. He has never mentioned this to anyone. Jinghe, Su Mingzhan says, and takes his seat at the head of the assessment table. Wei Jinghe lowers his gaze from the ceiling and executes the appropriate formal inclination. Mingzhan. They have known each other for 2 centuries. The formality is genuine, they are both, in their respective ways, sincere practitioners of institutional courtesy, and it contains, as most long formalities do, a layer of private shorthand that has accrued with time. In the specific register of Su Mingzhan's voice when he says Jinghe and nothing else, Wei Jinghe can read the following. This is a formal accounting. I did not choose the timing, the court required it. I am attempting to hold the space between institutional function and something that resembles personal regard, and I will not always succeed. Su Mingzhan is a genuine believer. This is the thing about him that Wei Jinghe has never been able to resolve into a simpler position, that he is not cynical, not corrupt, not navigating the institution for personal gain. He believes the celestial order is what it claims to be. He believes the decree is just. He believes these things with the serenity of a man who has organized his entire existence around a set of premises he has never had cause to examine, and who would find, if he examined them, not cynicism but something worse, the honest architecture of someone for whom the structure has replaced the self so completely that the two are no longer distinguishable. Wei Jinghe respects him. He has spent 2 centuries declining to examine what that respect costs. 30 years, Su Mingzhan says. He is looking at the document before him, the formal assessment report, compiled by the court's administrative office in the careful classical script that turns lived history into institutional record. Since the last opportunity for enacted outcome. The previous intervals were 12 years and 9 years. The Eastern territories are complex, Wei Jinghe says. The jurisdictional overlap has created. I have read your reports, Jinghe. Not unkindly. He says this with the tone of someone setting aside a script they find mutually limiting. You write very thorough reports. I have always admired that. I have also noticed, in the past decade, that the thoroughness of the reports is increasing in inverse proportion to the specificity of their conclusions. Wei Jinghe says nothing. The court has 3 questions, Su Mingzhan continues. Whether the decree can be enacted. Whether there are specific obstacles that require court intervention. And whether the current assignment remains appropriately structured. He looks up. I will be honest with you, as I have always tried to be honest with you, and tell you that the 3rd question is the one the court is most concerned with. I understand. Do you? It is not quite a question. It is the sound of a man looking at someone he has known for 2 centuries and trying to locate, in the familiar geography of their face, what has changed. You were the highest performing sword of judgment in 3 court formations. You have enacted the decree against mid-tier violators 31 times in the past century with, I am told, exceptional efficiency. You have maintained your meridian alignment, your court standing, and your compliance record with a consistency that has been, I will say, genuinely exemplary. But you have not enacted the primary decree in 30 years, despite 4 documented opportunities in the same period. The court is, he pauses, chooses the word carefully, concerned. Wei Jinghe folds his hands in the formal position. His golden core, which has been performing its ambient function throughout this conversation with no variation, produces a brief, subtle irregularity, a flicker, like a lamp in a room where there is no wind. He notes it. He attributes it to the lighting in the Hall of Measured Outcomes, which is notably harsh, all celestial light array and no natural source, and which has always created minor resonance interference in his core. He has always attributed the interference to the light array. He does not adjust this attribution now. The assignment is appropriately structured, he says. The delay is tactical, not dispositional. Lord Shen Wuming is not a mid-tier violator. He selects his words with the same care Su Mingzhan used, an exceptional cultivation case. Rushing the enactment in suboptimal conditions would risk incomplete resolution, which would be institutionally worse than a delayed but conclusive outcome. Su Mingzhan is quiet for a moment. He looks at the assessment report. He straightens it, though it does not need straightening. We are, he says, considering whether a second sword of judgment may be required. The Hall of Measured Outcomes is very quiet. Wei Jinghe looks at the worried figure in the northeast quadrant of the ceiling. He has a brief, involuntary thought, the kind that arrives before the architecture can intercept it, which is that a second sword of judgment would, without 4 centuries of documented reasons to hesitate, complete the assignment. That this is, from a purely institutional perspective, the correct resolution to a stalled decree. That everything Su Mingzhan has just said is, from that same perspective, reasonable and considered and offered with a sincerity that makes it significantly harder to disagree with than it would be if it came from someone cynical. He thinks, I know where to find him. He does not trace this thought to its implication. I would ask, Wei Jinghe says, for the court's patience. 60 days is. 60 days has not been mentioned. No. He meets Su Mingzhan's eyes. I am requesting 60 days. The assessment window. If, in that time, the outcome remains unresolved, the court may determine as it sees appropriate. But I would ask for 60 days before the determination is made. Su Mingzhan looks at him. Really looks, in the way he occasionally does, not the institutional assessment gaze but something older and more personal, the look of someone trying to understand what is happening beneath the performance of a person they have known for 2 centuries. Whatever he finds, he does not name it. 60 days, he says. I will take it to the senior formation. I make no promises. I ask for none. The formal inclination. The conclusion of record. Wei Jinghe leaves the Hall of Measured Outcomes with his reports filed and his hands steady and the faint, persisting irregularity in his golden core that he has attributed, now, to the light array. His quarters in the Celestial Court's residential annex are on the west side, which means they catch the last light. He is standing at the window when Jiang Suyin finds him, not sitting, not working, simply standing and looking at the nothing in particular that the western view provides at this hour, the upper cultivation grounds, 2 junior cohorts in their formation practice, the beginning of evening making its usual unremarkable progress across the sky. She does not ask how it went. She has been waiting, as she always waits, in the small antechamber with a book she has been reading since their 3rd century together, which is either a very long book or the same passages reread with sufficient patience to constitute its own kind of practice. She simply comes to stand beside him. They're talking about a second vessel, he says. I heard the bell timing, she says. I thought it might be that direction. He does not ask how she knew. She has always known things by their timing, their quality of arrival, the specific texture of a silence that contains bad news versus a silence that contains news that is simply complicated. He has never fully understood how she does this and has long since stopped needing to. They gave me 60 days, he says. Or they'll give them. Or they'll give them. Below, the junior cohorts are practicing a formation that Wei Jinghe can identify from the geometry of it, a light array defensive pattern, 3rd century design, recently revised by a scholar in the Western halls to account for void meridian circumvention techniques that were, when the formation was first designed, more theoretical than practical. He recognizes the revision. He knows whose circumvention techniques it was designed to address. Suyin, he says. Yes. When you look at someone, at the shape of an assignment that has been running for 30 years, and you want to understand the shape of it, where do you begin? She is quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of consideration. The quiet of someone who is deciding how much truth to offer all at once. I usually begin, she says, carefully, with what isn't in the official record. He looks at her. She is looking at the junior cohorts, at the light array pattern they are practicing, and her profile is the familiar profile of 390 years of friendship, and she is, he knows, with the specificity of long knowledge, not saying something. She has chosen to not say something. The choosing is visible, faintly, in the angle of her shoulders. Suin, he says again. Your core flickered in the hall, she says. I was standing outside. I felt it from outside. He looks back at the window. He looks at the junior cohorts and the light array formation and the specific geometry of a pattern designed, recently, to address the circumvention techniques of a specific cultivator. It's the light array in the hall, he says. Resonance interference. Jiang Suin says nothing. It is the specific nothing of someone who knows exactly what she knows and has decided, for reasons she will not yet explain, to let him keep the fiction a little longer. They stand at the window together until the last light is gone and the junior cohorts have finished their practice, and neither of them says what either of them is thinking, and the evening assembles itself around them in its ordinary way, indifferent and patient and making no particular demands. Chapter 4, What Luo Beichen Knows. The problem with being perceptive, Luo Beichen has decided over the course of his 80 years, is that you notice things you would have been more comfortable not noticing, and once you have noticed them you cannot make yourself unnotice them, and you are then in possession of an observation you did not ask for and must decide what to do with. Perception, in other words, is not a gift. It is a subscription to a particular kind of inconvenience, delivered continuously and without option to cancel. He is thinking this while standing in the administrative hall of the Cloud Peak Secondary Annex and looking at a records ledger that contains, on the 7th page, a notation in handwriting he does not recognize. He is supposed to be here because of a courier dispute. 3 lower realm distribution networks have been claiming overlapping territorial authority in the Mid-Eastern corridor, which has created a contractual conflict that requires the endorsement of a senior cultivator with recognized institutional standing, which Luo Beichen technically has at his level, which is why Shen Wuming delegated it to him, which is also why Luo Beichen is standing in the Cloud Peak Administrative Hall on an overcast Thursday looking at a ledger that is not relevant to his assignment. He is here because the Cloud Peak Secondary Annex is 40 li from the Heavenward Eastern Hall, and 3 days ago a cultivator visited the Heavenward Eastern Hall asking about void meridian cultivation in the context of light vessel degradation patterns. The Heavenward librarian, who is 60 years old and has the specific chattiness of someone whose work is important and whose colleagues are consistently insufficiently interested in it, mentioned this to a colleague. The colleague mentioned it to a contact. The contact mentioned it, in passing, to the third of Luo Beichen's 11 carefully maintained channels. He would not have followed up on this, except that the description of the visiting cultivator was very particular about 3 things: the quality of stillness, the precision of the questions, and the specific subcategory of void meridian texts requested. The qualities that distinguish Heaven's sword of judgment from the general population are numerous and well documented. Foremost among them is not the sword, not the golden core, not the court-commissioned meridian alignment that is the most powerful light cultivation architecture produced in the past 2 centuries. Foremost among them, in Luo Beichen's professional and personal assessment, is the precision. The way Wei Jinghe asks questions, clean, sequential, each one following the previous with the logic of someone who has already mapped the territory and is confirming rather than exploring. The question being asked, about void meridian cultivation, specifically in relation to light vessel degradation, specifically in a historical context, is not a question that originates in institutional function. It is a question that originates in someone who has begun tracing something backward, from symptom to cause, with a cultivator's patience and a particular person's specific anxiety. Luo Beichen looks at the ledger. He looks at the void meridian texts that were requested and, per the notation, retrieved for the visiting cultivator's consultation. He looks at the date, 3 days ago, which is 2 days before the confirmed engagement at the Eastern Mountain Pass. He closes the ledger. He thanks the annex administrator for the use of the records room. He completes his courier dispute endorsement with the efficiency that Shen Wuming has always required and that Luo Beichen has spent the past 60 years learning to produce even when his mind is occupying itself with completely different territory. He walks out into the overcast afternoon and thinks about what he knows. What Luo Beichen knows. He knows that his master has read a 6th century meridian treatise 17 times. He knows this because he is the one who retrieves texts from the Lower Realm Archive Network, and the retrieval records are maintained for administrative purposes, and he has access to those records, and he has been paying attention since approximately the 12th retrieval. He told himself, the first few times, that it was professional. His master was clearly investigating something. Shen Wuming investigated everything with the same sustained attention. There was no reason to read significance into a specific text. The reason emerged gradually, in the way reasons often do, not as a revelation but as an accumulation, fact by fact, until the weight of them resolved into something he could no longer pretend was ambiguous. The text is about void cultivation's interaction with light vessel architecture. The interaction described in the text, the documented phenomenon of sustained proximity creating resonance effects that the text calls, in its careful 6th century phrasing, a convergence of meridian natures, is exactly the kind of thing that would interest a void cultivator who had been in sustained proximity to a specific light vessel for 4 centuries. He knows that Shen Wuming has been tracking the fracture rate in Wei Jinghe's golden core. He knows this because the numerical annotations in the margins of the 17th retrieval of the text are not about void meridian architecture. They are about light vessel degradation rates, expressed in the kind of calendar math that tells you when something will reach a threshold, and the threshold indicated is not tactical. He knows this is what the annotations mean, because Luo Beichen is one of 2 people alive who can read Shen Wuming's silences, and reading Shen Wuming's silences has always been less about the silences themselves and more about developing a fluency in the architecture of what his master chooses not to say. What Shen Wuming has chosen not to say, for as long as Luo Beichen has been paying this specific kind of attention, anything at all, about Wei Jinghe's health. And now Wei Jinghe has gone to the heavenward sex eastern hall asking about void meridian cultivation in relation to light vessel degradation, which means that Wei Jinghe has begun, however carefully, to trace the symptom toward the mechanism. Luo Beichen walks 3 blocks before he notices he has walked past the transit formation he was planning to use. He turns around. He makes tea when he gets home. He has lived, for the past 60 years, in the residential annex of Shen Wuming's lower realm study, a smaller set of rooms that connect to the main building through a corridor his master used, in the first decade, to deposit texts outside his door when he was working and did not want to speak but needed something filed. Luo Beichen has rearranged the corridor slightly, over the years, to make it more practical. Shen Wuming has never commented on the rearrangement. This is, in their dynamic, the equivalent of approval. He makes tea. He sits with it. He does not go to Shen Wuming. He thinks about what telling would accomplish. His master is aware of the fracture rate. His master has been tracking it. His master knows. And Wei Jinghe is beginning to trace the thread. Both of them are moving toward the same information from different directions, which means that the information is going to arrive at some point regardless of whether Luo Beichen intervenes. Which means that the question of whether to tell Shen Wuming is not a question of whether his master gets the information but a question of whether he gets it now or later, and whether now is better than later depends on a further question, which is, what does Shen Wuming intend to do with the information? Once he has confirmed that Wei Jinghe also has it, Luo Beichen knows his master very well. He knows the architecture of Shen Wuming's decision-making, the long patience, the layered modeling of contingencies, the way a conclusion is reached before any visible movement is made toward it, so that by the time action is taken it appears effortless. He knows that Shen Wuming has been running the contingency for Wei Jinghe begins to understand the mechanism for somewhere in the region of 40 years, because that is how far back the numerical annotations begin in the Meridian Treatise. He knows, because he has been reading between every line available to him, that the conclusion of Shen Wuming's contingency modeling is, say nothing. He also knows that this is wrong. He does not know how to say this to his master without the conversation going somewhere his master will not follow, and Shen Wuming not following a conversation is a very specific form of architecture, complete, impenetrable, built from the outside so that it looks like a natural feature of the landscape rather than a structure someone erected on purpose. He drinks his tea. He begins, because he has to begin somewhere, to make a list of the lower realm archive networks that maintain records of pre-court cultivation history. Of the research channels that would have relevant documentation on vessels, both light and void, who were bound by similar divine decrees in previous eras. Of the cross-referenced scholarship that would tell him, if the scholarship exists, what happened to those vessels? What the pattern was? Whether the pattern always ended the same way. He is not looking for anything specific. He is a perceptive man living in close proximity to a problem, and the problem has started to move, and he would like to understand the territory before the movement becomes irreversible. He finds, on the 4th page of the 3rd Archives Index, a name that appears once, in a parenthetical, as a citation source for a paper about the historical deployment of the Decree of Sundered Fates. The name is Wei Jinghe. He notes it. It does not immediately signify. He sets it aside and continues with the main research thread, because one name in a parenthetical in a tangential document is the kind of thing that looks significant when you are looking for significance and looks like noise when you are not, and Luo Beichen has been a disciple long enough to know the difference between a lead and a pattern-seeking error. He marks it with a small notation anyway. He makes a second cup of tea and thinks about the weight of things his master does not say, and the weight of things Wei Jinghe has begun trying to find, and the particular architecture of a situation in which two people are moving toward each other across 4 centuries of careful distance, and neither of them is aware of how little distance remains. He drinks his tea. He does not sleep well. Chapter 5, the 3rd time we did not finish it. Present. The intelligence arrives at the 8th hour, Wei Jinghe's movement toward the eastern wastes, a contested territorial boundary that belongs to neither of them and both of them in the way of places that were never formally adjudicated and have, over time, become significant by accumulation rather than design. Shen Wuming reads the report twice. He sets it on the desk that is not the working surface. He looks at it for approximately 20 seconds. Then he goes. This is not irrational. He has jurisdiction in the eastern wastes in the sense that everything south of the hollow meridian falls within the territories he maintains, which the celestial court acknowledges with the resigned formality of an institution that knows it cannot effectively contest the point. Wei Jinghe has jurisdiction in the eastern wastes in the sense that the court's authority extends to all contested boundaries, which is a mandate broad enough to mean anything, which is how mandates work when you want something to be true. The result is that the eastern wastes are, formally, shared territory. Shen Wuming has been to the eastern wastes 47 times in the past century. Wei Jinghe has been there, by his own calculation, which is necessarily based on inference rather than direct intelligence, approximately the same number of times. They have, between these visits, overlapped 9 times. 7 of those overlaps resulted in engagements. 2 did not, and this will be the 3rd. A different accounting than the 4 times Wei Jinghe has had him at sword point, which is a prediction Shen Wuming is making before he arrives, before any contact, based solely on the particular quality of his own intention this morning. He is not going to escalate. He is going to his territory. He is going to perform his function. He is going to stand in a contested boundary space and be present and then leave, and Wei Jinghe will do the same, and neither of them will say anything that matters, and this is fine. This is completely fine. He is an expert at fine. Memory, 103 years ago. The mid-eastern valley in early spring has a specific quality of noise, the sound of ice melt in the high channels, the way it runs through the lower stone in a dozen braided voices, each one slightly different from the others, the whole producing something that is almost language and is not. Shen Wuming had noticed this before the battle began. He noticed it during. He was still noticing it, in the category of unimportant information that the mind retains during combat for reasons that have never been adequately explained, when the last of the valley's eastern sect had withdrawn and the battle had produced its usual outcome, a landscape significantly altered, no decisive victory, both of them standing in the changed valley breathing hard. He was 30 years into knowing. He would not, at this point, have called it knowing. He would have called it, he would not have called it anything, because in the 30th year his architecture for this particular fact was still in construction, still in the phase where the scaffolding was more visible than the structure, and the primary defensive strategy was to avoid naming even the shape of what was being defended against. But he knew. He had known since a specific moment in his 2nd century, on a completely different battlefield, in circumstances that were tactically similar and cosmically unlike, and that moment is not this memory, that moment is the year the architecture became necessary. And this memory is 30 years later, in an ice-melt valley in early spring, when the architecture had become load-bearing and he had begun to understand, with genuine dismay, that load-bearing things are the things that fail. catastrophically rather than incrementally. Wei Jinghe was crouching by the southern channel. He had taken water from his hands and was drinking it, the practical unself-consciousness of a cultivator who has been in extended combat and has no available irony about the fact that you need water regardless of your institutional function. His half-bound hair had come loose on the left side, the single piece that always escapes, and he hadn't fixed it, which he would, in 20 minutes, notice and correct with the reflexive exactitude of someone who was trained to present a specific image and has internalized it to the level of involuntary. He stood. He looked at Shen Wuming across the width of the channel, which was perhaps 8 feet of moving water and 30 years of everything they had not said. "There's more than enough," he said. "The water." He meant the water. Shen Wuming did not move. Something happened in his chest, the specific mechanical event that had been happening at irregular intervals for 30 years and that he had been documenting with the intellectual honesty of a man who tracks data regardless of its inconvenience, and categorizing under the heading of anomalous meridian response, cause indeterminate. The data in this heading had been accumulating for 30 years. He had not drawn a conclusion from it. Drawing a conclusion would require following the data to its source, which would require standing in the fact of the source without the available refuge of indeterminacy. Wei Jinghe was still looking at him. "Or not," he said, in the tone he sometimes used when Shen Wuming's silence went on long enough to become its own kind of answer, not impatience, not judgment, the mild adjustment of someone recalibrating an invitation to an optional one. He turned back to the channel. Shen Wuming understood, in that moment, what was happening to him. Not as a feeling. As a fact. The precise fact of it, assembled without warning from 30 years of documented data, that there was one person in the world whose presence performed a function in him that no other variable could replicate, that this had been true since before he had the framework to understand it, that the framework had been, the entire time, a way of not understanding it, and that standing in the ice-melt valley with 8 feet of water between them and Wei Jinghe's profile and the sound of the channel like something approaching language, the framework had, briefly, simply, failed to maintain. The fury arrived immediately after, which was appropriate. He was furious about most things he could not control, and this was the most uncontrollable thing he had ever encountered, and it had been operating without his consent for 30 years, and he was furious about it with the specific ferocity of a man who has just realized that a battle he thought he was winning was lost before it began. He crossed to the channel. He crouched. He drank the water. Wei Jinghe said nothing. He was very carefully looking at the far bank. They sat like that, in the ruined valley, for 30 minutes. The water said its approximate language around them. Neither of them spoke. When Shen Wuming left, he left without looking back, because he had decided in the 43 seconds it took him to stand and begin moving that silence was the only available option, that there was nothing to be gained from speaking, that the alternative to saying nothing was saying something, and saying something meant Wei Jinghe would have to respond. And Wei Jinghe's response would be a decision, and the decision could be anything, which was the problem, which was the only problem that had ever truly been a problem. He chose silence. He was very sure, walking away, that he had made the right choice. He was furious about how sure he was. Present. Wei Jinghe is at the eastern ridge when Shen Wuming arrives at the boundary marker, which is a formation pillar sunk into the rock by some prior administrative dispute that neither of them created and neither of them has seen fit to relocate. The pillar is carved with the character for contested. Someone has, at some point in the intervening decades, added a smaller character below it in a different hand, which reads, obviously. Shen Wuming has always appreciated this annotation. Wei Jinghe is not on his side of the boundary. He is, by approximately 3 paces, on Shen Wuming's side, and he knows this. He is far too precise in his spatial awareness to be here by accident. He has planted himself slightly over the line with the quality of someone who has made a small, technically accurate point and is prepared to be neutral about having made it. Shen Wuming stops at the marker. Wei Jinghe looks at him. 403 years of this. The particular way Wei Jinghe has of looking at him, not at him in the institutional sense, the assessment of an enemy's tactical position, but at him in the way that feels different from being looked at by any other person alive, which is with the specific attention of someone who is trying to read something very complicated written in very small characters, and who has been reading it long enough to have developed a working vocabulary. Lord Shen, Wei Jinghe says. The formality is not cold. In their register, formality is what you use when informality is too expensive. Lord Wei, Shen Wuming says. A beat. You appear to be 3 paces north of the contested boundary, Shen Wuming says. I appear to be surveying the territorial marker for signs of erosion, Wei Jinghe says, which requires proximity to the marker. The marker is on the boundary. Erosion examination is most effective from the north side, where the prevailing water flow originates. There is no prevailing water flow. There was, historically. Shen Wuming looks at him. He is doing the thing that he does with very dry humor, the specific way it surfaces when he has forgotten to maintain the architecture, when he is in a moment that is, despite everything, almost ordinary, which is that he looks at Wei Jinghe with an expression that is still neutral and contains, for anyone who has spent long enough learning to read it, a very small quantity of genuine amusement in the corner of it. Wei Jinghe is looking at the territorial marker. He is not looking at Shen Wuming. This is the tell, the one Shen Wuming catalogued in the 1st century and has never acknowledged cataloguing, that Wei Jinghe looks away from him when he has said something true. The historical water flow is true. It is also not the point. The court has been in touch, Wei Jinghe says. He has moved back 2 paces, to a position that is technically equidistant from the boundary on both sides. The Eastern Corridor disputes are flagged for review. I know about the Eastern Corridor disputes. The review will likely route through the contested boundary. I know. I am noting it as a courtesy, Wei Jinghe says, so that the routing does not appear unannounced. Shen Wuming looks at the eastern ridge, which is a significant expanse of rock and indifferent sky. I appreciate the courtesy, he says, and manages to make this neither sarcastic nor sincere, which is a precision of tone he has spent 4 centuries developing. Wei Jinghe almost, does something with his mouth that is not quite a smile. It is not a smile because he does not let it be. But it is in the direction of a smile, which is the direction Shen Wuming has memorized the way he memorizes restricted texts, against his better judgment, in such detail that forgetting is no longer possible. The Eastern Pass, Wei Jinghe says. Unavoidable. The heavenward cultivators. We're already clear, Shen Wuming says. I noticed. A different quality of silence. Not the silence of negotiation or formality or the performance of enemies conducting institutional business at a territorial boundary. Something else. Something with the texture of the ice-melt valley in early spring and 30 years of documented data and a channel of water that sounded almost like language. Lord Shen, Wei Jinghe says, and there is something in his voice that is not part of the formality. Something that is the underneath of the formality, the thing the formality was designed to contain. Shen Wuming looks at him. Wei Jinghe looks at the boundary marker. You know where to find me, Shen Wuming says. It is the sentence he said, 5 days ago, at the mountain range, which was a sentence he has said in various forms across 40 years of encounters that did not end. He does not know, entirely, what he means by it. He knows that it is not tactical. He knows that it is the thing he says instead of the thing he cannot say, which makes it either a lie or a language with words he doesn't have yet. Wei Jinghe looks at him. Direct, this time. Not the look away. He says nothing. He turns, and he walks east, back toward his own jurisdiction, and Shen Wuming stands at the boundary marker and watches him go and chooses, as he has chosen every time, silence. He is furious. He is getting tired of being furious. He turns back toward the lower realms and begins the long walk home, and the eastern wastes receive his absence with the same indifference they receive everything, and somewhere at the back of his mind in the category he has designated anomalous meridian response, 'cause indeterminate, a new entry is accumulating, and he does not look at it, and he does not throw it out, and he keeps walking. The contested boundary marker is carved with the character for contested. Below it, in a smaller hand, obviously. He has always appreciated this annotation. Chapter 6, The Fading, Measured. The healer's name is not relevant to this account, and Wei Jinghe has, over 20 years of quarterly visits, made a deliberate practice of knowing only what is necessary about the people he relies on in the lower realms. He knows she is competent. He knows she is discreet, which is not the same as incurious but is more useful. He knows that she will tell him the truth without inflection, without institutional interest in the outcome of the truth, without any of the contextual management that characterizes the celestial court's approach to information that inconveniences its administrative function. These are the qualities he requires. They are not, he has decided, qualities that necessitate additional knowledge. He goes to her under a different name. The name is simple, lower realm and register, the kind of name that sits easily in a record book without creating any particular impression. He has used it for 20 years. He has carried it the way cultivators carry secondary talismans, for specific situations, in specific environments, without examining whether there is something uncomfortable about the fact that one name belongs to heaven's sword of judgment and the other belongs to a man who visits a lower realm meridian healer 4 times a year. The examination would produce a conclusion he does not need this afternoon. Her examination room is at the back of a building that presents itself, on the street-facing side, as a paper goods shop. The building is located in the Luyuan district of the lower city, which is neither wealthy nor poor, which is the kind of district that absorbs foot traffic without generating record of it, which was why Wei Jinghe chose it in the first year and has seen no reason to change the assessment. She uses a diagnostic technique that does not require cultivation resonance, a material-based meridian mapping that was developed, per the principles she explained to him in the second year, in the pre-court era and has never been adopted by the Celestial Medical Administration because it requires physical contact and considerable patience rather than the impressive visible effects that institutional medicine has always preferred. It takes 40 minutes. She does not speak during it. He does not speak during it. The examination room has a window that faces the building's interior courtyard and a view of a persimmon tree that has been in that courtyard for at least as long as the paper goods shop has been in the business of being a paper goods shop, and Wei Jinghe has spent a significant number of his quarterly 40 minutes looking at that tree. Today the tree has shed most of its leaves. A few still cling at the branch ends with the specific persistence of things that have not yet received sufficient information to let go. He notes this. He does not make anything of it. She sets down her instruments. The fracture pattern in the tertiary meridian branches has extended, she says. She says it in the same tone she would use to report that the tree in the courtyard has fewer leaves than last season. Not unkind. Not careful about his feelings. Simply accurate. Since your previous visit, approximately 2 months ago. 3 months. She makes a notation. The extension is consistent with the rate I have been documenting for the past 6 years. Possibly slightly accelerated, within the range of normal variance, but I would note it. The tertiary branches are now involved to the degree I would characterize as structurally significant rather than marginal. Definition of structurally significant. She looks at him. She is a small woman with the kind of face that withholds nothing because it has never learned the habit, not because she is naive but because she has decided, somewhere in a past he has not asked about, that information is the only thing she has to offer and she will not adulterate it with delivery. The fracture is no longer a feature of the architecture, she says. It is becoming the architecture. The healthy structure is accommodating the fracture rather than the fracture being contained by the healthy structure. The pattern has inverted. He has understood meridian architecture since his first century. He understands what this means. Rate, he says. At current rate, which I would caution is not a fixed rate, and has historically demonstrated variance that I cannot predict from this kind of material mapping, the structural inversion will reach what I would call critical density in, she pauses. Reviews her notation. I do not like to give times. I know. The range I would offer is broad. Decades, with low variance continuation. Less, if the suppression intensifies. Less than that, if the source is identified and addressed. You have mentioned the source before. I have mentioned that the origin is internal rather than external, she says. Which means that an external resolution is not possible. You cannot treat a fracture that originates in the sustained pressure of the cultivator's own. She stops. She is looking at him with the quality of a woman who has told the same person the same true thing 12 times and is deciding, this visit, whether to add to it. I am a material healer. I diagnose what I can map. What I can map tells me that this is not a damage pattern. It is a suppression pattern. There is a difference. I know the difference. Then you know what I cannot tell you, because I do not have the instruments for it, is what is being suppressed and at what cost. Wei Jinghe stands. He settles his outer robe with the habitual adjustment of 4 centuries of keeping himself precisely arranged. He pays her in lower realm currency, the appropriate amount plus the additional amount that he has always added without discussing it and which she has always accepted without discussing it, and he thanks her in the standard form. 12 months, she says, not looking up from her notebook. Or less, if something changes. He notes that she does not specify whether the something changing would be good or bad. He suspects she means either. He leaves without asking her to clarify. The street outside the paper goods shop is an ordinary street in the Luyuan district on an autumn afternoon. Carts and foot traffic and the smell of coal fires beginning in the upper floors of the residential buildings as the air sharpens. Children negotiating some game in the alley to the left. A vendor too stalls down calling out the qualities of his particular fish with the theatrical confidence of a man who has not yet had to revise his claims. The total assembly of ordinary civic life, going about its business with complete indifference to the fact that there is a cultivator standing on its pavement having a thought he has successfully avoided having for 20 years. He stands there. He has stood in the wreckage of battlefields. He has stood in the hall of measured outcomes and received institutional accountings. He has stood at the edge of the eastern wastes while the decree hummed its cold insistence and a man looked at him across 3 paces of contested ground and said nothing. He has learned, across 4 centuries, the particular discipline of standing still in the presence of information that wants to move him, the sword cultivator's management of the body's unwanted responses, the trained containment that is, he has always believed, the difference between function and reaction. He is standing still on an ordinary street and something is happening that he does not have a technique for. He is going to die of this. He has known this for years, not abstractly, the way one knows that cultivation has limits and all structures eventually fail, but concretely, in the logged quarterly data, in the progression from marginal to structural, in the healer's precise and unsparing language. He has had the information. He has filed the information in the category of unresolvable background condition and returned to function, because function was the answer to most things and he did not have another answer. But standing on the pavement outside the paper goods shop with the coal fire smell and the fish vendor's claims and the sound of children in the alley, he has the thought for the first time not as information but as weight, that he is going to die of this. That the fracture is becoming the architecture. That something in him has been slowly converting itself from structure into ruin for a very long time, and the question is not whether the conversion will complete but only how long it takes. He does not yet understand of what. He knows the mechanism, sustained suppression of something internal, origin unknown. He knows the rate. He knows the trajectory. He does not yet know what is being suppressed, because that question leads to a territory that he has spent 2 decades, 20 years of quarterly visits, 20 years of logging the rate and noting the variance and attributing the cause to stress, to the general cost of sustained divine alignment, specifically not entering. He stands on the pavement for another long moment. The fish vendor has moved on to the qualities of a different fish. The children's game has resolved into silence, which suggests either conclusion or conflict. The coal fires are still beginning in the upper floors. He begins to walk. He does not know, precisely, where he is going. He knows that he is walking away from the paper goods shop with its courtyard persimmon tree. He knows that the lower realms stretch in all directions with their markets and their libraries and their archive networks and their records of things the celestial court has never gotten around to classifying. He knows that somewhere in those records is the other end of a thread he has been holding, quarterly, for 20 years. He has been declining to pull it. He understands, on a street in the Luyuan district, in the middle of deciding whether he is still declining. The afternoon moves around him, indifferent and patient. He pulls it. Chapter 7, The Archive Admits 1. The healer's records date back to 20 years of quarterly visits, carefully maintained in a notation system that is her own design, material, precise, expressed in the shorthand of a woman who has developed her own language for a practice that has no official nomenclature because the official medical administration has never seen fit to sanction it. Wei Jinghe obtained a copy of the notation key in the 3rd year, translated it in the 4th year, and has maintained his own parallel records in a cipher that he developed for entirely different purposes and has repurposed without particular irony. 20 years of records. The fracture pattern in the tertiary meridian branches, measured quarterly, expressed in degrees of extension and density change. The numbers, laid out in sequence, describe a line. The line is not a mystery, it begins one place and ends another, and the direction of travel is consistent and the terminus is not open to interpretation. He had always looked at the records one visit at a time. He is looking at them now in sequence, and the sequence is showing him something the individual visits did not, which is that the rate has a pattern inside its variation. Not simply progressing in a specific rhythm. Accelerating slightly, then stabilizing, then accelerating again, the increments following a cadence that has the quality, now that he is looking at it this way, of something external rather than purely internal. Something that responds to conditions. He follows this observation backward to its implication, and the implication is that the fracture rate is not simply the natural progression of an internal suppression. It correlates with something. The something is, necessarily, something he can map against the same 20-year timeline. He maps it. He does not like what it shows him. He maps it again. The accelerations correspond, within a margin of several weeks, to periods of sustained proximity. To territorial engagements, to institutional crosspaths, to the documented intervals when their respective jurisdictions have pressed against each other and required management. The Eastern Mountain Range. The Lower Realms Summit 4 years ago. The Eastern Waste's boundary disputes, the recurring ones, the ones that have required his personal involvement more often than strictly necessary. He sits with this for a long time. Then he begins tracing the records backward. The healer's documentation goes back 20 years, which is the length of their acquaintance. Before that, her predecessor, a different healer in a different district, retired now to a residence in the Outer Ring, whose records Wei Jinghe accessed in the 8th year under the fiction of a professional inquiry. Those records extend another 40 years. The pattern is there, in the predecessor's notation, the same rhythm, the same correlation, expressed in a different hand but arriving at the same topology. 60 years of quarterly records. The correlation holds across all of them. He goes to the Lower Realm Archive Network. The thing about old texts is that they do not care who finds them. The 7th century healer who documented her findings on meridian fracture did not anticipate a specific reader. She wrote for posterity with the thorough indifference of someone who has identified a genuine phenomenon and wants it in the record, and the text she produced is dense and unremarkable and has been sitting in a mid-level archive shelf for 300 years, accumulating the particular neglect of a document that is too technical for casual readers and too unfashionable for scholarly ones. Wei Jinghe finds it in 3 hours. He has been tracing the healer's record backward through the archive's cross-reference system, following the cited sources of the cited sources, which is the long-form investigative method of cultivators who want to reach old ground without drawing attention to the path. It is tedious. It is, for a man whose patience was trained on 4 centuries of divine mandate, not meaningfully tedious. The text is titled, in the formal classical script of the 7th century, On the Nature of Meridian Fracture and Light Vessel Cultivators Bound by Dual Vessel Decrees, a Clinical Compendium. The scholar who wrote it was named Physician He Ruoqing. There is no biographical note. The dedication page is blank. He opens it. The first 3 chapters are clinical. They describe the phenomenon with the precision of someone who has observed it in multiple cases and is trying to produce a framework, the light vessel's meridian architecture, the fracture pattern that begins in the tertiary branches and works inward, the rate curve and its documented variance, the consistent failure of external treatments to produce sustained improvement. He knows all of this. He has been living it for 2 decades, the external face of a process he is only now reading from the inside. Chapter 4 introduces the historical context, and this is where he slows. The pattern documented in chapters 1 through 3 is not, as initial clinical observation might suggest, a novel phenomenon. The records of the Celestial Court's administrative archive, specifically, the portions relating to the dual vessel decree system and its historical deployment, contain fragmentary but consistent documentation of identical fracture patterns in light vessel cultivators across multiple eras. The author has cross-referenced these records with the available clinical literature and identified the following consistent features. He reads what follows twice. The fracture pattern is documented in 9 historical light vessel cases across 3 centuries of record. In every documented instance, the fracturing began within decades of the decree's activation. In every documented instance, the rate of progression correlated with 2 variables, the frequency of contact between the vessels, and he has to read the second variable 3 times before he follows it all the way to its end, the sustained suppression of something the text identifies with a word he does not immediately recognize. A very old word. An archaic character from the pre-court era script, the kind of word that doesn't appear in modern administrative usage because modern administrative usage has developed more clinical substitutes. He looks it up. The character is composed of 3 elements, the radical for heart, the radical for turning, and a third element that is an older form rarely used in current scholarship, which his reference text identifies as deriving from the ancient character meaning toward or in the direction of or, in its earliest documented use, simply, home. The combined meaning, across 3 classical dictionary references and a short note in the secondary scholarly literature, is rendered variously as attachment, devotion, longing. In its oldest usage, the quality of being drawn toward a particular thing across any distance, as water is drawn downhill. In the modern glossary at the back of the 7th century physician's text, she has added a brief translator's note in smaller characters. The author employs the archaic form, which should be understood as encompassing not merely sentiment but the structural condition of orientation, the state of a thing that has been organized, at its fundamental level, in a particular direction. The modern equivalent is insufficient. The simplest contemporary rendering is love. Wei Jinghe sets down the text. He sits in the restricted archive, a small room at the back of the Lower Realm's primary historical collection, accessible to cultivators with the appropriate meridian resonance to open the lock formation, which requires light core alignment of the specific kind that the Celestial Court's administrative network has never bothered to restrict because it cannot imagine who of that profile would have reason to come here, and he does not move for approximately 10 minutes. The physician He Ruoqing wrote, 300 years ago, in a text that has been sitting on a shelf in the Luyuan archive for all of those years, in every documented case, the fracturing correlated with sustained proximity to the void vessel counterpart and an unresolved, and then the old word, the archaic character, the word that means the structural condition of being organized, at a fundamental level, in a particular direction. In every documented case, the fracture is not the disease. The fracture is the accumulated cost of the suppression. The golden core does not fail because the light vessel is in proximity to a void vessel. The golden core fails because the light vessel sustains, over decades and centuries, the effort of refusing to acknowledge the effect of that proximity. He does not yet trace this all the way to its end. He is standing at the edge of the implication, and the implication is very large and the archive is very small, and he has the specific, cultivated discipline of not moving toward things before he is ready to meet them. He picks up the text. He reads it from the beginning again. He reads it all the way through, to the clinical appendix, to the case histories, to the physician's final note, which reads, with the precise desolation of a scientist who has identified a pattern she cannot prescribe a resolution for, the author is not able to determine, from available records, whether any of the documented cases produced an outcome other than the completion of the fracture. The records are incomplete. The author notes this absence with the regret appropriate to a gap in the literature and the additional regret appropriate to a gap that may represent a gap in the history rather than merely the record. He sets the text down on the archive shelf. He leaves the archive. He walks back through the lower realms in the direction of the residential district where he maintains a set of rooms when he is conducting extended research below the Celestial Court's primary jurisdiction. He walks through evening traffic, through the smell of food and coal smoke and the general press of lower realm city life, and he thinks about a physician named He Ruoqing who wrote a thorough and devastating clinical compendium 300 years ago and filed it in a mid-level archive where no one of sufficient interest would find it. He thinks about every documented case. He thinks about a fracture rate that correlates with proximity. He thinks about the word that means the structural condition of being organized, at a fundamental level, in a particular direction. He does not think about Shen Wuming. He enters the residential district. He climbs the stairs to his rooms. He sits at the desk for a long time in the dark without lighting the lamp. Then he picks up his outer robe again, and he goes back. He is at the archive when it opens in the morning. He reads the text again. He reads it the way he rereads things that contain information he is not yet sure he has fully received, slowly, from the first word, following every sentence to its period rather than reading in the cultivator's scanning pattern that extracts substance and drops form. He reads the case histories individually, one at a time. He reads the physician's final note. He closes the text. He sets it back on the shelf. He looks at the shelf for a while. He does not take the text. He knows this archive. He knows where the text lives. He knows his own meridian resonance will admit him here whether he announces himself or not. He does not need to carry the text to remember what is in it. What is in it is already somewhere it is harder to put down. He stands in the archive and the morning light comes through the high narrow window and falls across the shelf in a long stripe, and somewhere in the lower realms, Xianxia is at her own research, and somewhere in the 6 eastern territories, Shen Wuming is in a study with the curtains drawn. And the decree hums at the back of Wei Jinghe's golden core with its familiar insistence, and his golden core fractures very slightly in the place it has been fracturing for 4 centuries, and he feels it now, not as a background condition but as a specific thing, a located thing, a thing that has coordinates. He is very careful not to look at the coordinates directly. He is less careful than he was yesterday. He leaves the archive and steps back into the morning, and the lower realms receive him with their usual complete indifference, and he begins to walk, and the thread he has been holding for 20 years is in his hands now, fully pulled, and he cannot put it back. Chapter 8, What Wei Jinghe Left Behind. The journals arrive by way of a contact in the 3rd restricted collection of the Eastern Archive Network, a woman who owes Shen Wuming a favor that is 8 years old and which she has been waiting, with the patience of someone who knows the nature of his interest in old texts, for him to spend. He spent it 6 weeks ago, on a single request, the personal records of the previous void vessel cultivator under the decree of sundered fates, if such records existed, in whatever condition they were in. He had not expected them to exist. The contact sent them without note. They arrived wrapped in oiled cloth, 9 volumes of varying thickness and condition, the first in the formal lacquered binding of institutional record-keeping and the last 8 in progressively simpler materials, cloth, then paper, then, for the final 2 volumes, something that appears to be the blank pages of other books repurposed, their original contents faintly legible beneath the overwritten script if you hold them to the right angle of light. Shen Wuming reads this detail the way he reads most things, as information about the person who produced it. A man who began his record-keeping in the formal style and ran out of the appropriate materials as the decades passed, and found other materials, and continued. Not because anyone required the record. Because the record was necessary to the person keeping it. He sets the 9 volumes on the desk and leaves them there for 4 days. He attends to his usual work. He manages 3 territorial boundary disputes by correspondence. He reviews Luo Beichen's report on the Mid-Eastern courier situation with the appropriate care and finds it thorough, which he does not mention, and finds one error in the administrative notation, which he does correct in the margin. He drinks cold tea. He is present, in the ordinary texture of his days, in the way he is always present, completely, deliberately, without leaving gaps that impressions can enter through. On the 5th night he opens the first journal. The first journal is institutional. Wei Jinghe writes in the formal record-keeping style of 8 centuries ago, the script tighter, the forms slightly different, the vocabulary of a cultivator working within a celestial court framework that was, in that era, younger and more explicitly doctrinal than its current iteration. He documents the decree's activation, the year, the court's mandate, the formal assignment of his counterpart. He does not name the counterpart. The court's records of that era use designation numbers rather than names, a practice discontinued 2 centuries later for reasons that the administrative history describes as a shift toward personalized institutional assignment. Shen Wuming suspects the real reason was that numbers were too obviously what they were. The counterpart is designated 7L. The designation appears 63 times in the first journal. Shen Wuming counts them. He does not examine why. The first journal describes the early years, the mobilization, the decree's operational structure, the political context of the mid-court conflict that the decree was deployed to resolve. Wei Jinghe writes with the efficient clarity of an institutional cultivator doing his job. There is no visible interiority. There is no evidence that the man writing this has any relationship to the text except the professional relationship of a record keeper to a record. Shen Wuming finds this more interesting than distressing, at this point. He has produced similar documents. He knows the skill required to make a record look like it contains the full picture when it is, in fact, a surface stretched over something else entirely. He finishes the first journal. He opens the second. The second journal is still institutional, but the efficiency begins to develop irregularities. Gaps between entries. A passage that begins with a tactical assessment and ends mid-sentence, the sentence picked up in the next entry 3 days later as if no time has passed, as if the man is writing in a continuity that has no bearing on the calendar. Notation about the counterpart, 7L, that begins as tactical and develops, across the middle of the second volume, a quality of attention that is not tactical. 7L arrived at the contested boundary at the 8th hour. Formation work was evident in the Western approach, the kind of preparation that requires 2 days of sustained attention and a particular understanding of the terrain. The understanding was accurate. It was, in fact, more accurate than my own initial assessment, which I have revised. The revision required cross-referencing 3 documents I had not previously considered in combination. A brief gap. Then. I have been revising more things lately. Shen Wuming reads this passage twice. He will note to the journals and to no one else, recognizing something. Not the facts of it, not the counterpart, not the tactical context, not the specific century, but the texture of the recognition. The way it starts with a tactical observation and ends with something that is grammatically a statement but functionally a different thing entirely. He has written similar passages. His are in the margins of a 6th century Meridian treatise. He has been writing them for 46 years. He opens the 3rd journal. By the 6th journal, the script has changed. Not the content, not yet, but the physical quality of the script, the way it sits on the page. In the 1st journal it is precise, formal, consistent. In the 6th it has the quality of a man writing quickly, not because he is in a hurry but because the writing has become urgent in a different way. The words still come from the formal vocabulary. But the formal vocabulary is being deployed in service of something that the formal vocabulary was not designed for, and the inadequacy is beginning to show in the way a coat shows the shape of the person wearing it when they move. The decree does not specify the waiting period. It says, when the conditions are met, the judgment shall be enacted. The conditions have been met 12 times. I have found, 12 times, a reason internal to the conditions that required additional consideration. 7L is aware that I am finding these reasons. 7L finds them. I cannot account for this word and so I will write it and account for it later. I believe 7L finds them correct. I do not know what to do with the counterpart who agrees with my reasons for not enacting the judgment. The decree does not cover this. The decree does not cover a great deal of what has actually occurred. Shen Wuming sets down the 6th journal. He gets up. He makes tea, which takes longer than it needs to because he is doing it with more attention than the process requires, performing the method as a kind of handiwork, something to occupy the hands while the mind does what it needs to do. The Lower Realms city is dark outside the window. Luo Beichen's rooms are quiet. His disciple turned in 2 hours ago with the efficiency of someone who maintains a structured schedule regardless of what his master may be doing. He drinks the tea. He picks up the 7th journal. The 7th journal does not maintain the formal style. Somewhere in the first 30 pages, Jinghe stops writing for the institutional record and starts writing because he has to write, which is a different thing, which is what Shen Wuming understands now that he is reading the 7th journal. The handwriting is the same but the pressure of it has changed, heavier in some places, lighter in others, the script of a person who has run out of the distance between themselves and what they are documenting. There are passages Shen Wuming reads quickly. He is not proud of this. He reads them quickly because the slow read produces something he is not yet ready to receive, a recognition too specific to process all at once, and he files the quick read for later and moves on. Then the decree is enacted. It appears in the 7th journal as a single entry, dated, brief, written in the original formal script as if Jinghe reached for the institutional voice because no other voice was available. The decree has been enacted. The mandate is complete. The court is satisfied. The next page is blank. The page after that reads, I have been looking at that blank page for 11 days. Shen Wuming reads this entry 6 times. The 8th and 9th journals cover the following 800 years. They are the quietest documents he has ever read. Not nothing, there are passages about research, cultivation work, the slow accumulation of a continuing life in the aftermath of something that should have been an ending and was not, because Wei Jinghe outlived it by 8 centuries and had to do something with the time. There are passages of great precision and several of great exhaustion and a few that read simply like an old man talking to himself because there is no one else. The final entry, the last words in the 9th journal, on the final page, in script that is slower than the preceding pages, the script of a man whose cultivation has long since faded to its winter, the brush heavier in his hands than it was in his centuries of full power. I have been thinking about what I knew and when I knew it. I wonder if he knew. I think he might have known. I have thought about this for a very long time and I think he knew, by the end, not from what I said, because I said nothing, but from the way things were between us toward the last years, the way I learned not to look directly and he learned not to ask. I did not ask. I should have asked. If he knew, if it mattered to him, if it was the kind of thing that could have mattered, then I took that from him by never saying it. I took it from myself too, but that seems less important now. I should have asked. The journal ends there. Shen Wuming sits with the 9th journal closed in his hands for a long time. The lower realms city does its usual things around him. The 3rd hour passes into the 4th. The lamp on the desk burns down and he does not replace it and reads the last 40 pages by void meridian sense, which is a technique he developed in his 2nd century when he was working in conditions that did not permit conventional light and which he has never had occasion to consider as a metaphor. He is considering it now. He gets up. He finds the Meridian Lock archive in the study's secondary shelving, the small locked chest he uses for documents that require a specific kind of security, which is not institutional security but personal security, the kind that protects things not from theft but from the specific act of sitting down and reading them again when he is not ready to. He puts all 9 journals inside. He closes it. He sets the lock, which will require a sustained void meridian pulse to open and which will, by its nature, tell him exactly how much time has passed since he decided not to open it and then opened it anyway. He stands in the study for a while. Wei Jinghe followed the law. He enacted the decree. He spent 8 centuries in the ruins of it. He was not a monster. He was a man who did the correct thing and had to live with what the correct thing cost, which is a different accounting than any court has ever managed to produce. I should have asked. Shen Wuming has always been good at learning from other people's conclusions. He thinks of this as intellectual honesty, the willingness to accept someone else's derived result rather than insisting on doing every calculation himself. He has applied this quality to metallurgy, cultivation theory, intersect negotiation, and the maintenance of 15 years of legal advantage in the Eastern territorial disputes. He is applying it now to a different calculation. He has spent 46 years refining the logic of silence. He has spent 46 years running the argument through and finding it coherent and returning to its conclusion, which is, say nothing, because saying something produces a choice, and the choice produces a cost, and he cannot. He stops. He is standing in his study at the 4th hour, with 9 journals locked in a chest behind him, and the man who built the argument for silence before him did so 800 years ago and ended the only record of his life with the words I should have asked. And Shen Wuming, who reads everything, who has always learned from derivations, is looking at those words with the specific attention of someone recognizing the shape of a conclusion he has been approaching for 46 years. He does not open the chest again. He begins, very carefully, to consider telling Wei Jinghe. This is not a decision. It is the beginning of the territory before a decision. It is the territory he has not been willing to enter, and he is only at its edge, and the edge is as far as he gets tonight. But he has always been precise about location, and the location is different than it was yesterday, and he will not pretend otherwise. He goes to bed. He does not sleep well. He does not sleep well for 3 nights. On the 4th morning he gets up and makes tea and sits with the 9th journal, with the idea of the 9th journal, behind its locked chest, and writes a single line in the margin of the 6th chapter of the Meridian Treatise, which is the chapter that sits closest to what he has been trying to say for 46 years without saying it. The silence was not mercy. I have been calling it mercy. It was not. He stares at this for a long time. He does not cross it out. Chapter 9, Jiang Suyin says the quiet part. She asks him to walk with her. She does not tell him why. She does not suggest a direction. She appears at the edge of the outer cultivation grounds at the 6th hour of the morning with her sword at her back and the specific quality of stillness that is, in the 37 decades of Wei Jinghe's acquaintance with her, the stillness of someone who has already decided what she is going to say and is waiting for the right terrain in which to say it. He recognizes this. He falls into step beside her without asking where they are going. The outer cultivation grounds of the Celestial Quartz residential complex extend along the northern ridge for 4 li, which is 4 li of stone paths and terraced garden forms and the kind of deliberate natural arrangement that is never quite natural, everything placed with the intent of looking unconsidered, the manicured wildness of an institution that cannot admit it is trying. At this hour, in the sharpening cold of late autumn, they have it to themselves. The junior cohorts train at the 5th hour and finish before the 6th. The senior cultivators do not generally appear until the 8th. The 4 li of path, in this window, belong to them. They walk for a long time. Wei Jinghe has always appreciated this about Jiang Suyin, that she understands the geometry of difficult conversations, that she knows the body needs something to do with itself when the mind is required to receive information it has been managing not to receive. They walk. They pass the first terrace and the second and the section of path that runs closest to the edge of the ridge, where the northern view opens out and the mountain range is visible in the distance, its peaks suggesting rather than demonstrating themselves in the morning haze. He does not look at the mountain range and does not examine why. After a long time, when they are somewhere in the middle of the path with nothing ahead or behind that would make an obvious occasion, Jiang Suyin says, I have been reading about the decree of sundered fates. He does not change his pace. The original texts, she continues, in the same even tone. Not the court's current documentation. The older records. The pre-court versions of the formal structure, and the scholarship that preceded the court's formalization, and some of the archive materials that the court has reclassified but not destroyed, which is a distinction that matters if you know the right archive networks. He knows the right archive networks. He has always known them. He does not say this. I began, she says, because I wanted to understand what you were dealing with. The mechanics of the assignment. I thought if I understood the mechanism of the decree, I would understand. She pauses. Not because she is uncertain, because she is giving the sentence room. I thought I would understand the difficulty better. The nature of the hesitation. What it would take for the assignment to proceed. And I found the research on light vessel fracture patterns, she says. Which I was not looking for. And I found the historical documentation of previous decree assignments, which is the part one want to tell you about. The path turns at a stone arrangement that someone designed, 2 centuries ago, to resemble the shape of a specific mountain peak from a specific angle. Wei Jinghe has never been able to determine which peak, which has been a minor irritation to his sense of precision for 2 centuries. He turns with the path. The original texts, Jiang Suyin says carefully, describe the decree of sundered fates differently than the court's current documentation does. In what sense? She is quiet for a moment. He can feel her arranging the information, not selecting what to tell him, she has already selected that, but selecting the order, the entry point, the approach that will allow the truth to be received rather than simply delivered. The court's documentation describes the decree as an instrument of celestial order, she says. A mechanism for resolving the irresolvable conflict between void meridian cultivation and light meridian cultivation at their most developed levels. The premise is that the two cannot coexist without one eventually destroying the other, and the decree manages the outcome. I know the court's documentation. The original text describes something different. Her voice is the same warm, measured voice she uses for everything, and he has always trusted that voice and he is trusting it now, even as he recognizes the quality of what it is carrying. The original text described the decree not as a solution but as a response. A very old panic. The first celestial court formation encountered the void-light convergence in a previous era and did not have a framework for what it produced, and built the decree in the absence of a framework, and called it law. He does not change his pace. The mountain range is visible again, briefly, between two sections of terrace arrangement. The peaks are still suggesting themselves in the morning haze, still not demonstrating, still offering only the possibility of their own outline. What it produced, Wei Jinghe says. Not a question. A notation of the specific words she has chosen. Jiang Suyin does not flinch. She has never been a person who flinches. The convergence. When two vessels of that level and that proximity and that, she selects a word. That sustained attentiveness to each other, over a long enough period. The texts describe it as a meridian phenomenon. An entanglement of cultivated natures. The court observed it in the prior era and had no category for it and built a category by making the resolution of it into law. A pause that lasts long enough for two more turns of the path. I have also read, she says, the physician He Ruoqing's clinical compendium on light vessel fracture patterns. Which I think you have also read, or are in the process of reading. He does not look at her. Jinghe, she says. I think you already know this. He walks another 20 steps. The cultivation grounds receive him in their manicured silence, and the mountain range does its distant thing, and somewhere ahead the path will turn and the view will close and they will be back among the terraces with their arranged wildness and their institutional patience. He thinks, yes. He has known it in the way you know a thing you have successfully avoided examining, the peripheral knowledge, the data that has been accumulating in the category marked unresolvable, the thing the body has been doing while the mind looks elsewhere. He has known it since the archive. He has known it since the Luyuan district. He has, if he is honest, known it significantly longer than either of those, in the way that the fracture has been happening significantly longer than 20 years of quarterly measurement. He stops walking. Jiang Suyin stops beside him. He looks at the mountain range. He lets himself look at it directly, the specific ridge where the eastern pass used to be, the one they leveled a few weeks ago without intending to, the one that has been a landmark for 3 decades of approaches that ended without resolution. The mountains are themselves in the morning light. They do not care about the history he has made of them. He says, yes. It comes out very quietly. Not with difficulty, with the specific quality of something that has been held too long and is finally, simply, set down. He is not performing honesty. He is not demonstrating feeling. He is saying the only syllable that has been accurate for 4 centuries and has required 4 centuries to say out loud. Jiang Suyin says nothing. She is standing very still beside him, the particular stillness of someone receiving something they have been waiting a long time for, and the receiving is careful, deliberate, the way you handle things that matter. He looks at the mountain range for another moment. Then he says, still quiet, still the same quality of voice, how long have you known? The 2nd century, she says. He absorbs this without expression. I was waiting, she says, for you to be able to hear it. And now? A pause. She turns to look at him, the direct look, the full face of Jiang Suyin not performing patience but simply being patient, the 390 years of her exactly as present as they have always been. Now you can hear it. That's why I'm telling you. He looks at her. He has known her since before the decree. He has known her through every version of this assignment, through every institutional accounting, through every quarterly visit under a false name and every engagement on a mountain range that did not end. She has never said this thing before. She waited until he could hear it, and she timed it within the specific window between possible and necessary, and she is Jiang Suyin, which means that her timing is almost always exactly right. The court, he says. The court doesn't determine what is true, she says. No. He is quiet for a moment. But it determines what I have, he stops. Su Mingzhan hasn't confirmed the 60 days yet. The accounting is still pending. I know. Even if he grants it. I know, she says again. Still the same tone. The comfortable and the uncomfortable delivered in the same voice so that you only understand what she said after she's already moved on. He looks back at the mountain range. Jiang Suyin does not ask him what he is going to do. He has known her long enough to understand this choice. She trusts him. Not to make the correct decision. She has never been a woman who confused correctness with value. She trusts him to make the decision that is actually his, the one that comes from the part of him that has always known, and has been waiting, as she has been waiting, for the conditions to allow it. She is afraid, he understands, that the conditions have arrived too late. He does not say, "You may be right." He does not say, "I don't know what I'm going to do." He says nothing at all. They stand at the edge of the outer cultivation grounds with the mountain range in the middle distance and the morning moving forward around them, and after a while they begin walking again, back toward the terraced path and the residential annex and the particular continuation of the days ahead, and the word yes is still in the air between them, not fading, not retreating, but settling, with the specific weight of things that have been said for the first time after too long. It is one syllable. For 400 years, it is enough. Chapter 10. The Sect of Six Banners falls. The Sect of Six Banners made its error in the third month of the year, when its acting head, a man named Shi Wenba, who was 20 years into his leadership role and had spent most of those 20 years navigating the space between Void Meridian territorial authority and Celestial Court alignment with the anxious ingenuity of someone who has no natural aptitude for political geography, decided that the most efficient solution to his sect's prolonged exposure was to contact the Celestial Courts Eastern Administrative Office and offer to provide Shen Wuming's location in exchange for formal institutional protection. Shi Wenba was not stupid. He was a middling administrator in a precarious position with limited options and a very narrow window for action, and the decision he made was, within the constraints of his assessment, the most rational available. This is the thing Shen Wuming will note about him, later, when there is occasion for noting things, not that he was foolish, but that he operated within a framework that made this decision rational, and that the framework was the real problem, not the man. He will not note this out loud. He is noting it now, internally, while standing in the Sect of Six Banners primary courtyard and observing the conclusion of the morning's work. The work is finished. It took 4 hours, which is longer than it needed to take and shorter than it would have taken anyone else, and the difference is the Void Meridian architecture that Shen Wuming has been refining since before the Sect of Six Banners was constituted. The courtyard is intact. The residential structures are intact. The administration hall has been comprehensively addressed, which means that every document, every record, every institutional arrangement that connected this sect to the Celestial Court's reporting network has been removed from operational status in ways that will resist reconstruction. He does not destroy the cultivation library. He never destroys libraries. 3 senior disciples of the sect are standing in a line to his left, having been moved there by Luo Beichen 20 minutes ago with the specific precision Shen Wuming's disciple reserves for situations that require efficiency without demonstration. They are not bound. He does not bind people unless it is tactically necessary, and it is not tactically necessary here because they have correctly assessed the situation and have no available strategy that would alter it. Shi Wenba is at the end of the line. Shen Wuming looks at him for exactly as long as is necessary and then says, "You will relocate the sect's primary operations to the Western Corridor. You will file a change of address with the Lower Realm Administrative Network. You will not re-establish contact with the Celestial Court's Eastern Office or any of its affiliated branches." Lord Shen, Shi Wenba begins. "I do not require a response," Shen Wuming says. "I require compliance, which you will demonstrate through the actions I have described over the following 3 months. Luo Beichen will provide you with the documentation formats." He looks at his disciple. Luo Beichen nods, already holding the relevant documents, prepared with the efficiency that Shen Wuming finds genuinely useful and occasionally reminds himself to acknowledge. He does not acknowledge it now. He leaves the courtyard. Luo Beichen catches up with him at the eastern gate, which takes 30 seconds, which means his disciple was moving before Shen Wuming gave him permission to move. He notes this. He does not comment on it. They walk in silence for 2 blocks, into the Lower Realm district that borders the sect's western wall, a commercial stretch of unremarkable character. Luo Beichen says, "The documentation transfers went cleanly." Good. The court's eastern office will know within a week. They know now. Shen Wuming does not slow his pace. The contact Qi Wenba used will have reported the contact to the office's standard oversight channel. The office will have noted that the report has not been followed by the location update they were expecting. They will extrapolate from this within 3 days. That's fine, Shen Wuming says. Let them extrapolate. The location update would have been more inconvenient. Luo Beichen is quiet for a moment. He is doing the thing he does when he has something to say and is deciding how to approach the saying of it, the brief compression of his usual forward motion into something slightly more deliberate, the tell that Shen Wuming identified in the second year and has never mentioned, for the same reason he never mentions most things he has identified, because identification creates accountability for response, and he prefers the management options of apparent unawareness. You're doing it again, Luo Beichen says. I do many things. The retreating into competence thing, his disciple says, with the careful precision that means he has been thinking about this sentence for longer than the current walk. The thing you do when the other thing is getting unmanageable. You go very efficient. You find a problem that can be solved with enough exactitude and you solve it exactly, and it has nothing to do with the actual problem. Shen Wuming looks at him. Luo Beichen has the expression of a man who has said the thing and is now in the position of having said it and is managing the position with the combination of genuine nerve and genuine apprehension that characterizes him at his most effective. The sect of 6 banners needed addressing, Shen Wuming says. Yes. I addressed it. With the specific personal involvement of the Lord of the Void Meridian, for a mid-tier sect that Luo Beichen, that is, I, could have handled with a letter and 2 subordinate contacts. Shen Wuming looks forward. He continues walking. After a moment he says, I needed the morning occupied. Luo Beichen says nothing to this. He says nothing in the specific way that means he has heard exactly what was just said and is giving it the weight it deserves and is choosing, this time, not to press further. He has learned when to press and when to simply hold the record of something. This is one of the things Shen Wuming values about him, though he values it today with the complicated quality of someone who has just admitted something he had not intended to admit. They walk. The commercial district gives way to the lower realm main corridor, and the main corridor opens toward the transit formation in the civic square, and the city goes about its usual business around them with complete indifference to the particular content of the morning. Is there anything you need me to research? Luo Beichen asks. It is, on its surface, a practical question. It is not only a practical question. Shen Wuming knows this. He knows the archive of his disciples' research directions over the past several weeks, and he knows that Luo Beichen has been following threads that intersect with threads he himself is following, and he knows that Luo Beichen knows this, and they are both standing in the fact of this mutual knowledge and conducting themselves with the professional precision of 2 people who are, in their respective ways, not ready to say directly what they are circling. Not at present, Shen Wuming says. Luo Beichen nods. They reach the transit formation. Luo Beichen uses it first. He needs to return to the east for the documentation exchange with the sect's senior disciples. He leaves with the documentation folder and the quiet competence of someone who has said the thing that needed saying and has returned to function, which is where he is most comfortable when the saying is done. Shen Wuming does not use the formation immediately. He stands in the civic square and looks at nothing in particular, the ordinary lower realm midday assembly of carts and conversation and commercial transaction and the general persistence of civic life, and he is aware, with the precision of a man who tracks things he cannot afford to lose track of, that the morning's occupation is finished and the afternoon is unoccupied and the thing he was using the morning to avoid is still there. The journals are locked in the meridian chest. I should have asked. He is aware of the time. He is aware of what the Celestial Court's Eastern Office will have extrapolated from the sect of 6 banners affair. He is aware of the 60-day accounting Wei Jinghe requested, Su Mingzhan's decision still pending, the timeline still uncertain, and the awareness of it has the quality of a clock in a room you cannot leave, not heard but felt, continuously, in the background of everything else. He uses the transit formation. He returns to the lower realm study. He sits at the desk and does not immediately begin work. The journals are in the meridian-locked chest behind him. He does not open it. He sits with the work that needs doing, the water rights document, the correspondence from the northern corridor, the 2 reports Luo Beichen flagged for his review, and he does not touch any of it. I should have asked. He gets up. He does not take the transit formation a second time. He walks, which takes longer and which he does deliberately, because what he is moving toward is not something that should be approached quickly. The Lower Realm's primary historical archive is in the civic quarter, 20 minutes on foot through the afternoon crowd, and he walks through it without registering the specific composition of the people and the noise because he is doing what he does when his attention is entirely occupied elsewhere, presenting the appearance of presence while located somewhere else completely. The restricted archive is at the back of the primary collection. The archivist today is a junior assistant he has encountered twice before and who has, both times, demonstrated the admirable institutional quality of asking no questions about what he wants so long as he signs the access register and behaves correctly, which he does. The access formation responds to his void meridian resonance. The door opens. This is by arrangement. Old Yan Qingsu, who is technically the archive's primary keeper, made this arrangement 40 years ago without discussing it, and neither of them has discussed it since. He knows the shelf. He has been to this archive 31 times. He knows where the Decree of Sundered Fate's original text is kept, the pre-court document, the oldest extant copy, maintained in the climate-controlled section where the court's reclassified materials sit in the specific condition of things that have been made officially inaccessible and continue to exist anyway. He has read this text before. He has read it as scholarship, as institutional history, as the record of a structure he was born into and has been navigating ever since. He has read it the way he reads most things, completely, with the architecture intact, without following the reading anywhere it might lead. He takes it from the shelf. He finds the activation clause. He has a brush with him, he brought it without consciously acknowledging why. He opens the ink stone at the end of the shelf, the small one Yan Qingsu keeps there and has never explained and which Shen Wuming has, in 31 visits, never asked about. He holds the brush over the margin. Murongji's final entry. The blank page. I should have asked. He has not written here before because writing here was a different kind of act than writing in the margins of documents only he would ever access. Writing here was leaving something. It was writing in the direction of a specific reader. It was standing inside the thing he had been managing from the outside for 46 years, and making a mark that could be found. He writes. Not quickly. With the precision of a man who has been constructing a sentence for 46 years and is now, at last, discovering its final form. The handwriting is his usual handwriting, compressed, deliberate, each character placed with the same economy as everything else he does. He writes in the margin beside the decree's activation clause. The decree names an outcome. It does not name a cause. The cause is older than the decree and has nothing to do with celestial order. The cause is that they found each other and the heavens had no framework for what that meant, so they built a law around it instead. The law is not a law. It is a panic. He sets down the brush. He reads what he has written. He is aware that this is not, technically, a declaration. He has said the thing obliquely, analytically, in the voice of someone diagnosing the structure rather than naming their position within it. This is, he acknowledges with the honesty he applies to all his own assessments, precisely within the profile of a man who has spent 4 centuries finding the formulation that says the most possible without saying the thing itself. He is also aware that it is the most he has ever said. That a year ago he could not have written this. That Murongji's journals are in the locked chest at home and the sentence in the chest is I should have asked, and he has now written something he cannot unwrite in a text that requires light meridian resonance to access. The annotation is in his handwriting. Wei Jinghe knows his handwriting. He replaces the text on its shelf. He leaves the restricted archive. He does not know that Wei Jinghe has already been to this archive. He does not know that somewhere across the lower city, a physician's compendium has been read twice by a man who has been measuring his own fracture rate for 20 years, and that the thread has been pulled, and that the thread leads precisely here, to this shelf, to this document, to the margin beside the activation clause, and that Wei Jinghe is closer to this page than either of them understands. He knows only that he has written something. He knows that this is different from the 150 annotations in the Meridian Treatise at home, different from the 46 years of notations addressed to no one, different from every careful calibration of the most possible said without saying the thing. This is addressed. This has a reader in mind. The reader has a name, and the name is the one exception to all his rules, and he has written him a sentence that says, I have been here before you. I know what this is. I have known for longer than you have, and the knowing is this. He walks home through the afternoon crowd, present and not present in equal measure, and the lower realms conduct their usual business around him, and neither the crowd nor the city asks him anything about the particular weight of what he has just done. He returns to the study. He sits down. He opens the water rights document and works until evening. The work receives his full attention. He has stopped, for today, requiring resolution to be the prerequisite for action. This is new. He does not yet have language for how new it is. Chapter 11, Su Mingzhan arrives. He comes alone. This is the first thing Wei Jinghe notes when the attendant announces him, not a delegation, not the paired formation of court officials that institutional visits at this level customarily require, just Su Mingzhan, single, with no ceremonial escort. He has traveled personally and without the apparatus of his office, which is a choice, and the choice has a meaning that Wei Jinghe files before the door opens. He knows what kind of conversation travels light. Jinghe, Su Mingzhan says. Mingzhan. He gestures toward the chairs by the window. Sit. They sit. The afternoon is reaching the particular quality of late light that the western-facing quarters develop this time of year, gold and horizontal, the kind of light that makes everything look more significant than it is, which Wei Jinghe has always found inconvenient for practical conversations. Su Mingzhan looks at the light and then at the table between them and then at Wei Jinghe, and in the arrangement of those three looks is everything Wei Jinghe needs to know about what the next half hour contains. There is no tea. He did not call for it. He does not know, precisely, why, only that having tea would be the move of a man who expected to be comfortable, and he has not expected to be comfortable since the outer cultivation grounds, since the mountain range, since 20 years of quarterly visits and a physician's compendium and a word in archaic script that his reference text renders as love. The senior formation has concluded its deliberation, Su Mingzhan says. On the 60 days. On the 60 days. He pauses. He has a way of pausing that is not hesitation, it is the pause of someone who has determined the right words and is giving them room, the specific courtesy of a man who believes that hard news, delivered with sufficient care, can be made not easy but honest. They have granted them. Wei Jinghe says nothing. Which is to say, Su Mingzhan continues, that you have 60 days from this conversation to enact the primary decree. If, at the end of that period, the outcome remains unresolved, the court will proceed with the restructuring we discussed. He has known this was coming. The knowing changes nothing about the quality of receiving it, the way information that is anticipated still arrives with its own weight, still occupies the space it was always going to occupy regardless of how long you spent bracing for it. He looks at the western light. He looks at Su Mingzhan, who is looking at him with the expression he has always had in these conversations, the genuine regard of someone who does not find this comfortable and who will do it anyway, because comfort is not his criterion. There is a second item, Su Mingzhan says. Tell me. The court has identified a candidate. A secondary vessel, a light meridian cultivator of sufficient advancement to carry the decree's requirements, younger, without the extensive history of the current assignment. They have been briefed on the parameters. They are not yet assigned. That assignment is contingent on the outcome of the 60 days. He meets Wei Jinghe's eyes. I am telling you this because I believe you deserve to know the shape of what you are working within. Not because I think you will be deterred by it. What makes you think I won't be deterred by it? Because you have not been deterred by 30 years of evidence that the assignment is overdue, Su Mingzhan says, with the quiet precision of a man who has been turning this observation over for some time and has decided it should be said out loud. Which is not a criticism. It is a recognition. You are not a man who responds to pressure by abandoning his method. You are a man who continues according to his judgment until his judgment changes, at which point you change completely. I have known you for 2 centuries. I have seen this pattern. Wei Jinghe is quiet. What I cannot determine, Su Mingzhan says, and he says it the way he says difficult things, with the gentleness of someone who has decided this is simply true, is whether your judgment has changed or whether it is in the process of changing, and whether the 60 days is enough time for the process to conclude. And if it is not enough time, then the secondary vessel will complete the assignment. His voice does not shift. His voice never shifts. He will not have 4 centuries of reasons to hesitate, as I said before. He will not have your particular history with Lord Shen. He will execute the decree with the efficiency of someone who is performing a function rather than. He stops. He looks at the table. He says, carefully, I have watched you for 2 centuries, Jinghe. I have watched the assignment, and the intervals between opportunities, and the pattern of your reports, which have grown more thorough and less conclusive with each decade. He looks up. I am not unaware of what I am describing. And yet, Su Mingzhan agrees. The decree exists. The court's authority over it exists. I believe in both. I believe in them, I will tell you plainly, not because I have not thought about the alternative but because I have thought about it carefully and arrived at the same conclusion every time, which is that a celestial order without the capacity to enforce its own mechanisms is not an order, and the cost of that erosion is greater than any individual cost of maintaining it. He is quiet for a moment. I know you disagree with me. I have known this for approximately 40 years and chosen not to address it, because your disagreement has not, until now, affected your function. Until now. Until now. His eyes are steady. I also know you are not well. I have known this for some time. It is partly why the deadline matters, not as punishment, not as pressure of the kind designed to embarrass, but because if you cannot complete this assignment in the time available, the correct institutional response is to allow someone who can to do so. That is not a failure of you. It is a recognition of conditions. The words land the way they always land when Su Mingzhan says them, carefully, cleanly, without the roughness of cruelty because they have none. He means them. He is offering what he understands as kindness and what is, from every direction Wei Jinghe can approach it, also a specific kind of ending. I understand, Wei Jinghe says. Do you need anything from the court? No. Su Mingzhan nods. He rises with the particular economy of someone who has completed his purpose and will not extend it. At the door, he pauses. He does not turn fully. He says, to the wall and to Wei Jinghe in equal measure, I have always respected your judgment. I want you to have that, from me, before the deadline begins. Whatever you decide in the next 60 days, I believe you will decide it with integrity. I have never doubted that about you. He leaves. Wei Jinghe sits for a long time in the western light. He thinks about the physician he watching and her clinical compendium and the word that means the structural condition of being organized, at a fundamental level, in a particular direction. He thinks about the fracture rate, the progression from marginal to structural, the quality the healer had called the pattern inverting. He thinks about 60 days and a secondary vessel who will not have 4 centuries of reasons to hesitate. He thinks, what is left? This is the question he has been not asking since long before the archive. What is left, if not the function? Who is Wei Jinghe without the decree's ambient hum at the back of his cultivation, without the role that was handed to him before he was old enough to have asked for it, without the institutional framework that has been, for 4 centuries, the map by which he has navigated everything that did not fit the approved categories? The answer he keeps arriving at is not nothing. It is something he has no category for. He stands. He moves without intention, not toward the door, not toward his desk, simply moving, the sword cultivator's reflex of putting the body in motion when the mind requires room. He crosses through the residential annex and out the connecting corridor and through the secondary courtyard, following a path that is not a path, that has no particular destination, that arrives eventually at the training hall because his feet have gone there and his feet know what to do with an afternoon that has no place to put itself. The training hall is empty at this hour. The junior cohorts cleared out at the 4th watch, the senior cultivators, by general understanding, do not book the space in the late afternoon. It is his. He has made it his, over the years, with the specific territorial logic of a man who does not seek comfort but does learn which spaces cost him nothing to be in. He begins. The forms come without thought. They always do, for centuries of repetition have moved them below the level of instruction and into the body's own language, and he runs through them the way a river runs through stone, which is not purposefully but inevitably. First sequence, second sequence, the advanced forms that require full meridian pressure, the cultivation-enhanced patterns that were developed in the court's 3rd century and which he has refined to his own specificity over 400 years of daily practice. He can feel, with every form, the exact condition of his golden core. This is new. This is what the archive gave him, not the information itself, which he had been building toward for 20 years, but the ability to feel the information directly, to locate the fracture lines with a precision he had been refusing himself. He had been treating his own cultivation like a structure he managed from outside, assessing from the measurements, declining to enter the interior and feel what the measurements were measuring. He is inside it now. The fractures are not abstract. He continues the forms anyway. His golden core, at full pressure, can sustain perhaps 3 hours of this. It is the kind of metric he has always known and recently begun to feel. 3 hours used to be an underestimate. He runs the forms for 1 hour, the cultivation pushing against the fracture sites the way water pushes against cracked stone, not damaging, precisely, but truthful about the condition. He runs them for 2 hours. Jiang Suyin finds him in the 3rd. He does not stop. She does not tell him to stop. She crosses the training hall and sits at its edge, in the raised seating area that runs along the eastern wall, and she watches him the way she has always watched him, not the performance observation of an institutional assessment but the specific attention of someone who is, quietly and without making it a demand, simply present. He can feel her presence the way he can feel the fracture lines, directly, without the management of distance. He runs the forms until the golden core can no longer sustain the cultivation enhancement, and then he runs them at the level his body can manage without it. He runs them until the body's own limits are reached, which is not a point he reaches often, which takes a long time, which is the point. He stops. He stands in the center of the training hall in the quiet that follows sustained practice, the specific quality of quiet that is not silence but the body's own reduced noise, everything metabolic and mechanical and operational turned down to the level of maintenance. Jiang Suyin does not speak. He turns and walks to the seating area and sits beside her. His hands, when he looks at them, are not shaking. He has always found this detail worth noting. He does not know whether it has ever meant what he has told himself it means. He set the deadline, she says. Not a question. 60 days. She absorbs this. Not visibly, she absorbs things the way stone absorbs heat, interiorly, without display. And the other thing. They have a secondary vessel. A pause that has weight in it. I see. He was not unkind about it. He never is, she says, with the specific neutrality of someone who has formed an opinion she is not going to offer unrequested. Wei Jinghe looks at the training hall. The light in here is not the gold of the western quarters, it is a cultivation array light, bright and even, designed for visibility and assessment rather than atmosphere. He has always appreciated this about training halls. They do not try to make anything look better than it is. If I am no longer the primary vessel, he says, the secondary will be assigned. Yes. The secondary will not hesitate. No. He is quiet for a moment. He is thinking about what Su Mingzhan said and what Su Mingzhan did not say and the vast territory between those two categories. There is a version of this, he says, in which the correct institutional act is to step aside. Jiang Suyin says nothing. There is a version, he continues, in which I step aside and the secondary vessel completes the decree and I am no longer the mechanism by which, he stops. He does not finish the sentence. He is not sure, at its end, what the sentence is. And the other version, she asks. He does not answer this. Not because he doesn't know, he knows, with the specific certainty of someone who has been looking at the answer for 6 weeks and declining to call it by its name, but because saying it out loud is a different kind of act than knowing it, and he is not ready, yet, for the act. He will be ready. The 60 days will make him ready. I need to think, he says. I know. She stands. She looks at him, briefly, with the full quality of her attention, the specific look she has, the one that sees without performing the seeing, and says what it sees without performing the saying, and has been doing this for 390 years in a way that has never once failed to tell him what she actually thinks even when she doesn't speak. I'll be in the East Garden, if you want company later. Thank you, Suin. She leaves. He sits in the even light of the training hall for a long time, with the fracture lines in his golden core and the 60-day window and the shape of a word in archaic script, and he does not think about Shen Wuming. He thinks about nothing else. Chapter 12, What Luo Beichen Found. The thing about sitting on information is that it has weight. Not metaphorically, Luo Beichen has always found the metaphorical framings of interiority imprecise and slightly embarrassing, which is something he developed in his first decade as Shen Wuming's disciple when he discovered that his master had no patience for imprecision and that imprecision dressed as profundity was the specific kind he had least patience for. Information has weight in the sense that the longer you hold it, the more it costs to hold. It compresses. It applies pressure to the things adjacent to it. It does not stay the size it was when you acquired it. He has been holding this particular information for 3 weeks. It is the third week that decides him. Not anything that happens in it, no new development, no additional data point, no external event that tips the scale. Just the specific quality of the weight at 3 weeks, which is different from 2 weeks in the way that becomes, eventually, something you can no longer manage by adjusting your grip. He goes to Shen Wuming on a Tuesday. His master is working when he arrives, seated at the working desk with the posture of someone who has been in the same position long enough that the position has become the environment, a man who exists, in his hours of sustained attention, less in the room than in the document. The water rights correspondence has been there for a week. 2 months ago Luo Beichen would have assumed his master was attending to it with appropriate focus. He has revised this assumption in the past several weeks, without mentioning the revision. He sets a cup of tea at the edge of the working desk. Shen Wuming does not look up. Sit down, Beichen. He sits. He has a folder with him, a material folder, paper, the kind he uses for research compilations when he wants to have something to do with his hands during a difficult conversation. He sets it on his knee. He does not open it. He waits until his master sets down his brush and looks at him, which takes 4 minutes, which he counts. You have something, Shen Wuming says. I have several things, Luo Beichen says. I have been compiling them over several months. I want to present them in order, if you'll allow it, because the order matters for the conclusion. His master looks at him with the expression that means, proceed, and also means, I am aware that you have been building towards something and I have been allowing you the time to build it, and also means, in the specific register that Luo Beichen has spent 80 years developing a vocabulary for, I already know more of this than you think I do. He proceeds. I began, he says, with the name Wei. I found it 6 weeks ago in the index of the 3rd Restricted Archive, in a citation source for a paper about the historical deployment of the Decree of Sundered Fates. I noted it. I set it aside. I returned to it 2 weeks later when the other threads had developed enough that the citation stopped looking like noise. He opens the folder. Wei Jinghe was the void vessel cultivator bound by the previous activation of the Decree of Sundered Fates, approximately 800 years ago. His light vessel counterpart was designated in the court records of that era as 7L, which is how they did things then, which tells you something about the court of that era that I will not expand on unless you want me to. He sets a transcribed document on the edge of the desk. I found the counterpart's records. Not the court records. Those are designation numbers and institutional notations, the kind of documentation that tells you what happened and nothing about what it cost. I found the medical records. The lower realm healer networks maintained more complete archives than the court in that period. The cross-referencing took 10 days. Shen Wuming has not touched the document. He is looking at Luo Beichen with the quality of attention he gives to things that require it, not the ambient monitoring of a man who tracks his environment, but the focused regard of a man who has found the thing that needs the focus. The counterpart's fracture rate, Luo Beichen says, was documented over the final 2 centuries of the decree's deployment. The rate follows the same pattern as the cases in Physician Hiruoqing's compendium, which you have read, and which I know you have read, and which I know because the Luyuan Archives access records include your void meridian resonance signature on the dates you told me you were reviewing water rights correspondence. A pause. Shen Wuming says nothing. I am not telling you this to make a point about honesty, Luo Beichen says. I am telling you because it establishes that we are both working from the same foundational sources, and I would prefer not to pretend otherwise. It would make the arithmetic take longer. He produces a second document. This one is not transcribed, it is his own handwriting, the compact notation he developed in his first decade, which is neither his master's hand nor the standard archival script but something he built between them. It contains numbers. It contains a line graph rendered in careful ink. The counterpart's fracture rate in the final century of the decree's deployment was accelerating, he says. Not at the rate that would have been natural for the progression. Faster. There's a reason for the acceleration that I'll come to, but the consequence of it is, he sets the document on the desk, next to the first. The consequence is that the timeline from first measurable acceleration to completion of the fracture in the historical case was approximately 8 years. He watches his master's face. Nothing visible happens in his master's face. This is, Luo Beichen has learned, not the same as nothing happening. I then cross-referenced this with the current fracture data, he says. He does not explain how he obtained the current data. His master will understand how. His master will understand that the cross-referencing required accessing records from a healer in the Luyuan district, and that accessing those records without the subject's awareness is an act that carries its own weight, and that Luo Beichen made a decision about that weight 3 weeks ago and has been managing the cost of it since. He produces a third document. At the current rate, he says, which is the rate as of the most recent measurement I could access, which was 5 months ago, which is not current but is the most recent available, the structural inversion will reach critical density in approximately 1 year. He pauses. Less, if the suppression intensifies. Less than that if the source is identified and addressed without, if the identification and addressing happens in certain ways rather than others. He sets the third document down. He looks at his master. Shen Wuming is very still. Not the ordinary stillness, the other one, the qualitatively different one that Luo Beichen identified in his 5th year and has been able to read reliably since his 20th, the stillness that is not calm but the absolute concentration of a man who has received something he cannot file immediately and is holding it without displaying the holding. His hands are flat on the desk. The brush is exactly where he set it down. He looks at Luo Beichen. There is a component I have not yet addressed, Luo Beichen says. Say it. The acceleration. He looks at the graph. He does not need to look at it, he has memorized it, but it gives him something to do with his eyes, which is useful. In the historical case, the counterpart's fracture rate accelerated during the final decades. The court records of that period note an increase in direct engagement between the vessels, territorial disputes, formal summons, institutional crossings that required both of them in the same administrative spaces. More contact. More suppression required to manage the effect of the contact. The suppression and the fracture are not independent variables. He closes the folder. The Celestial Court, he says, has set a 60-day deadline. He watched his master, who has not moved. Wei Jinghe will be required to enact the decree or be replaced. I don't know the details of the formal accounting, but I have heard things, and the outline is what I have just described. 60 days. Increased institutional pressure. More contact, almost certainly, as the deadline forces the question. He pauses. The rate will not stay at 1 year. Not under those conditions. Shen Wuming says nothing. The study is very quiet. Outside the window, the Lower Realms city conducts its afternoon in the usual registers, the street noise, the ambient sound of commerce and conversation and weather and the general persistence of civic life that does not know and does not need to know what is being said in this room. Luo Beichen has always found this quality of cities useful. They are very good at continuing. He has been sitting with the last sentence for 3 weeks. He has been rehearsing it, adjusting it, applying to it the same precision he applies to everything his master has trained him to do, and in 3 weeks of rehearsal it has not become less precise or less frightening to say. He says it. I think you should tell him. No movement in his master's face. No adjustment of the hands on the desk. No change in the quality of the stillness. Luo Beichen continues, because he decided 3 weeks ago that he was going to say this completely, and completing things is also something his master taught him. I think you should tell him because the alternative is that he has 60 days and doesn't know what he's managing, and that ignorance will accelerate the fracture rate in ways that are not recoverable. I think you should tell him because the argument for silence is a calculation that made sense 40 years ago on different terms, and the terms have changed, and you are very good at updating your calculations when the terms change, and I think this is one of those times. He stops. He looks at his master. Shen Wuming has not moved. He is looking at the documents on the edge of the desk, the 3 transcriptions, the graph, the accumulated evidence of 11 weeks of Luo Beichen's research, and his expression has the quality of a man reading something he already knew was written, which does not make the reading easier but changes it. Confirms it. Removes the last available architecture of the alternative. The risk, Luo Beichen says, more quietly, of telling him, is that he names it and the fracture completes. The risk of not telling him is that he doesn't name it and the fracture completes more slowly, and alone, and without, he stops. He is not sure how to finish this. He knows what he means. He is not entirely sure his master needs him to find the words for it. I think the second risk is worse, he says. I think you think so too. I think the reason you haven't told him is not because you've calculated the risks and found them equal. I think it's because you're afraid. Another silence. You told me once, Luo Beichen says, that the distinction between tactical delay and fear masquerading as tactics is the most important distinction a cultivator can make. That the failure to make it was the failure you found least interesting to observe in your opponents, because it was legible from the outside and invisible to the person making the error. He pauses. I thought about that a lot, before I came here. His master looks at him. It is a specific look. Luo Beichen has been on the receiving end of Shen Wuming's direct attention many times in 80 years, and it always has the quality of something being very thoroughly assessed, not unkindly, not with the aggressive scrutiny of a man who wants to find fault, but with the comprehensive attention of someone who has decided that understanding a thing requires taking it all the way down to its components. He is, at this moment, one of the components. You have been sitting on this, Shen Wuming says, for 3 weeks. Yes. And you chose today. The deadline was confirmed yesterday, Luo Beichen says. I thought 3 weeks was enough sitting. The corner of his master's mouth moves. It is not quite a smile, it is something adjacent to a smile, the specific expression that surfaces very rarely and only in moments of genuine, unguarded response, the expression Luo Beichen identified in his 7th year and has been filing separately ever since, because it belongs to a different catalog than the expressions his master deploys intentionally. You quoted me at me, Shen Wuming says. You gave me very good material. A pause. Shen Wuming looks at the documents. He reaches out and straightens them on the edge of the desk, the same gesture he makes with papers that he has received and processed and is committing to the category of facts rather than pending items. The gesture is small. Luo Beichen has seen it before when his master resolves a long uncertainty, and the resolving is visible only in the reclassification of the relevant papers, and only if you know what the gesture means. He picks up his brush. He opens the Meridian Treatise, which is already on the desk, which Luo Beichen has noticed but not mentioned for several weeks. He opens it to the 14th chapter, which Luo Beichen has also noticed, and which he has calculated contains approximately 150 annotations based on the number of times it has been accessed and the relative thickness of the pages. His master opens the 14th chapter and holds the brush over it. He does not write immediately. He writes. Luo Beichen does not read what is written. He has the training, after 80 years, to observe without observing, to be present in a room without collecting the information the room contains when the information is not his to collect. He knows only that his master's brush moves, and moves again, and is set down. And then Shen Wuming closes the treatise. He picks up the cold tea. He drinks it. He sets it back. The sect of 6 banners documentation, he says. Luo Beichen blinks. He is, briefly, simply confused. It's filed. I completed the transfer 3 weeks ago. There was an error in the secondary notation on the administrative routing form. I noticed it last week. I need you to correct it. He is already opening the water rights correspondence, the real water rights correspondence. Luo Beichen understands now, the work that has actually been waiting. The corrected form should go to the Mid-Eastern Distribution Network, not the General Archive. I'll take care of it today. Thank you, Beichen. Luo Beichen stands. He picks up his folder. He collects his documents from the edge of the desk, because they have been received and their purpose is complete, and he is, in this as in everything, precise about when things are done. At the door he pauses. He does not turn. He says, to the corridor and to his master in equal measure, I left the graph. The one with the rate calculations. It seemed like something you might want to have. He does not wait for a response. He walks down the corridor toward his own rooms, and the afternoon in the lower realms continues its usual commerce, and behind the study door, if he were listening, which he is not, which is the choice he makes deliberately and without resentment, there is the sound of a brush moving. And the sound of a brush moving. And the sound of a brush moving. He makes tea. He is not going to sleep well tonight either. He has known this since he sat down. He makes it anyway. Chapter 13, The Weight of What Is Not Said. Present. The restricted archive is quieter at night. This is not strictly true in any verifiable sense. The archive has no particular acoustic property that changes with the hour, no mechanism by which darkness makes the room itself more still. But Wei Jinghe has been to this archive in the morning and the afternoon and now at the second hour past midnight, and the quality of the quiet is different in ways he cannot account for instrumentally and finds himself accounting for anyway. At night, the archive feels like a place that knows it is being inhabited against the grain of its designed purpose. At night, reading feels like an act rather than a function. He has been here for 2 hours. The text is open to the page he came to find, the page he has read 3 times now, 4 times, has been returning to with the specific compulsion of a thing that has not yet finished being received. The physician Hiruoqing's case histories are in the appendix, individual accounts, each one documented in the thorough and impartial style of someone who has located a pattern and is producing the evidence rather than the argument. He does not need the argument. He has the argument in his own body, mapped to coordinates, measured quarterly for 20 years under a false name in the Luyuan district. He reads the case histories. The first is dated 4 centuries before his own birth. A light vessel cultivator bound by an earlier form of dual vessel decree, not the decree of sundered fate specifically, which is a specific formulation, but a structural predecessor. The fracture progression is documented over a 90-year period. The notes at the end, in the physician's handwriting, read, Subject was seen for the final time at month 14 of the final year. Subject did not return for the month 18 visit. The author has been unable to determine the nature of the resolution. The record is incomplete. The record is incomplete. He has read this notation 4 times. The physician writes it with the regret appropriate to a gap in the literature. Wei Jinghe reads it with the specific understanding of someone who knows what incomplete records usually mean and what they mean in this case in particular. The second case history. The third. He reads them one at a time, following the physician's documentation to each end, staying with each ending rather than moving past it. In the 5th case, the fracture rate is described in terms that he recognizes from his own quarterly measurements. The same terminology. The same landmarks. Tertiary branches first, then secondary, then the inversion, the architecture accommodating the fracture rather than containing it. The notes at the end of the 5th case read, Subject was documented until the final month of the fracture progression. The author notes that in the subject's final recorded consultation, the subject expressed, and here the physician has used the old word again, the archaic character, the one that Wei Jinghe has now looked up 3 times from 3 different reference texts and which all render the same way, attachment, orientation, the structural condition of being organized in a particular direction, and that the expression of this, rather than the expected acceleration, produced a stabilization lasting several weeks before the final completion. He sits with this for a long time. A stabilization. The expression of the thing, rather than the expected acceleration. He has been building toward this understanding for weeks, the understanding that naming is not the same as dying, that the physician's note leaves room for something in the space between the naming and the ending, and sitting with it now, in the second hour past midnight, he finds that it is not comfort exactly. It is the difference between knowledge and its weight. He has the knowledge. He is working on the weight. The archive shelf across from him holds its texts in the careful order that Xianxia has arranged them, which is not the order anyone else would choose and which operates, as far as Wei Jinghe can determine, on a logic of anticipation, the texts placed where the person who needs them is most likely to reach. He has never asked her about this. He suspects asking would produce an answer that confirmed the method and refused the question. He looks at the shelf. He looks at the section where he knows the decree of sundered fates text lives, where he has been twice now, where the activation clause is annotated in handwriting he would know anywhere. He has been thinking about that annotation since the morning he found it, in the way you think about something you have not yet decided what to do with. The thinking is not neutral. The thinking has the quality of something approaching a decision. He is not there yet. He is not there yet, and the 60 days have begun, which means not there yet has a duration attached to it now, and the duration is specific, and he can feel the fracture lines in his golden core with the precision the archive gave him, and the precision is its own kind of pressure. He closes the physician's compendium. He sets it on the shelf. He leans back in the archive chair and closes his eyes, and the second hour past midnight holds him in its particular quiet, and he goes, without choosing to the memory. Memory, 104 years ago. The battle in the mid-eastern valley had taken 3 days. 3 days was unusual. Most of their engagements resolved in hours, the mutual recognition of equivalent force, the circuit of escalation and response that always reached the same endpoint, neither of them unable to press further without committing to an outcome that neither of them committed to, the engagement suspending at the threshold of its own conclusion like a held breath. 3 days meant that the valley had provided terrain complicated enough to make the circuit run longer than usual, which meant more damage to the valley and more time inside the specific quality of being in sustained, active opposition to a particular person's cultivation. After 3 days, the surviving members of the eastern sect that had commissioned the valley's defense had withdrawn. The valley was changed. A new tributary had appeared in the western arm where the stone had given way. The eastern ridge had lost its top 30 feet. Several things that had been standing were no longer standing. Wei Jinghe had found the stream in the southern pass before the light failed on the 3rd day. He had been a century and 6 years into the assignment by then, and in that time had developed the cultivator's practical management of the body's requirements regardless of operational context. You drank water when it was available, you ate when you could, you slept in intervals calibrated to the necessity of the situation. The assignment was not a situation that precluded these requirements. He crouched by the stream and drank from his hands and was aware, as he was always aware, of the exact location of the other person in this landscape. Shen Wuming was on the eastern side of the new tributary. Standing at the edge of it, looking at the changed channel with the expression he sometimes had, not the carefully calibrated neutrality he maintained in confrontation, but the other face, the one Wei Jinghe had been cataloging since approximately his 40th year of the assignment and had not yet found a single correct word for. The expression that looked like a man who found something genuinely interesting and could not say so without the architecture revealing itself. There's more than enough, Wei Jinghe said. He meant the stream. He knew, saying it, that the sentence could be received a number of ways, and he offered it without specifying which way he intended, which was a kind of honesty and a kind of cowardice in equal measure. Shen Wuming did not move. The new tributary ran between them, 8 or 10 feet of fast water, cold with snowmelt from the collapsed upper ridge, finding its new channel through the changed stone with the particular urgency of water that has just been given a path it didn't have before. Wei Jinghe looked at it. He looked at Shen Wuming. He thought, I could say it. The thought arrived without preamble. It had been arriving, in various forms, for approximately 60 years, not always this specific formulation, not always this clear, but always the same architecture underneath it, the same shape of a sentence he had been not saying since before he understood what he was not saying. In the 40th year he had thought it was a tactical assessment, an acknowledgement of the enemy's capabilities that he was choosing not to make explicit. In the 60th year he had thought it was a professional complication, the kind of adjacency that complicated judgment but did not constitute a fact about him. In the 80th year he had stopped calling it anything and simply not said it, because every name he gave it led somewhere he was not prepared to go. He was crouching by a stream in a ruined valley and he thought, I could say it. He was aware, thinking it, that the it was not a single thing. The it was the accumulation of 60 years of careful not saying, every tactical assessment that was not tactical, every professional complication that was not professional, every time his golden core had done the thing it did in this specific proximity and he had filed it under meridian response, 'cause indeterminate. The it was all of that, resolving finally into its actual shape, which was, I know what this is. I have known for longer than I have been admitting. I could say that I know. He could. He looked at Shen Wuming looking at the new channel. He looked at the way Shen Wuming stood, the quality of stillness, the economy of him, the specific way the third day's fatigue showed only in the slight imperfection of his posture, his back not quite at the absolute precision he maintained in formal situations, the hair that was loosened from its binding on the left side. He looked at all of this with the inventory precision that was, as Jiang Suyin had told him decades later, not tactical and never had been. He didn't say it. He pulled on it instead, with the practiced mechanism of 4 decades, not suppressing it, not ignoring it, but directing its energy away from the conclusion the way you redirect water from a saturated channel, giving it somewhere to go that was not the place it was going. He redirected it into function. Into the decree at the back of his golden core with its ambient hum. Into the professional relationship, the institutional context, the framework that was designed for exactly this, for containing the things that didn't fit the categories by turning them back into categories. Shen Wuming crossed the tributary. He crouched beside the stream, 3 feet from Wei Jinghe, which was closer than they had been at rest in perhaps 30 years, close enough that the particular quality of his cultivation was present the way a temperature is present, ambient and undeniable, and he drank from his hands, and he did not say anything. He did not look at Wei Jinghe. Wei Jinghe did not look at him. They sat like that for a long time in the ruined valley, with the stream between them and then not between them, and the sound of the new channel finding its way through the changed stone, and the particular quality of silence that is not empty but occupied, a silence full of the things that have been decided not to be said. When Shen Wuming left, Wei Jinghe watched him go. He sat with the unsaid sentence for a long time after, in the new quiet of the valley. He filed it. He assigned it to the category of acknowledged and set aside. He was very precise about this. He understood, sitting there, that he was choosing a specific kind of integrity over a different kind, and that this was a defensible choice, and that the defense of it was solid. He was very sure, for approximately a decade, that he had made the right one. Present. The archive is still quiet. The 2nd hour past midnight has become the 3rd. Wei Jinghe opens his eyes. The shelf is in front of him. The physician's compendium is in its place. The decree text is in its place, 2 sections down, with the handwriting in the margin that he has read 3 times and has been reading since without the text in his hands. He thinks about the sentence in that margin. He thinks about what it means that the sentence is there, in that handwriting, in a text that requires his specific meridian resonance to access. He thinks about the valley. He has been thinking about the valley since the outer cultivation grounds, since the archive in the morning, since every morning for the past several weeks in the way you think about the thing that has become the primary reference point, the thing you keep returning to because it contains the fact you keep approaching. He had thought, a century ago, that he had made a defensible choice. He has been looking at the defense for years now, with the slow attention of someone who knows that a structure is not sound just because it has not yet failed. The defense holds. It has always held. This is the problem, it holds even now, examined from every direction, applying the physician's data and Jiang Suyin's research and 60 years of quarterly measurements and all of it. The choice was defensible. The framework was real. The decree is real. The cost of the function he carries is real, and the cost of refusing it would be real in other directions, and none of this is simple. The cost of the unsaid sentence is also real. He has the coordinates for the fracture lines now. He can feel them with his hands, metaphorically speaking, can run his cultivation attention along their edges and understand, with the body's specific knowledge rather than the mind's clinical distance, what the healer has been measuring for 20 years. They are not painful, precisely. They are familiar. They have the specific quality of things you have been carrying so long they have become part of the texture of existing, become the baseline, become the architecture. He is thinking about what it would cost to set them down. Not the consequences, those are calculated, logged, the physician has documented them with thorough desolation. The cost before the consequences. The cost of the act of naming, in the moment before the naming produces its results. He is trying to understand what it would feel like to be standing in that moment, and the understanding is arriving slowly, from the direction of the ruined valley and a century-old stream and a sentence he did not say and has been carrying since. He stands. The archive receives his departure with the equanimity it extends to everything. He leaves it as he always leaves it, the text in its place, the room in its order, the meridian lock resetting when he crosses the threshold. He steps into the night, into the lower realms reduced hour quiet, into the streets that are not empty but are doing the lower register things that streets do at this hour, a few still moving, a few sleeping in arrangements that make use of the available shelter, a night shift tea house with its light falling into the street in an orange rectangle. He walks. He does not have a direction. He is a man who walks in the lower realms at 3 hours past midnight without a direction, which is the behavior of someone who has been in the archive thinking for long enough that the thinking has used up its architecture, and the thinking is still happening but needs to happen somewhere with more air. He is closer than he was. He is closer than he was yesterday. He is closer than he was in the ruined valley a century ago with the stream and the unsaid sentence, closer than he was in the eastern wastes with the contested boundary marker and the formality they both knew was the shape of something else. He is not at the place where the sentence gets said. He is in the territory before it, the territory that has a direction and a distance, that has 60 days and a rate curve and a graph of acceleration, that has the specific quality of approach. He knows what he is approaching. He has been knowing what he is approaching for a very long time. The lower realms move around him in their late-hour way, and the streets receive his passing with their usual indifference, and somewhere across the city the restricted archive holds its texts in the order Yan Qingsu arranged them, and in one of those texts a margin annotation waits in handwriting that is not his. He has read it 3 times. He is going to read it again. He turns, in the direction his feet have been taking him without his noticing, and the direction is the archive, which he left 5 minutes ago, which he is already returning to. He has been here before. He is closer this time. Chapter 14, The Lower Realms Summit. The political irony of the Lower Realms Summit is sufficiently precise that Shen Wuming suspects Su Mingzhan of engineering it, which is unfair. Su Mingzhan does not engineer ironies, he is not built for indirection, and then suspects the situation itself, which is not built for anything but is very good at producing outcomes that resemble design when examined closely enough. The territorial dispute in the South March provinces is genuine. It has been developing for years, fed by 3 decades of administrative ambiguity and 2 mid-tier sects with overlapping claims and a water allocation structure that the Celestial Court's regional office managed badly and then abandoned. It is exactly the kind of dispute that requires senior cultivators of both jurisdictional authorities to be physically present for resolution. Both jurisdictional authorities. It could not be more efficiently put. He arrives at the South March Administrative Hall on the morning of the first day and takes his delegation's assigned seat at the left table, which is the table that faces the windows and the view of the river and which he chose deliberately, because controlling the view one looks at when conversation becomes insufficiently interesting is the kind of small management that costs nothing and is never unnecessary. Luo Beichen is to his left. The 3 sect representatives who comprise his formal delegation are arranged behind him according to the protocol that the South March administrators sent in advance. He does not look at the other table. He looks at the window. The river is doing the things rivers do in mid-autumn, moving, reflecting the overcast sky in an imprecise way, providing the kind of landscape backdrop that says nothing and requires nothing and delivers its neutrality with complete reliability. He has always found rivers restful for this reason. They do not have opinions about the proceedings. Lord Shen. The South March Chief Administrator, a woman in her 200th year who has been managing this dispute's preliminary documentation for 3 of those years and looks appropriately tired of it. He inclines toward her. She acknowledges him and turns to the right table to begin the equivalent acknowledgement, and Shen Wuming does not follow her attention but is aware, with the precision of someone who has spent 4 centuries developing a spatial mapping function that does not require him to look directly at anything, of where Wei Jinghe is sitting. He is 12 feet away. He is on the right table, first chair, with Jiang Suyin to his right and 2 institutional representatives behind him. He is looking at the administrator. He has been looking at the administrator since Shen Wuming entered the room, which means he is aware of Shen Wuming's entrance and is choosing not to register it, which is not the same as not registering it, which is a distinction Shen Wuming has spent 400 years understanding in precise detail. The first day is administrative. This is its technical description and also its accurate description. The South March Chief Administrator presents the history of the territorial dispute in the careful formal register of someone who has lived with a problem long enough to have developed the ability to narrate it without visible frustration, which is admirable. The 3 subsequent speakers present their positions. Documentation is exchanged. Positions are established. Shen Wuming participates in this with the professional competence that institutional settings require and that he finds, in small doses, genuinely preferable to the messier management of personal situations. He does not speak across the tables. Wei Jinghe does not speak across the tables. They speak to the administrator. They speak to their respective delegation members. They speak to the assembled South March representatives when addressed directly, which happens 4 times in the first day's session. They are 2 senior cultivators at a formal institutional summit conducting themselves with the precise decorum appropriate to the context, and if anyone in the room has noticed the particular quality of formality between the 2 head delegations, formality that is slightly more exact than the occasion requires, with the quality of care that usually indicates a relationship rather than a procedure, they have not mentioned it. Luo Beichen mentions it, at the end of the first day, in the corridor outside the residential wing. "You're both performing," he says, in the voice he uses when he has decided to say something directly rather than approaching it from the side. Everyone in a formal summit is performing. "You're performing at each other," Luo Beichen says, with the precision of a man who has identified the distinction and is not interested in pretending otherwise. "It's different. You're both performing so correctly that the correctness is the thing. Is there a question in this?" "No," his disciple says. "I'm just noting it." He pauses. "For the record." Shen Wuming looks at him. Luo Beichen looks back with the expression he has developed over 80 years that is simultaneously the expression of a man reporting an observation and the expression of a man prepared to be told the observation is unwelcome and prepared to maintain it regardless. "Make sure the delegation's documentation is in order for the second day's session," Shen Wuming says. Luo Beichen nods. "It already is." He walks to his room. He closes the door with the specific courtesy of someone making no point whatsoever by the closeness. Shen Wuming stands in the corridor for a moment. He is 12 feet, through 2 walls and a residential hallway, from Wei Jinghe's assigned quarters. He knows this not because he has mapped the residential wing, but because 12 feet has been a unit of relevant measurement since the morning session, and the measurement is not tactical. He goes to his room. He does not sleep immediately. He lies in the cultivator's maintenance rest that is not quite sleep but serves most of the same purposes, and he thinks about the water rights documentation and whether the South March allocation formula can be restructured without requiring an additional 60-day deliberation period, and he does not think about the man 12 feet away, and he does not think about this specifically and deliberately, which is a different thing from not thinking about it. The second day is technical. The morning session involves the formal presentation of the disputed water allocation records, which are extensive and partially contradictory and require the kind of detailed cross-examination that Shen Wuming is genuinely good at and finds genuinely engaging, in the way he finds most technical problems genuinely engaging, the puzzle of it, the specific satisfaction of finding the inconsistency that explains the apparent inconsistency. He follows the records line by line with the attention he gives to documents of actual interest, and asks 4 questions that produce the 3 admissions that restructure the morning's position entirely, and watches the South March administrators revise their previous documentation with the look of people who are professionally pleased to have the problem located even if locating it makes their afternoon more complicated. Wei Jinghe, at the right table, does not look at him while he is doing this. Wei Jinghe is looking at his own documentation, which is the correct institutional behavior, and also, Shen Wuming has catalogued over 15 years of adjacent professional operations, what Wei Jinghe does when he is paying close attention to something that is not in his documentation. The documentation receives his eyes. Something else receives his attention. Shen Wuming does not examine this catalog data point. The afternoon session develops a complication. The South March water allocation structure has, as its underlying architecture, a formation system that was installed in the territory's 2nd century and which interacts poorly with 2 overlapping cultivation networks. This is a technical fact with specific technical implications for the new allocation structure being negotiated, and the technical implications require access to documentation that neither the South March administration nor either delegation has brought to the summit because no one anticipated that the formation system's age and architecture would be relevant. The chief administrator pauses the session. She turns to the right table. She says, "Lord Wei, I believe your delegation's institutional archive has the formation records for the South March 2nd century infrastructure." She turns to the left table. "Lord Shen, I believe your records contain the current cultivation network maps." A pause. Is there a possibility of a coordinated documentation review before the evening session? The room is quiet in the way of a room that has just posed a question everyone in it knows the answer to and no one is going to address directly. Luo Beichen, to Shen Wuming's left, is very carefully not moving. "Of course," Wei Jinghe says. Shen Wuming looks at the window. The river is still doing the river's reliable nothing. "The East Conference Room," he says, "should be appropriate." The East Conference Room is a small room, which is its only notable quality. It has a table and 4 chairs and adequate light and the particular temperature of rooms in administrative buildings that are maintained for use rather than comfort. It holds 2 senior cultivators and their respective documentation, and the documentation is on the table and the 4 minutes begin. Shen Wuming lays out the cultivation network maps. Wei Jinghe opens the formation records. They are standing on the same side of the table, which is the practical arrangement for cross-referencing 2 sets of documents, and the practical arrangement puts them at approximately 2 feet of distance, which is not the 12 feet of the session room. He is aware of this. He is aware of this with the precision of someone who has been tracking a specific measurement since the morning and has now received a significantly different value. Wei Jinghe's hands move through the formation records with the efficiency of someone who knows exactly what he is looking for and where it is. He finds the 2nd century infrastructure notation. He sets it beside the relevant section of the cultivation network map. He points to the intersection. "There," he says. Shen Wuming looks at the intersection. He traces the cultivation map's network notation to its source document, which requires his attention on the paper rather than the room. "The eastern node is duplicated," he says. The formation system routes through 2 channels that the current network treats as exclusive. That explains the allocation failure in years 12 through 15 of the current structure. And the secondary overflow in the northern tributary. He finds the annotation in the map and indicates it. Wei Jinghe looks at the annotation. He looks at it for a moment longer than the annotation strictly requires, and then he says, "The resolution would need to run through both documentation sets. I can have a coordination document drafted by the morning session. A unified routing notation would be cleaner." Agreed. A pause. "Do you want to draft it jointly or exchange separate sections?" "Exchange sections. It will be faster. Then I'll take the formation framework and you take the network mapping." 2 hours. 1.5. Wei Jinghe looks at him. There is something in it, not the institutional look. Not the look he gives the documentation when he is paying attention to something else, but the direct look, the one he uses for assessment and occasionally, in their register, for something Shen Wuming has been cataloging for 4 centuries under the inadequate heading of the other look. It is very brief. It is over before it is made. 1.5, Wei Jinghe agrees. He takes his documentation and leaves the East Conference Room. Shen Wuming remains at the table for approximately 10 seconds, looking at the cultivation network maps. He collects them. He leaves. The joint document is exchanged at the 1.5 hour mark, is ready for the evening session, is approved without complication, and the South March Summit concludes on the 2nd day's schedule with the disputed water allocation properly structured and 2 mid-tier sects considerably less inclined toward ongoing territorial conflict. It is a successful institutional outcome. Everyone in attendance acknowledges this. The delegations disperse. The South March administrators begin the process of formal documentation. Shen Wuming returns to the lower realms. He thinks about the 4 minutes for 6 days. This is, he will acknowledge to the cold tea in the 14th chapter and no one else, not the behavior of a man who is managing his situation correctly. He knows this. He knows the shape of it, the way the mind returns to a thing because the thing is unfinished, because there is something in it that has not been received yet, because the act of standing 2 feet from a specific person and discussing routing notations while the 60-day clock is in progress and the fracture rate is what it is, and there is an annotation in a restricted archive that he left in handwriting he did not disguise, and there is an East conference room with a table and adequate light and a look that lasted 3 seconds and was not about the documentation, because there is something in all of this that has not been received. He knows what has not been received. He is in the process of receiving it. The 4 minutes were the most ordinary 4 minutes of the past 60 days. Water allocation. Formation records. Routing notation. The professional interaction of 2 cultivators with the correct documentation at the correct moment, conducted with the institutional efficiency of people who are both very good at their function. The 4 minutes were also, he has been thinking for 6 days, the answer to a question he has been asking in various forms for a very long time, which is this: what do we actually look like, without the decree and the battlefield and the 4 centuries of architecture? What are we, in a room with a practical problem and the same side of the table and 2 feet of distance and 1.5 hours? He knows, now, what they look like. They look like this. They look like 2 people who are very good at the same kind of work and would, given the practical problem and the same table, spend 1.5 hours doing the work and not waste the time on anything else and be better together than apart and know it, would know it the way you know a good translation, the way you know when 2 systems have been designed with the same underlying logic even if they were built independently. He has been thinking about this for 6 days. He has written approximately 11 annotations in the 14th chapter. Luo Beichen, on the 4th day, left tea outside the study and did not knock, which is the thing he does when he has made a judgment about whether his master should be interrupted. Shen Wuming drank the tea. He did not knock on Luo Beichen's door to thank him. He did not have to. This is the texture of their dynamic, the specific efficiency of 2 people who have lived in adjacent rooms for 60 years and know the operations of the other person's silence. On the 6th day, he opens the water rights correspondence that has been waiting since before the summit. He works through it in 4 hours. He does not, in those 4 hours, think about routing notations or East conference rooms or looks that lasted 3 seconds. He thinks about water rights, and the thinking is genuine, and the work is done correctly, and when it is finished he sets the correspondence in the completed pile and picks up the brush and opens the 14th chapter and looks at the 11 annotations. He adds a 12th. Then he closes the text and puts it away and sits at the working desk in the lower realm afternoon with his hands flat on the surface, and the city conducts its usual business 2 levels below, and he allows himself, for the first time in 6 days, to think about the 1.5 hours without managing the thinking. It is worse than he expected. It is better than he expected. It is, he decides, precisely what it is, which is, something he is going to have to stop moving parallel to. He has known this. He picks up a different text. He begins to work. He does not yet know that Wei Jinghe has been back to the archive. He does not yet know how little time there is. He will know both of these things soon, and the knowing will be the thing that finally resolves the geometry of where he is standing into the geometry of where he needs to go. But that is not today. Today is the 12th annotation, and the completed water rights correspondence, and the 6th-day thinking finally allowed to be itself, and the lower realm afternoon going about its business with complete indifference to the fact that a man is sitting at a desk deciding something without quite deciding it yet. The city does not require his decision. He makes it anyway. Chapter 15, What Jiang Suyin Does Not Say. She finds the mechanism on a Tuesday in the 3rd week of the 60 days. She has been looking for it for longer than that, since before the outer cultivation grounds, since before she told Wei Jinghe what she found in the original texts, since before she read Physician He Ruoqing's compendium and confirmed what she had already begun to suspect from the pre-court archive materials. The mechanism has been adjacent to everything she has been reading for months. She found it the way you find things that have been there the whole time, by stopping looking for them and simply reading what the text says. The text is in the restricted archive in the lower realms. She has been there twice before, once in the 7th week of her own research, when she followed the pre-court records to their source material, and once 6 weeks ago when she obtained access to the healer's archive cross-references. She goes a third time on the Tuesday, for a text she requested through a contact in the lower realm archive network, a text she has been waiting 3 weeks to read. The text is not classified. This is the first thing she notes when she picks it up. It is not classified, not reclassified, not the kind of deliberately inaccessible document that the court buries rather than destroys. It has simply been sitting in the mid-level stacks of the lower realm's secondary historical collection, available to anyone who knew it existed and wanted to read it, which no one has apparently wanted to do for approximately 2 centuries, because its subject matter is too clinical for the general reader and too unfashionable for the scholarly one. The author is a formation theorist from the pre-court era named Wei Jinghe. The text is titled, in the formal script of its era, On the Structural Consequences of Suppression in Dual-Vessel Cultivation Systems. It is 53 pages. She reads it in one sitting. The mechanism is in the 41st page. The light vessel fracture, Wei Jinghe writes, in the careful and slightly formal style of someone who has derived a conclusion from a great deal of observed evidence and is presenting the evidence before the conclusion in order to forestall the objection, is not produced by exposure to the void vessel. This is the most important finding of the author's 3 centuries of documentation, and the author states it explicitly because it contradicts the common understanding, which is that the fracture results from sustained proximity and should therefore be addressed by reducing proximity. The author has observed, in 17 documented cases across 3 eras, the following: cases where proximity was reduced showed no improvement in fracture rate. Cases where proximity was increased showed no consistent worsening. The variable that correlated with fracture progression in all 17 cases was not proximity. It was suppression. Specifically, the sustained effort, on the part of the light vessel cultivator, of managing the internal response to the proximity. Not the proximity itself. The management of the response to it. Jiang Suyin sets the text on the archive table and presses both hands flat against the surface. She understands, immediately, what this means. She has always been very good at receiving implications at full speed rather than needing to work toward them, which has made her, over 390 years, an effective researcher and occasionally a person who has to sit very still for a moment after reading the 40th page of a formation theory text. Wei Jinghe is not dying because of Shen Wuming. He is dying because of the effort of pretending that Shen Wuming does not matter. The distinction is technical. The distinction is, she understands sitting with both hands on the archive table, everything. She has been thinking for months in the framing of the proximity, the presence of the void vessel as the cause, which is what the court's understanding implies and what the common reading of the fracture phenomenon suggests. Even physician Hiruoqing's compendium, thorough and precise as it is, frames the mechanism in terms of the sustained suppression of the feeling rather than the effort of managing the effect of the presence. The distinction between those 2 framings is subtle and complete. It means, removing Shen Wuming would not save Wei Jinghe. It means, Wei Jinghe could have been in the same room as Shen Wuming every day for 4 centuries without a single fracture line, if he had not been spending those 4 centuries sustaining the effort of managing the effect. The fracture is not the decree's cost. The fracture is the cost of the management. The fracture is the price of the pretending. She picks up the text. She reads the 41st page again. She reads page 42, which contains the corollary, that in 2 of the 17 cases, the fracture progression reversed partially when the light vessel cultivator ceased the management effort. Not completely. The damage already done was not recovered. But the progression slowed, and in 1 of the 2 cases, appeared to arrest, for a period of approximately 4 years. She closes the text. She sits in the restricted archive for a long time. She has been thinking about timing for months, has been turning the question over with the patience she has developed in 390 years of understanding that the right information at the wrong moment is functionally worse than no information, that truth delivered before someone can receive it lands differently than truth delivered in the window between possible and necessary. She timed the outer cultivation grounds correctly, Wei Jinghe could hear it, and she told him, and the telling was the thing that moved him into the archive, and the archive was the thing that moved him into the question he has been carrying since. She is trying to determine whether this is the same kind of moment. The mechanism changes things. If Wei Jinghe understands that the fracture is not about Shen Wuming's presence but about the management of his response to it, he will understand that the naming is not the end. The naming is the end of the management, which is different. He has been approaching the naming with the specific quality of a man who knows it will cost him something and is trying to determine whether the cost is acceptable. The mechanism tells him that the cost is not the naming. The cost was already paid, continuously, for 4 centuries. What the naming does is stop paying the cost. This is information that should be delivered before the naming. She knows this. She also knows that there is a version of this delivery in which the mechanism becomes another reason to wait, another calculation to run, another analysis to complete before the decision is made. She knows Wei Jinghe well enough, in the specific way of 390 years of close attention, to know that he will not use the information this way. He has already moved past the point where additional information is a reason to delay. But she is not entirely certain of this. She is 90% certain, which is not the same as certain. She weighs this. She decides to wait 1 more week. The week passes. She spends it in the way she has been spending most weeks since the decrees. Deadline was confirmed, in research, in careful attention to Wei Jinghe's condition without making the attention visible, in the cultivation of patience that is not passive but active, the practice of holding the right thing back not because she doesn't have it but because she is watching for the moment when having it delivered will do more than having it withheld. On the 4th day of the week, she observes Wei Jinghe returning from the lower realms at the 3rd hour past midnight. She is awake because she sleeps less than she used to and spends the reduction in the East Garden or the outer cultivation grounds with the specific efficiency of someone who has decided not to waste the hours she has but to use them quietly. She sees him come through the eastern gate with the posture of someone who has been walking through the lower realms for a long time, not tired, not hurried, the body's own resolved pace. He does not see her. She does not announce herself. She watches him cross the inner courtyard and go into the residential annex. She thinks, the archive. He has been going back to the archive. She has known this from the access records and from the particular quality of his bearing in the mornings after, which is the quality of a man who is approaching something rather than the quality of a man who is doing his usual work. She has been watching this approach for weeks. She has never said anything about it, because it is his approach to make and his pace to set, and she learned in the 2nd century that the most useful thing she could do for Wei Jinghe was generally to be present without shaping the territory. On the 6th day of the week, she reads Bao Lingjing's text again. On the 7th day, she sits with it. She is afraid. She knows this, names it to herself without flinching, because she has never been a person who benefited from imprecision about her own condition. She is afraid that the 60 days will run out before Wei Jinghe reaches the sentence he is approaching. She is afraid that the secondary vessel will be deployed and the secondary vessel will do what Wei Jinghe hasn't done and the decree will be enacted by someone who does not understand what he is enacting. She is afraid that her timing, which she has always trusted, which has been the thing she relied on when she had nothing else to offer, has been wrong, and that she waited too long on the outer cultivation grounds, and that she is waiting too long now. She sits with the text and the fear in equal measure. She thinks about what she knows about Wei Jinghe, that he commits fully once he has decided, that he does not hedge, that the approach she has been watching is an approach with a specific destination and the destination is not in question. The question is only time. The question has always only been time. She waits 1 more week. The week passes. She spends it in the way she has been spending most weeks since the deadline was confirmed, in continued research, in careful observation of Wei Jinghe's bearing from appropriate distances, in the active practice of patience that she has been cultivating for 390 years without it ever becoming easy. She thinks about the 41st page of Bao Lingjing's text. She thinks about the mechanism. She thinks about Wei Jinghe returning from the lower realms at the 3rd hour past midnight with the posture of a man who is approaching something rather than moving away from it, and she thinks about whether she is reading the approach correctly. On the 4th day of the week she sees him in the East Garden. He is not doing anything in particular, sitting with the same quality of occupied stillness he has in the outer cultivation grounds when he is thinking rather than working. He does not see her. She does not announce herself. She watches him for 10 minutes from the corridor entrance, and what she observes in those 10 minutes is a man who is in the process of something, a man whose bearing has the specific quality of a decision that is not made but is being made, the long continuous work of becoming ready for a thing. She thinks, not yet. She does not know if this is the right reading. She does not know if her timing, which she has always trusted, is calibrated correctly to this situation, which is unlike any other situation she has navigated in 390 years. The outer cultivation grounds were straightforward in their complexity. She had information he could hear, and she waited until he could hear it, and the delivery was correct. This is different. The mechanism is not information that completes a picture, it is information that changes the shape of the cost, that would tell him the naming is not the payment of a debt but the end of the paying, that the fracture has never been his punishment for feeling but his punishment for refusing to. It is information that could free him. It could also be, if delivered before he has found his own way to the sentence, another calculation to run. Another variable in the analysis of a decision that must, in the end, be made from inside rather than outside. She is trying to determine which. On the 7th day of the week, she makes her decision. She will wait. Not indefinitely. She has passed indefinitely, past the long patience of the century in which she knew and said nothing, past the comfortable management of someone else's slow approach. The deadline is not indefinitely. The secondary vessel is not indefinitely. She has a limit and the limit is visible from where she is standing and she is going to hold this information until the moment when holding it becomes the wrong choice. She is watching for that moment. She does not think she has reached it yet. She is afraid she is wrong. She loved him first, she thinks, not romantically, she has never thought of him that way, which is its own kind of clarity, but in the specific way of someone who saw, in the 2nd century, a person doing the most important work of their life entirely in the wrong direction, and chose to stay close enough to be useful when usefulness became possible. The usefulness has been slow to arrive. It arrived, when it arrived, in installments, the outer cultivation grounds, the pre-court records, the physician's compendium. Each piece in its season. This piece has its own season. She has not found the season yet. She sits in the East Garden on the 7th day with Bao Lingjing's 41st page memorized and the mechanism understood in full and the decision settled around her like a coat in wrong season weather, necessary and uncomfortable, the thing you maintain not because it's easy but because you have judged it correct. She waits. The garden continues its usual autumn business. A leaf from the stone arrangement. The morning light on the path. The ordinary persistence of a world that does not know what is being held or how long the holding has taken. She waits one more week. Chapter 16, Crisis 3, The Ambush. The formation is one of his. This is the first thing he recognizes when he arrives at the Eastern Gorge, the architecture of it, the specific geometry of the containment structure, the way the node placements reflect a theoretical framework he developed in his 2nd century for managing void meridian disruption at contested boundaries. He wrote the framework as a theoretical document. He never expected it to be deployed. He never expected it to be deployed like this. The joint sect operation has been running for approximately 4 hours by the time Wei Jinghe reaches the gorge's upper ridge. He was routed here by Su Mingzhan's operational office, a communication that arrived with the brisk efficiency of someone who had been waiting for exactly this configuration, which means it was planned, which means someone in the court's administrative apparatus has been tracking the joint sect's movements and Wei Jinghe's patrol schedule and the specific territorial overlap of the Eastern Gorge and has arranged the three of them to coincide. He is aware of this. He has been aware, since the communication arrived, that he is being positioned rather than deployed. The distinction, from the court's perspective, is administrative. From his own, it is the difference between a function and a mechanism. He is not going to examine this distinction right now. He comes over the upper ridge in the pale morning light and he sees the formation first. Sees its parameters, its coverage, the way it has been staked into the gorge's natural stone with the kind of precision that required someone to understand his original framework well enough to adapt it for field conditions. 3 formations teams, minimum. 12 to 15 cultivators. A 3-hour setup window they used the joint sex engagement to cover. He sees the formation. He sees Shen Wuming inside it. He is in the center section of the gorge, which is the formation's highest containment zone, the area where void meridian disruption is most complete, where a cultivator of his alignment would find his own architecture turned against him, the channels that normally carry his power temporarily rerouted into the formation's structure and held there. He is not restrained physically. He does not need to be. The formation has taken care of the parts that matter. He is injured. The joint sects work, before the formation sealed around him, 3 hours of engagement against outnumbered opposition, which is the configuration someone designed specifically for this. His robes are dark at the left side in a way that has nothing to do with the fabric's color. He is standing in the posture of someone who has made a decision about the pain and filed it in the category of irrelevant, and is now waiting with the patient economy of a man who has correctly assessed his situation and is not wasting energy on assessments he has already made. He has not seen Wei Jinghe yet. Wei Jinghe stands on the upper ridge for a long moment. The formation is below him. Its parameters are visible to his light meridian cultivation the way architecture is visible to someone who built it, not as mystery but as structure, known from the inside. He can see the node placements. He can see the interlocking channels. He can see the 3 points that, if disrupted simultaneously with the correct meridian pressure, would collapse the containment field from the outside. These are, because it is his framework, points he knows. No one who did not design the framework would know them. This is why Su Mingzhan routed him here. The court expected him to finish it. This is the sentence that has been in the air since the communication arrived, delivered without words, spoken in the logic of the arrangement, the formation that only he can dismantle, the target it contains, the 60-day clock and the 30 days already spent, the secondary vessel being briefed somewhere in the court's administrative halls. The court did not send him here to dismantle the formation. The court sent him here because the formation's designer is the only person who can finish the job the formation has begun. He stands on the ridge and he looks at the man in the gorge and he runs no calculations. He has spent 4 centuries calculating. He has spent 4 centuries with the decree at the back of his golden core and the function before him and the careful management of every variable that could complicate the function's execution. He has been very good at the calculating. The calculating has been very good at keeping him in the position of not having decided, which is not the same as not knowing what he would decide, which is a distinction he has been declining to examine for a very long time. He is not declining anymore. He goes down into the gorge. The formation's outer boundary acknowledges his meridian resonance and does not resist his entry, because it was built on his framework, because his framework was designed to permit the architect's passage. He is inside the containment field before the nearest formation team has registered his approach. He is at the first node before anyone has moved. He disrupts it. The first node comes apart cleanly, the correct meridian pressure at the correct angle, the way you open a lock you built. The formation shudders. The nearest cultivators shout. He does not listen to the shouting. Second node. He is already moving when the formation teams begin their response, 4 of them converging from the gorge walls, the joint sect members coming from the eastern section, the specific controlled urgency of a response that was anticipated and trained for. He was not supposed to be inside the formation. He was supposed to be above it, arriving at the conclusion the court arranged. He is not above it. He is at the second node. Third node. The formation collapses. Not dramatically, these things rarely are. The containment field simply stops being a containment field, the nodes go dark, the channel architecture releases, the void meridian disruption that has been holding Shen Wuming in place dissipates with the specific quality of a pressure equalized rather than a structure destroyed. The gorge is quiet for a moment in the way things are quiet when something that has been loud for a long time has stopped. Wei Jinghe is standing in the center of the formation's former parameter line. Shen Wuming is 6 feet from him. The joint sect cultivators are stopped at the gorge walls, held there by the particular quality of the moment, the recognition that the man who just dismantled the formation from the inside is heaven's sword of judgment, which is not the outcome they were briefed on. The formation teams are stopped. Everyone is stopped. Shen Wuming looks at him. He looks injured and present and exactly himself in the way that he is always exactly himself, the economy of him, the specific quality of stillness that is not peace but the mastery of all the things that are not peace. He is holding his left side in a way that is very nearly not holding it, the minimal acknowledgement of an injury by a man who has decided the injury does not change what he does next. He looks at Wei Jinghe. Wei Jinghe looks at him. The decree hums at the back of his golden core. It hums with the specific insistence of 4 centuries and a 60-day clock in its 30th day, and a court that arranged this moment with institutional precision and is waiting, somewhere beyond this gorge and these walls and this particular configuration of the morning, for an outcome. He can feel the fracture lines in his golden core with the coordinates the archive gave him. He can feel them clearly, now, the way. You feel a familiar weight when you are paying attention to it, present, located, the accumulated measure of 400 years of decision. He looks at Shen Wuming. He looks at the dark fabric on the left side and the posture that is managing the injury with the quiet efficiency of someone who is better at managing pain than anyone who has never tried to hurt him would expect. He makes no decision. He turns. He walks back toward the gorge's eastern passage, back toward the court's operative who is waiting at the outer perimeter with a communication stone and the expectation of a report, back toward the thing he has been for 400 years. His back is to Shen Wuming. He is aware, walking, of the exact quality of the silence behind him, not the silence of someone who has been left, but the silence of someone who understands what has just happened and is standing in the understanding with the stillness of a man who does not waste his reactions on situations that are still moving. The silence of a man who is waiting to see where it lands. Wei Jinghe walks. He reaches the eastern passage. He comes out on the far side of the gorge where the court's operative is waiting with his stone and his expectation, and Wei Jinghe looks at him, and the operative looks at Wei Jinghe, and the assessment on the operative's face moves through surprise and towards something else. Lord Wei, he says. Wei Jinghe says, the formation encountered a structural failure. I was unable to complete the assigned task in the available window. Report this to the administrative office. He walks past the operative. He walks through the lower realms mourning without stopping, without looking back, without examining what just happened in the categories that the institutional framework provides, because the institutional framework does not have a category for what just happened and he is not going to pretend it does. He is aware, walking, of the weight of what he has just done. He is also aware, and this is the thing that is different, the thing that makes this moment unlike the 30 years of moments before it, that the weight is specific. It has a name. He cannot pretend it doesn't have a name anymore. He stood in a gorge at dawn and felt the decree and felt the fracture and felt the particular quality of not being able to do what the moment was arranged for him to do, and the reason for the inability was not tactical and has never been tactical, and he is walking through the lower realms in the morning light carrying this reason at full weight, named, located, present. He is not going to put it down. He is, for the first time in 400 years, not going to put it down. Somewhere behind him, the court's operative is composing a report. Somewhere in the celestial administrative apparatus, a clock that was at 30 days is being reviewed. He is aware of this the way he is aware of everything that he cannot change, accurately, without the available refuge of pretending it is different than it is. He has 30 days. He has committed an act of formal non-compliance. He cannot uncreate it. The gorge exists, the formation is gone, the operative has his report, and somewhere in the court's records of the morning's events there is a notation that will read, in the careful institutional script that turns lived history into administrative record, the assigned objective was not achieved. He has 30 days. He walks into the morning, and the lower realms receive him with their usual indifference, and his golden core fractures very slightly in the place it has been fracturing for 4 centuries, and he does not file this under background condition. He lets it be what it is. He is getting better at this. Chapter 17, The Fury and the Architecture. He sits with the injury for 3 hours before he does anything about it. This is not stoicism. He knows the difference between stoicism, which is a discipline he has genuine respect for, and the specific variety of sitting with a thing that he is doing right now in the residential chamber of a lower realm way station, which is not discipline at all but its opposite. The immobility of a man who received something an hour ago and has not yet worked out what to do with it because the thing is too large for his usual processing methods and he will acknowledge to the empty room and to absolutely no one else, not processing it. The injury is not serious. He assessed this with the clinical accuracy he applies to physical damage, the ribs, the left side bruising, the sustained void meridian disruption from 3 hours inside a containment formation, all of it unpleasant and none of it structural. He has had worse. He has had worse in lighter circumstances. He is aware of the injury the way he is aware of background conditions, continuously, with an allocation of attention proportional to its actual threat level, which is low. He is aware of the other thing with the entirety of the rest of his attention. He tries to locate the feeling precisely, which is the method he uses for things he needs to understand, not naming it first but finding it in the body, in the specific quality of the response, the way you triangulate a position from multiple reference points before committing to coordinates. He applies the method now. What he finds is fury. The fury is not a surprise. He is very often furious. He has organized a significant portion of his interior life around the productive management of fury, which is the most consistent and honest emotion he experiences and which he has found, over 4 centuries, to be most useful when converted into precision. He is furious about many things. He is furious about the formation in the gorge and the joint sex involvement and the specific institutional contempt involved in using his own theoretical framework against him. He is furious about the injury. He is furious about the 30-day clock, which he knows has shortened because Wei Jinghe left the gorge without completing the assignment, and which he knows because he can do the arithmetic of Su Mingzhan's operational logic without being told the conclusion. He is furious about all of these things. None of these are the fury he is sitting with. The fury he is sitting with is the one that arrived approximately 18 seconds after Wei Jinghe's back disappeared around the Eastern Passage, which is, that Wei Jinghe had just made a choice. A visible, irrevocable, absolutely clear choice, in a gorge in the lower Eastern Territories with a joint sect operation watching, with the court's operative waiting on the far side, with 4 centuries of institutional functions standing at attention on all sides of the situation. And Wei Jinghe looked at him across 6 feet of collapsed formation and then turned and walked away without doing what the moment had been arranged for him to do. He walked away. Shen Wuming is furious about this. He is furious about it in the specific way he has been furious about Wei Jinghe for a century, which is the way that is not actually anger but its opposite, the feeling that presents as fury because he does not have a better structure for it, because he built structures for most things and for this particular thing the structures were, eventually and against his considerable intention, simply insufficient. He is furious because Wei Jinghe made a choice and the choice was visible and visible means witnessed and witnessed means real and he is not yet ready for it to be real. He is furious because he is terrified. He has been afraid of exactly 2 things in 400 years, and one of them is standing in the rubble of an eastern gorge and one of them is the consequence of the thing the first one just did. He has modeled both fears with the thoroughness he applies to all threats, their shape, their mechanism, their probability, their cost. He has run this model so many times that the architecture of it has become part of the landscape he operates within, becomes so familiar that its existence is the background against which everything else occurs. The model's central conclusion has always been, if Wei Jinghe makes an irrevocable choice, then everything after it is different. The before and the after are different countries. He has spent 46 years managing his position such that the before never became the after, because the before was survivable and the after was. He cannot find the end of that sentence. He gets up. The movement is more controlled than he feels, which is habit, the body operating at its training level while the interior does something else. He finds the healer's kit in his pack and addresses the injury with the efficiency of someone who knows what he is doing and would like something to do with his hands. He works without light, his void meridian navigation of the dark is precise enough to manage this, and the act of keeping his hands occupied while his mind proceeds is the same regardless of the visibility conditions. He repairs what can be repaired this evening. He packs the kit away. He stands in the dark room and he thinks about 6 feet of distance and a choice that cannot be taken back. He is furious. He is furious and he is terrified, and underneath both of those, pressed down under the weight of them the way stone holds water in its cracks, there is something else that he will not name, that he has not named in 46 years, that is the reason the fury and the terror need to be as large as they are. They need to be large enough to hold the shape of the other thing, to give it a container, because it has been sitting in him without a container for 46 years and the container has been, this whole time, the management. The architecture. The careful and load-bearing structure of knowing what you have and choosing not to examine it. Wei Jinghe has made a choice. Wei Jinghe has made a choice, and the choice has the weight of 4 centuries behind it, and the weight is real. And Shen Wuming is sitting in a dark room in a lower eastern Wei station with his ribs and his fury and his fear and the thing underneath them all, and he cannot make the choice stop having happened. He does not want to make it stop having happened. This is the thing he discovers, sitting with the fury for the 2nd hour. He does not want to unmake the choice. He has run this model for 46 years, and the model's conclusion was, say nothing, because Wei Jinghe making an irrevocable choice would be something Shen Wuming could not survive not having caused, could not survive being the occasion of, could not survive in the specific way that makes things survivable rather than merely endured. He has believed this. He has believed it carefully and completely, and with the intellectual honesty he applies to conclusions he has derived and does not want. He still believes it. He also, sitting here in the 2nd hour, believes something else. He believed that the choice would cost Wei Jinghe something he should not be made to pay. That the cost was Shen Wuming's to carry, in the form of the silence. That the logic of the silence was, at its root, a calculation about who should bear what weight. He has run this and found it coherent. He still finds it coherent. The thing he has not accounted for, the thing the 46 years of careful modeling does not contain, is that Wei Jinghe has already been paying a cost. Has been paying it for 4 centuries. That the fracture rate is not Wei Jinghe's exposure to Shen Wuming but the cost of managing the response to the exposure, which is a distinction Luo Beichen laid out in front of him 3 weeks ago with the precision of someone who has understood his master's argument and found the gap in it and is willing to say so. The silence was not mercy. He wrote this. He wrote it in the margin of the 14th chapter and then sat with it for 2 weeks and then wrote 12 more things around it and did not cross any of them out. He knows what the silence was. He knows because Murongji had described it in the 9th journal with the plain honesty of a man who had run out of the architecture for anything else, and Shen Wuming read the 9th journal and understood it with the specific understanding of someone who has been living the same architecture for 46 years and has finally been handed the final accounting of where it goes. I should have asked. He gets up again. He crosses to the pack. He finds the text, not the restricted archive text, not the Decree of Sundered Fates original document, but the Meridian Treatise, the 6th century document he has carried with him for years in the specific way you carry something you are not ready to put down. He opens it to the 14th chapter by feel, in the dark. He finds his brush. He opens the ink stone. He does not write immediately. He sits with the blank margin space and the question of what to say, which is a question he has been sitting with for 46 years, and which has never felt exactly like this before, not like a question but like a threshold, the specific quality of being in the last of the before rather than the first of the after, and knowing both the difference and the distance. He writes. It takes a long time, for as few words as it is. He writes it, and reads it, and considers it, and it is exactly what he means and it is insufficient and he leaves it anyway, because insufficiency is the condition of the territory he has been writing from for 46 years and there is no other territory available from this location. He writes, if you are reading this, it is because you are ready to read this. I am sorry I was not brave enough to say it to your face. He closes the text. He sits with it closed for 20 minutes. He opens it. He reads what he wrote. He closes it. He puts it back in the pack. Luo Beichen arrives at the 3rd hour, which means he left as soon as he had word of the Eastern Gorge, which means he has been traveling since before Shen Wuming finished sitting with the injury. He knocks. He does not announce himself. Shen Wuming's void meridian sense identified him in the corridor. He opens the door. He looks at Shen Wuming. He looks at the dark room and the pack on the floor and the quality of the silence, and he does not say anything. He produces, from the bag over his shoulder, a stoppered jar of tea, the Lower Realm style, which has been kept warm by whatever cultivation technique he has been applying to it for the duration of the journey. He sets it on the table that is in the room the way all way station rooms have a table, with the functionality of spaces designed for use rather than comfort. He pours a cup. He sets it in front of the chair that is also in the room. He sits in the other chair. He does not ask what happened in the gorge. He does not ask how the injury is. He does not ask any of the things that would require Shen Wuming to produce the accounting of the morning's events in language, which would require him to be further along in the processing of those events than he currently is. He has always known when not to ask. Shen Wuming has always found this quality in him genuinely useful and has never told him so in those words, and Luo Beichen has never required the words, which is one of the things that makes the dynamic functional. Shen Wuming sits. He picks up the tea. It is the lower realm style with the slight bitterness he has always found appropriate for the kind of afternoon that cannot be improved but can be accurately accompanied. He drinks it. Luo Beichen reads. He produces a text from his bag with the efficiency of someone who knew he was going to be here for a while and prepared accordingly, and he reads it with the genuine absorption of someone who is not performing patience but simply occupying himself while the room does what the room needs to do. They stay like that. The night progresses in its way. The Wei station sounds filter through the walls. The lower eastern territories are quiet at this hour, less populated than the central lower realms, the particular hush of a place where the distances between things are large and the things themselves are small and the dark between them is considerable. Shen Wuming drinks the tea. Luo Beichen reads. Neither of them speaks. This is, Shen Wuming thinks, at some point in the second hour of this, not nothing. It is, in fact, a great deal. It is the specific composition of a person who has decided to stay, which is something he has not had since his second decade, since the before time when he still made the error of needing things that could choose to leave. He has spent 3 centuries being very careful not to need things. He has been less careful in the past several years, and it has been producing results he cannot accurately call mistakes even though they do not fit his original framework. He refills his tea. He is going to go to the archive. Not tonight. Tonight is for the tea and the sitting and the specific useful presence of Luo Beichen reading in the other chair. But tomorrow, or in the days after, when the injury has settled and the administrative apparatus has processed the Gorge's report and the 30 days have become 29, he is going to go to the restricted archive. He is going to take the text out of the pack and he is going to put it on the shelf, and Wei Jinghe's light meridian resonance is the key to that lock and the notation is in there, sealed in the text, waiting. He is terrified. He has been terrified of exactly this for 46 years, and the terror is exactly the size and shape he always knew it would be, and it has not changed the conclusion. He looks at the closed pack. He is going to deliver it. The tea is warm. The room is dark. Luo Beichen's page turns with the quiet efficiency of a man who is in no hurry, who will still be here in an hour and 2 hours, who has made himself available for exactly as long as the room requires him. Shen Wuming lets himself sit in this for a moment. Not long. Just a moment. Then he picks up the pack, and he removes the meridian treatise, and he opens it to the 14th chapter, and he reads the notation he wrote 2 hours ago. He reads it again. He does not cross it out. He closes the text and puts it back in the pack. He goes to bed. He does not sleep well. He does not sleep well, and this is fine, and the 30 days have begun, and he is going to deliver it, and he is still terrified, and none of these things are separate facts. Chapter 18, 30 Days. The formal demotion document is 6 pages. Wei Jinghe reads all of them. He reads them the way he reads institutional documents, completely, linearly, following every clause to its period, because the habit of 4 centuries does not suspend itself for documents he does not want to finish. He reads the first page, which is the administrative overview. He reads the second and third, which are the operational parameters of the restructured assignment. He reads the fourth, which is the technical language of the demotion itself, the reclassification of his role from primary vessel of judgment to secondary resource, which is not a phrase that has existed in the court's formal taxonomy until someone in the administrative office invented it for this document, which means someone thought carefully about what to call this and chose words designed to leave room for reinstatement, which is either consideration or strategy, and he is past caring which. He reads the 5th page, which is the new timeline. 30 days. Not from the date of the document, from the date of the gorge, which was 3 days ago, which means 27 days remain. Someone in the administrative office has been counting. He reads the 6th page, which is the formal notification of the secondary vessel's activation. The secondary vessel has been briefed. The secondary vessel is ready. The secondary vessel has a name, which is written in the careful institutional script of official documents, and Wei Jinghe reads the name and sets the document on the desk and looks at the wall for a moment. He is not surprised. He has not been surprised by anything the court has done since the gorge, because the gorge was the first irrevocable thing he has done in 4 centuries, and he understood its cost when he was doing it. Not abstractly, with the full specific weight of what the cost was, what it would trigger, what the institutional response would be, and how quickly it would arrive. He understood the cost, and he dismantled the second node and then the third, and he walked out of the gorge and told the operative there had been a structural failure. He said structural failure. He meant, I am no longer pretending I don't know what this is. Su Mingzhan delivers the document personally, as he delivers most things that he considers important enough for his personal presence. He comes at the 8th hour, which is the beginning of the working day, which means the court's administrative apparatus processed the gorge's report and prepared the document and scheduled the delivery with the institutional efficiency that Su Mingzhan has always maintained as one of his genuine virtues. He is never late. He is never early. He arrives at the scheduled time and does what he came to do, and does it honestly, and this has always been the thing about him that is hardest to argue with. Jinghe, he says. Mingzhan. Wei Jinghe gestures toward the chair. Su Mingzhan sits. Wei Jinghe does not sit. He is standing at the desk, which is the position he was in when the attendant announced the visitor, and he has not changed it because he is not performing composure, and the standing is simply where he is. Su Mingzhan sets the document on the desk between them. He does not explain it. He has always trusted Wei Jinghe to read his own documents. Wei Jinghe reads it. When he sets it down, Su Mingzhan says, I want to say something that is outside the formal record. You may receive it or set it aside, that is your choice. But I would like to say it. Say it. I have known you for 2 centuries, Su Mingzhan says. I have watched you work for 2 centuries. I have watched your assignment, and your reports, and the pattern of your operations, and I have, in the past several years, watched you more carefully than I said, because what I was watching was concerning to me personally, which is a category distinct from my institutional function, even if the distinction is not always easy to maintain. He looks at Wei Jinghe. I do not think you are well. I have not thought you were well for some time. The decision at the gorge, whatever it was not the decision of a man whose function is intact. Wei Jinghe says, I know. I think you should rest. I think you should step back from the assignment and let someone else carry it. Not as punishment. As, I believe there is a word for when you recognize that a task has cost more than the institution understood when it assigned it. He pauses. I do not have a word for that in the court's taxonomy. But I am trying to say it anyway. I know what you're trying to say. Does it? He stops. He is, briefly, not the court's enforcement arm, but simply a man who has known someone for 2 centuries and is looking at them and finding things he does not know how to categorize. Does it change anything? Wei Jinghe looks at him. He looks at the 2 centuries of professional regard in Su Mingzhan's face, the genuine and structural sincerity of a man who has chosen the institution completely and lives inside that choice with the particular integrity of someone who has never examined whether the institution deserves what he has given it. He is not wrong, Wei Jinghe thinks, in any of the specific things he is saying. He is wrong about what they mean. No, Wei Jinghe says. It doesn't change anything. Su Mingzhan receives this. He does not argue. He folds his hands in the formal position. The secondary vessel will be available from day 1 of the 30-day window. If you reach the conclusion that the assignment is beyond your current capacity to complete, you may activate the secondary at any point within the 30 days. It does not have to go to the end. I understand. The court, he stops again. I want to be honest with you. The court believes this is a discipline failure. The administrative office has processed the gorge's report as a failure of function. I believe something more complex is occurring, and I do not have the framework to name it, and I am not sure the court's framework would accommodate it if I did. But I want you to know that I see the complexity. Even if I am proceeding as I must. Wei Jinghe looks at the worried figure he has been imagining in the northeast quadrant of the Hall of Measured Outcomes for 2 centuries, the figure with the sword and the expression of someone who has been given very specific instructions and has only just begun to wonder about the premises they rest on. He has always thought this about the figure. He has never said it out loud. "I know you do," he says. "Thank you for saying it." Su Mingzhan inclines his head. He picks up his copy of the document, the court's copy, the one that will go in the formal record with Wei Jinghe's received notation. He stands. He goes to the door. He pauses there in the way he sometimes does, with the quality of a man who has said most of what he came to say and is deciding whether the rest belongs in this conversation. "Jinghe," he says. "Whatever happens in the next 30 days, I hope you find what you are looking for." He leaves before Wei Jinghe can determine what he meant by this. Wei Jinghe sits with the document for a long time. He is aware of the 27 days remaining. He is aware of the secondary vessel with the name written in institutional script and the briefing already completed and the function already calibrated. He is aware of the fracture lines in his golden core with the precision that has been with him since the archive, and he is aware, with the specific clarity that the gorge gave him, of what he is going to do. He is going to go to the lower realms. Not today. Today is the document and Su Mingzhan and the specific quality of the morning that requires sitting with what has happened before it becomes what happens next. Today is the 27 days and the secondary vessel's name and the formal language of the demotion, which he is going to hold in the appropriate weight rather than converting it into motion immediately, because converting things into motion before he has finished receiving them has always been his failure, the way he has spent 4 centuries moving too quickly past the things he was not ready to name. He will receive this. Then he will go. The evening comes with the specific quality of late autumn evenings in the celestial courts annex, the last light gone by the 5th hour, the cold moving in from the northern ridge, the junior cohorts finishing their practice in the cultivation grounds below. He stands at the window and watches the practice end and the cohorts disperse and the grounds empty into the particular quality of an emptied space that still carries the sound of what it was recently full of. He does not hear Jiang Suyin come in. He is aware of her when she is standing beside him, which is different from hearing her. She has always had the quality of arriving without announcing it, not furtively but simply without the kind of entrance that requires management. She is just there, the way she has always been there, 3 feet to his right with her hands at her sides and her eyes on the cultivation grounds. He does not look at her. "She'll be good," Jiang Suyin says. The secondary vessel's name. She says it without inflection, without editorializing, the way she delivers all information she has already processed. "I know." She doesn't know what she's activating. She will. Jiang Suyin is quiet for a moment. He can feel, at 3 feet, the quality of her attention, the full presence she brings to things that require it, the specific weight of a woman who has been holding something and is deciding, this evening, that the holding is done. "Jinghe," she says. "I need to tell you something." He turns. She is looking at him. The full-face look, the direct regard, Jiang Suyin not performing anything. She has the expression of someone who has been timing a conversation for months and has arrived, in this moment and this room, at the conclusion that the timing has run out, not because the moment is ideal but because the alternative is running out first. "Sit down," she says. He sits. She sits across from him, in the chair beside the window, and she tells him about Baolingjing. She tells him about the 41st page. She tells him about the 17 documented cases and the mechanism, the variable that actually correlated with the fracture progression across every case, not proximity, not exposure, not the presence of the void vessel, but the sustained effort of managing the response to the presence. The management effort. The pretending. She tells him that he is not dying because of Shen Wuming. She tells him that he is dying because of the effort of pretending that Shen Wuming does not do what he does. She tells him this in the same voice she uses for everything, the warm and measured voice that delivers the comfortable and the uncomfortable identically, so that the content is the only marker of which is which. He listens. He does not interrupt. He does not ask clarifying questions. He already knows the shape of it. He has known the shape of it, not the specific mechanism, not Baolingjing's formulation, not the 17 cases, but the shape, the underlying architecture that the mechanism describes. He has known it since the archive, since the physician he watching and the fracture rate and the word in archaic script. He has known that the fracture is the cost of something. He has been approaching the identification of what, from the specific direction of not wanting to arrive at it alone, not wanting to arrive at it without the context to hold it, not wanting to arrive at it while still calling it something else. She is giving him the context. When she is finished, he is quiet for a long time. The cultivation grounds below the window are fully dark now. The cold has settled into the room in the way it settles into stone structures, gradually, then completely. He is aware of it without being bothered by it, the cultivator's management of physical conditions that are below the threshold of significance. "How long have you had this?" he says. "Several weeks." She does not apologize for the waiting. This is one of the things he values most about her. She does not apologize for the timing decisions she makes with his well-being as the criterion, because apologizing would imply she should have done otherwise, and she has never been a woman who says things she doesn't mean. "You were waiting for me to be ready to receive it." "I was waiting for the timing to be right," she says. "I think it is now right. Or as right as it is going to be." He absorbs this. He thinks about the mechanism. He thinks about the suppression and the management and 400 years of directing the thing that his core has been doing, the way you redirect water from a saturated channel, giving it somewhere to go that is not where it is going. He thinks about the fracture lines with their specific coordinates. He thinks about the cost. He thinks about 2 of the 17 documented cases showing a partial arrest. "Partial," he says. "Yes." Her voice is steady. The progression slowed, and in one case appeared to stop for a period. The damage already done was not recovered. He nods. The longer of the 2 documented arrests, she says, was approximately 4 years. He nods again. He knows what she is telling him and what she is not telling him, and he knows that she is not telling him the rest because she trusts him to have already calculated the rest, which he has. He has been calculating it since the archive. He knows the difference between partial arrest and full reversal. He knows that 4 years is a gift and also a limit, and that the 2 facts are not in conflict, they are simply the terrain. He looks at Jiang Suyin. She is looking at him with the expression he knows from 390 years, the expression that is not asking him what he is going to do, not asking him to reassure her, not asking for anything. She is simply present, fully, the way she has been present since his 2nd century when she decided, without announcement and without requiring acknowledgement, that she was going to stay close to this particular person and be useful when being useful was possible. "Suyin," he says. "Yes. Thank you." She nods. She does not say "you don't have to thank me." She accepts it, which is its own kind of gift. They sit in the darkened room for a while longer. The cold settles around them. The cultivation grounds below are quiet. Somewhere in the court's administrative halls, a demotion document is being filed in the formal record with the correct notation and the appropriate routing. Somewhere in the lower realms, a restricted archive holds its texts in the order Yen Qingsu arranged them, and in one of those texts a notation waits in handwriting that Wei Jinghe has read 4 times and will read again. He has 27 days. He knows, sitting in the dark with Jiang Suyin and the mechanism and the fracture lines and the full weight of the morning's document, what the 27 days are for. He is going to go to the lower realms. He is going to go to the archive. He is going to stop managing the response and say what has been true for 400 years and let the cost be what it is, because the alternative is the 9th journal and the blank page and the sentence I should have asked in the hand of a man who made the other choice and spent 8 centuries in the aftermath of it. He is not going to make that choice. He has not been able to make that choice for 30 years. He has been approaching the inability with the patience of a man who trusts the approach to arrive at the destination when it arrives. He is, tonight, with the mechanism and the 27 days and the quiet presence of Jiang Suyin and everything the gorge cost and meant and produced, he has arrived. He does not say this out loud. He does not need to. Jiang Suyin looks at him, and the look is the look of someone who can read the arrival without being told about it, and she says nothing at all. And that nothing is the specific kind that holds the weight of 390 years and is, in its way, the most complete thing she has ever said to him. He looks at the dark window. He has 27 days. He intends to use them. Chapter 19, What He Said in the Valley. The valley has grown things. This is the first thing he notices when he arrives, not the absence of what was here, not the changed ridgeline or the reformed stone, but the presence of what the intervening century has put in the place of what was lost. Small things, the ground cover that colonizes disturbed earth, the specific variety that grows in the eastern territories where the soil is thin and the altitude keeps most competition away. The new tributary that appeared after the eastern ridge gave way, now a settled channel, its banks worn smooth with 100 years of use. The ruins of the eastern Sex fortification, overgrown to the point where they read as landscape rather than structure, the stone returned to something approximating its original character. A century of weather has done to this valley what centuries do to the sites of human significance, converted them, slowly and without opinion, back into terrain. He finds the stream in the southern pass without looking for it. He knows this valley the way he knows contested territory he has operated in, not as a map but as a body memory, the muscle's record of where the ground changes. He follows the sound of the water through the midsection of the valley floor, past the stone that used to be the fortification's western wall and is now a slope, past the place where the eastern sect made its last formation and where he stood in its aftermath with his sword still raised and the decree humming and the particular quality of a battle that has ended without ending. The stream is where it was. It has widened, the century of snowmelt having given it room to settle into itself. The bank where Wei Jinghe crouched 100 years ago is a bank again, the disturbed earth of the collapsed formation long since reclaimed by the same ground cover that has reclaimed everything else. He sits on the bank. He sits in the attitude he used to sit in on the far bank, a century ago, the cultivator's rest, not entirely at ease, the body not yet certain of the terrain. He looks at the water. The water is doing the thing it did then, the particular voice of fast-moving water in a narrow channel, something that approaches language without arriving at it. He is here because of what he did not say. The sentence has been with him since the archive, since the physician and the mechanism and all of it, the sentence he thought at the southern bank a century ago and did not say, the one that has been accumulating interest in the category of acknowledged and set aside for 100 years, the one that has been present in every encounter since, at every territorial boundary and every institutional summit and every moment of the eastern wastes when they stood at the contested marker and used formal language as a container for everything the formal language was not designed to hold. He has been thinking about it since Jiang Suyin told him about the mechanism. He has been thinking about it since the gorge. He has been thinking about it, if he is honest, and he is trying to be honest now, with the stream and the century and the 25 days remaining, since approximately the 3rd century, when the category of tactical response to an enemy's cultivation capabilities began to develop a quality that was recognizably not tactical and which he has been calling tactical ever since, with the specific determination of a man who has found a working fiction and is not going to examine it. He looks at the stream. He thinks about the water. In the memory, the one he carries from that day, the one that has the quality of things you have looked at so many times they become worn in specific places, the texture changed by attention. Shen Wuming crouched beside him on this bank and drank from the stream with the unself-conscious practicality of someone who had been in extended combat and required water and did not have available irony about this fact. He did not say anything. He did not look at Wei Jinghe. He sat at 3 feet of distance in the changed valley and drank from his hands and was exactly himself in the specific way that he is always exactly himself, which is the thing that has always been the problem, the thing that has always been, Wei Jinghe understands now, sitting on this bank in this century, the opposite of a problem. Shen Wuming did not say anything. Wei Jinghe did not say anything. They sat in a ruined valley with a new stream between them and then not between them and the sound of water that sounded almost like something it was not, and neither of them said the thing, and then Shen Wuming left, and Wei Jinghe filed the unsaid sentence in the category of acknowledged and set aside and returned to his function. He thinks about this now with the mechanism and the 25 days and the full weight of the accounting. The fracture is the cost of the management effort. This is what Bao Lingjing derived from 17 cases and what Jiang Suyin delivered in the room with the dark window and the cold settling into the stone. The management effort. The sustained work of directing the thing away from where it is going, redirecting it into function, keeping it in the category of acknowledged and set aside. The cost of. The category is not the thing in it. The cost of the category is the category itself, the ongoing maintenance of the fiction that the thing can be managed, the daily expenditure of cultivation on the act of keeping it where it is. He has been paying this cost for 400 years. He has been paying it at the rate the physician documented, quarterly, in the Luyuan district. He has been paying it in the eastern wastes and on the mountain ranges and at every institutional crossing and every engagement that ended without ending, and every moment he put the sword away with his hands steady and did not look at the specific quality of what his golden core did in that proximity. He has been paying it in this valley, a century ago, at 3 feet of distance, and the sentence he did not say. He looks at the stream. He thinks about the sentence. It is, at its root, a very simple sentence. He has been turning it over for 100 years and it has not become complicated. It has the simplicity of things that are true at the level below argument, the simplicity of water finding its level, the simplicity of the character in the archaic script that 3 different reference texts render the same way. It has the simplicity of a thing that has been present for 4 centuries and has never been anything other than what it is. He thinks about 30 years of engagements that ended without ending. He thinks about the mechanism. He thinks about Su Mingzhan's document and the secondary vessel's name and 25 days and the particular quality of the gorge in the morning with the formation going dark and 6 feet of distance and the choice that was not a decision but a direction, the direction of his feet, the direction of his hands, the direction of the 3rd node coming apart because there was no other direction available to him in that moment that was actually his. He thinks about the notation in the archive margin. The decree names an outcome. It does not name a cause. He has read this 4 times. He knows what it means. He knows what it means that Shen Wuming wrote it, in that location, in handwriting he did not disguise, in a text that requires Wei Jinghe's specific meridian resonance to access. He has known what it means since the first reading. He has been knowing it since then in the way you know things that require you to be somewhere before you can act on them, the way you know the direction without yet being in the position to take it. He is in the position. He is sitting on the bank of a stream in the valley where he did not say the sentence 100 years ago, and the 25 days are specific and the mechanism is clear and the choice at the gorge was made and cannot be unmade, and he is in the position. He looks at the water. He looks at the bank on the other side, the place where Shen Wuming crouched, where the century has settled the disturbed stone back into something that looks like it was always this way. He looks at it for a long time. He says it. Not to the empty valley, not as a rehearsal, not as a preparation, as the actual thing, said out loud in this specific location, at this specific bank, in the voice that is his voice and no performance of it. He says it the way you say things that have been true for a very long time and have not been said, simply, without apparatus, with the specific quality of something set down rather than something delivered. He says, I love you. He says it to the stream and the changed valley and the century of weather and the particular quality of the morning and the man who is not here and has not been here for 100 years and has been here, in some essential way, every time Wei Jinghe has looked at the bank on the other side. The valley does not respond. The water continues with its approximate language. The ground cover continues its patient work. The changed ridge is the changed ridge. The world is entirely indifferent to what was just said, which is correct, which is as it should be. He sits with it for a while. He is aware of his golden core, the fracture lines, their coordinates, the familiar weight of them. He is aware that saying the sentence to an empty valley is not the same as the naming, that the mechanism requires the management to stop rather than simply the sentence to be spoken, that what produces the fracture is not the feeling but the sustained effort of directing it away. He is aware of this. He is not pretending that this changes the cost. He is also aware that it is the right sentence. He has always known it was the right sentence. He gets up. He stands for a moment on the bank, looking at the stream and the valley and the ridgeline that lost its top 30 feet a century ago and has been something different ever since. He looks at it with the full attention he gives to things he is preparing to leave, the cultivator's habit of receiving a place before you go, of being present in the last moment before the absence. He has been in this valley before. He is not going to be in it again. He turns. He does not know, precisely, that his feet are going to take him south rather than north, toward the lower realms rather than back toward the celestial court's residential annex. He finds this out as he is walking, the way you find out the direction of a decision that was made in the body before it was made in the mind. He is walking south. The lower realms are south. The restricted archive is south, in the Luyuan district and the civic quarter and the mid-level shelves where a text requires his specific resonance to access. He is walking toward the lower realms. He walks. The valley falls behind him. The Eastern Territories do the things that Eastern Territories do in the late autumn, cold and particular and indifferent, the landscape going about its enormous patient business without reference to the people who have made histories in it. He does not look back. He walks through the morning. He walks through the afternoon. He is somewhere in the Middle Eastern corridor, past the junction with the northern route, in the particular quality of the late afternoon light that makes the territories look like what they are, old, long inhabited, the accretion of every person who has ever moved through them, when he understands what his feet have been doing. He is going to the lower realms. To the archive, and to what comes after the archive. He is going to read the notation again, not because he does not know what it says, but because there are things you need to read in the moment before you do the thing they point toward, the way you look at a map not to learn the route but to confirm that you are already moving in the right direction. He is going to read it. And then he is going to find Shen Wuming. He is going to say the sentence the way the sentence needs to be said, not to the bank of a stream in an empty valley, not to the category of acknowledged and set aside. Not to the empty air of a place that holds only the history of what he did not say. To his face. Wei Jinghe walks. He has 25 days and a sentence and 400 years of reason, and his feet know the way, and the lower realms are receiving him as they always receive him, with their usual complete indifference, which is the most honest thing a world can offer. He walks south. He does not stop. Chapter 20, Luo Beichen waits. Shen Wuming leaves at the 6th hour, before Luo Beichen is awake. He knows this because he is awake at the 6th hour. He usually is, his schedule calibrated to his master's, the two of them occupying the same morning structure across 60 years of adjacent rooms and shared corridors and the unspoken coordination of people who have developed the rhythm of each other's days without ever discussing it. He is awake at the 6th hour, and he goes to the kitchen to make tea, and the corridor that connects his rooms to the main study is quiet with the quality of a space that has recently been a space someone was in and is now a space they have left. He checks the study. The pack is gone. The Meridian Treatise, the 6th century document, the 14th chapter, the 100 and however many annotations, is gone. The desk has been cleared with the particular thoroughness of someone who left in the morning without intending to return in the afternoon. He makes tea. He sits with it in the kitchen where the morning light is coming in from the east-facing window in the lower realm style, practical, horizontal, the light of a day beginning its work rather than a day demonstrating its quality. He looks at the light. He looks at the cup. He thinks about where his master has gone, which is not a thing he knows but is a thing he can derive from available evidence, and the derivation takes approximately as long as it takes him to drink the first cup. He makes a second cup. The derivation goes, the pack is gone, which means he is not returning today. The Meridian Treatise is gone, which means he has the notation. The desk is cleared, which means he has made a decision about what he is leaving behind. He left at the 6th hour, which is before the lower realm district is active, which means he wanted the streets empty, which means he is going somewhere he did not want to be observed going. The restricted archive is in the civic quarter, which is 20 minutes from here on foot. The restricted archive contains a text that requires a light meridian cultivator to access. Luo Beichen drinks the second cup of tea and thinks about his master walking to the restricted archive at the 6th hour with the Meridian Treatise in his pack, and the thought has a quality he has been preparing himself for and is not, it turns out, actually prepared for. He puts the cup down. He goes to his desk. He works through the morning with the efficiency that is the background of everything he does, the correspondence that needs answering, the archive requests that need processing, the 3 outstanding research threads he has been maintaining in parallel since the weeks of compilation before he went to Shen Wuming. He works with full attention, which is the thing he has always been able to provide regardless of what else is occupying the part of his mind that is not working, the 2 processes running in parallel, the work clean and the other thing present and neither one interfering with the other. The other thing, this morning, his master is at the restricted archive with the Meridian Treatise. The Meridian Treatise contains a notation that says, if you are reading this, it is because you are ready to read this. He knows about the notation. He knows about it because Shen Wuming did not tell him about it directly, and Shen Wuming not telling him directly about something is different from Shen Wuming not knowing he would find out. He found out through the mechanism of knowing his master very well and paying attention to the archive access records and being a perceptive man who has been living in close proximity to a situation for years and has developed a comprehensive understanding of its architecture. He knows about the notation the way he knows about most things concerning his master. Incompletely, inferentially, with enough accuracy to be useful and enough uncertainty to be appropriately humble about what he does not have. What he does not have, what the notation says exactly, and whether Shen Wuming has delivered it yet, and what delivering it looked like. What he has, a master who left at the 6th hour with the text, which suggests the delivery is today. He finishes the correspondence. He works through the archive requests. He attends to the research threads with the sustained focus that research requires, following each thread far enough to confirm its current status and determine the next action, which he logs and will complete tomorrow or the day after, in the ordinary continuation of work that continues regardless of what is happening outside it. He makes tea at the midday hour and sits with it in the corridor rather than the kitchen. The corridor is the one that connects his rooms to the main study, the one he rearranged slightly in his 2nd year to make it more practical. His master never commented on the rearrangement. This was, in their dynamic, approval, and he has always treated it as such, and the treating has been correct. He knows this from 60 years of evidence, from the specific quality of Shen Wuming's absence of criticism when Luo Beichen has made a correct assessment, which is distinguishable from his absence of criticism when Luo Beichen has made an error only if you know the difference between two kinds of silence from someone who uses silence as precisely as other people use speech. He sits in the corridor with his tea and he thinks about his master. He thinks about him the way you think about someone you have known for 60 years, which is not the way you think about someone you have known for 6 months or 6 years, not as a subject for assessment, not as a collection of observable traits, not even as a person you care about in the clean uncomplicated way of shorter histories. He thinks about him the way you think about a landscape you have lived in long enough that the landscape is part of how you see, not observed but inhabited, the reference against which everything else is measured. He thinks about the 6th century Meridian treatise and the 14th chapter and the text that has been the architecture of everything his master didn't say for 46 years. He thinks about the restricted archive with its mid-level shelves and its climate-controlled section and the old archivist Yan Qingsu, who pretends not to know things and knows everything and has been routing both men toward the same text from different directions with the patience of someone who has watched this go wrong before and has decided she is going to do what she can this time. He thinks about a text that requires light meridian cultivation to access. He has been thinking about this, quietly, for weeks, the specific arrangement of the restricted archive, the fact that the text requires a cultivator of Wei Jinghe's meridian profile, the fact that his master has been leaving something in that text in handwriting that is his own and unambiguous, in a location that Wei Jinghe has been coming to with increasing frequency. It is an act of remarkable precision, the delivery of a thing to a specific reader by putting it where only that reader can find it. It is, when Luo Beichen considers it from the outside, possibly the most direct communication his master has managed in 46 years, which is a sentence that contains its own accounting of the problem. He wonders, in the corridor with his tea, whether Wei Jinghe has been to the archive recently. He has a very specific feeling about this. He finishes the tea. He goes back to his desk. The afternoon passes with the quality that mid-autumn afternoons have in the lower realms, the light declining earlier, the city's noise shifting as the market hours end and the evening hours begin, the particular transition in the street below from commerce to residence that happens at this hour every day and which Luo Beichen has been aware of for 60 years. As one of the reliable markers of time passing. He works through the afternoon. He does not go to the restricted archive to check. He does not send a message. He does not employ any of the 11 contacts in the mid-tier cultivation network for the purpose of determining the current location of one specific person, which he could do, and which he does not. He trusts his master. This is a statement that sounds simple and is not. He has trusted Shen Wuming for 60 years with the specific quality of trust that develops not from naivety but from evidence, the accumulated record of someone operating with integrity in a way that is consistent enough across enough varied circumstances to constitute a character rather than a performance. He trusts his master not to be good, exactly, not in the way that makes trustworthiness easy. His master has never been easy, but to be exactly himself in a way that is, when you understand it, reliable. He trusts Shen Wuming to go to the archive if he has decided to go to the archive. He trusts the decision, if made, to be made with the full weight of everything Shen Wuming is, the 46 years and the 9 journals and the notation that says I should have asked and the specific understanding, which his master reached 4 weeks ago in the Wei station in the Eastern Territories and which Luo Beichen could see in the quality of his master's silence when he returned, that some of the calculations he has been running for decades have been running on premises that need revision. He trusts the revision. He goes to bed early. He lies in the cultivator's maintenance rest and looks at the ceiling of his room, which has no particular significance and which he has been looking at for 60 years and which has always been simply the ceiling, the pragmatic top of a space he inhabits, uninterested in the things happening below it. He thinks, Shen Wuming planned everything 3 moves ahead for 60 years, for 46 years before that, for 400 years before that across every terrain and every context and every long-game maneuver that has made him what he is, the man who exists 3 seconds ahead of everyone else in any room, who has already modeled the outcome before anyone else has finished identifying the situation. He has been playing the long game of saying nothing with the same precision he has applied to everything else, and the long game has had a logic, and the logic has been coherent, and Luo Beichen understands all of this and has understood it for years. He thinks, Shen Wuming left at the 6th hour with the Meridian Treatise. He thinks, this is a move he cannot take back. He decides this is good. He lies in the dark and decides this is good and waits to see if he believes himself, the way you wait for a thing you have just said to resolve into truth or into hope, the two being, in the specific territory of what he has just decided, very close together. He gets up. He goes to the window. The Lower Realms city at the 3rd hour of the night is doing the things it does at the 3rd hour, the reduced traffic, the way station lights, the residential blocks in their various stages of quiet. He looks at it for a long time. He looks at the civic quarter, which is in the direction of the restricted archive, which is 20 minutes from here on foot, where his master may or may not currently be standing in the vicinity of a text that requires light meridian cultivation to access. He does not know. He is aware that he does not know in the specific way that not knowing has been his situation for 60 years with respect to the things that matter most to his master, that he operates in the territory of inference and observation rather than direct knowledge, that he understands the architecture without being inside it, that his view has always been from the outside of a closed door that he can read without opening. He thinks about what is inside the door. He thinks about Wei Jinghe, whom he has known professionally and distantly for 20 years, whom he will admit this, to the window and the 3rd hour of the night and no one else, regarded for most of those years with a feeling that is not precisely resentment and is not precisely admiration and is the complicated thing that lives between those two positions when the object of the feeling is someone who gets to be the exception to every rule someone else has made about needing things. He has been working on this feeling. He has been working on it since the weeks of research and the Tuesday when he sat across from his master with the 3 documents and the graph and said the thing that needed saying. He has been working on it since the Eastern Territories and the night in the Wei station when he poured tea from the jar he had kept warm for the duration of the journey. He has been working on it. He is not done. He thinks, at the 3rd hour, about what is inside the closed door. He thinks, if his master made a move this morning that he cannot take back, if the text is in the archive with the notation and Wei Jinghe has been to the archive and the 25 days are running, then the door is not going to be closed much longer. He does not know what that looks like. He knows what it costs. He knows the rate from Luo Beichen's own research, the graph he drew by hand and left on the edge of the desk and which his master has been looking at for weeks. He knows what the 30 days mean. He knows that the notation does not change the physics of what has been happening in Wei Jinghe's golden core for 4 centuries. He has known all of this since the Tuesday, since he spread the documents on the desk and did the math out loud. He has been working on the weight of it. He is not done with that either. He goes back to bed. He does not sleep, exactly. He lies in the maintenance rest and thinks about what it means for his master to survive something, which is not the same as being unaffected by it, which is the thing he needs to believe and which he finds that he does believe, with the specific quality of trust that comes from 60 years of evidence, that Shen Wuming survives things. That he processes grief with the same relentless precision he applies to everything else. That the architecture that is coming apart is not the person inside it, and the person inside it is the most capable and the most complicated and the most genuinely present person Luo Beichen has ever known. He thinks, his master will survive this. He thinks, I will be here when he does. He thinks these two thoughts in sequence and finds that both of them hold, that they are not consolations but positions, the orientation of a person who has already made his decision about where he is standing and is simply reporting on it. He looks at the ceiling. The ceiling is the ceiling. He is still in the before. He does not know how long the before lasts. He waits. Chapter 21, What the Archive Knew. The text is older than the court that weaponized it. Wei Jinghe has been standing in the forbidden archive for 3 hours now, and his hands have stopped shaking only because they have moved past shaking into something that has no name, a stillness that is not calm but its opposite, a body that has used up its capacity for visible reaction and is now simply holding the knowledge the way a cracked vessel holds water, carefully, temporarily, aware that the holding cannot last. He arrived in the lower realms just past the 2nd hour of the night. He had walked from the valley, walked through the morning and the afternoon and into the evening, and arrived at the Luyuan district with the particular quality of a man who has been moving towards something for a very long time and has not been hurrying because hurrying would have made it possible to think about what he was moving toward. He did not eat. He drank from a water stall at the transit junction. He walked through the lower realms evening commerce without registering it, through the civic quarter and past the tea houses and through the mid-level residential corridors that narrow as you approach the restricted archives, narrower and quieter and less lit, until the city's ordinary noise is behind you and the archive is in front of you with its single lamp and its meridian lock. He put his hand to the lock. It opened for him. It has always opened for him. He has tried, in the past months, not to think too carefully about why, about what it means that his cultivation resonance is one of precisely 2 profiles that the archive's formation recognizes, about what it means that he and the man who locked this archive have the same key in their blood. He went in. That was 3 hours ago. He is standing at the text now. Has been standing at it since the 1st hour, since he took it from the shelf with hands that were steady and would not stay steady, since he opened it to the page he has come back to 4 times across 6 weeks. He has read it. He has set it down and pressed one hand flat against the archive shelf to steady himself, and the wood beneath his palm is very real, very present, the grain of it under his fingers the kind of ordinary thing a man notices when he is trying to remember that the world is still material, still navigable, still a place that contains him. Then he picked it up again, because it also contains something else. One vessel of light. One vessel of void. When they meet, one must extinguish the other. He has read this before. He has read it the way a soldier reads orders, without looking for the space between the words, without asking who wrote it and what they were afraid of when they did. He reads it now the way a man reads his own diagnosis. The fracturing began here. Not in any meeting with Shen Wuming, not in any battle, not in the decade when they circled each other across a devastated mountain range and neither landed the killing blow. It began here, in the pressure of a truth he was not allowed to inspect, in the feeling he swallowed every time Shen Wuming turned away from him with something in his expression that was not hatred and never had been. The golden core fractures at the rate of every suppressed feeling he refuses to name. He has been suppressing this particular feeling for 400 years. Wei Jinghe sets down the text. He stands for a moment with his back to the shelf and his eyes on the archive's low ceiling and the quality of the silence, which is the particular silence of a room that has witnessed things without being asked and continues to do so with complete equanimity. He breathes. He does not manage the breath, he simply takes it, which is different, and different in a way that costs something. He is past managing. He has been past managing since the gorge, since he put his meridian into the 2nd node and the 3rd and walked out through the formation's former boundary and told the court's operative there had been a structural failure. He said structural failure. He meant, I am not doing this. He meant, there is no version of this morning in which I complete what I was sent here to complete, and I have known this for 30 years, and now I am done pretending I don't know it. He picks up the text again. He reads it again from the beginning. He reads past the decree's opening clauses, past the celestial language of authority and precedence, past the jurisdictional architecture and the formal articulation of the binding, all the parts he has read before, all the parts that are exactly what they claim to be, a law, a mechanism, a structure built to manage something the court did not know how to name any other way. He reads further. He reads further than he has read before. He did not read this far on his previous visits. He does not know, now, whether the decision not to read this far was fear or simply the specific quality of not being ready, the way you circle a thing from sufficient distance until the distance closes of its own accord. He was not ready before. He is reading it now. The text continues past the decree's formal architecture into the supplementary materials that the court's version omits, an addendum, in a different hand than the main text, in the older script that was already archaic when the court was constituted. It reads with the specific density of a document written by someone who was trying to be precise about something they found genuinely terrible. On the nature of the vessels, that they are not opposites, as the court's framework suggests, but correlates, that the specific resonance of void and light in the dual vessel system is not one of cancellation but of completion, that the decree's premise is built on a fundamental misreading of the formation's original purpose, which was not the management of a threat but the documentation of a phenomenon. The phenomenon, that when cultivators of opposed meridian alignment develop sustained proximity, the formation that arises between them is not destructive but generative, a new meridian structure, neither void nor light, something the original text calls in its archaic script a word that his reference compendium renders, after 3 different translation attempts, simply as, the third thing. Wei Jinghe stands with the text in his hands. He reads the addendum twice. The decree names an outcome, the addendum says. It does not name a cause. The cause is older than the decree and has nothing to do with celestial order. The cause is that they found each other, and the court had no framework for what that meant, so they built a law around it instead. He looks at the final line. The law is not a law. It is a panic. He sets the text back on the shelf. He stands in the archive for a long time after that, in the low light and the quiet, with his hands still on the spine of the text. He can feel the fracture lines in his golden core with the precision that has been his since the first night in this archive, the coordinates mapped and named and no longer deniable. He has been feeling them with increasing clarity for weeks now, and the clarity has the specific quality of something that is past the stage of threat and into the stage of simply being true, the way a terminal diagnosis stops being frightening at some point and becomes simply the shape of the life available. He can feel them now with perfect clarity. He can also feel, and this is new, this is what 3 hours with the full text has given him, the specific location of the suppression effort. Not the fractures themselves, but the mechanism producing them. He has been feeling the damage for months. He is feeling, for the first time, the cost that is still being paid, the ongoing expenditure of his cultivation on the act of pretending that the void meridian at the back of his awareness is information he is choosing not to act on. He stops pretending. Just for a moment, in the archive at the 3rd hour of the night, with no one watching and nothing required of him, he stops. The fracture lines flare immediately. Not painfully, with the specific brightness of a thing that has been kept dim for so long that normal illumination feels like excess. He can feel every line of it, the tertiary branches, the secondary structure, the deep architecture of his golden core mapped in light where the damage has run along the grain of him like a fault line long compressed. He is, in this moment, not afraid. He has been afraid of this for 40 years. He is sitting in it now and he is not afraid. What he is, instead, is tired, the specific tiredness of someone who has been carrying something for a very long time and has found, in the moment of setting it down, that the weight has been different from what they thought. Not heavier. Just more constant. More structural. More present in everything, more woven into the texture of moving through a day. He is tired of carrying it. He stands upright. He takes the text from the shelf again. He reads the marginal notation. He has read it before, 4 times over 6 weeks, more times in his memory in the nights between visits. He reads it again now with the addendum in his understanding, with Bao Lingjing's 41st page in Jiang Suin's voice and the mechanism and the valley and the sentence he said this morning to the bank of a stream in changed stone and which the valley received without answer. The notation says, the decree names an outcome. It does not name a cause. The cause is older than the decree and has nothing to do with celestial order. The cause is that they found each other and the heavens had no framework for what that meant, so they built a law around it instead. The law is not a law. It is a panic. He reads it. He reads it and understands, now, what it means that this handwriting is here, that this man read this text before him, that he understood what the addendum says, that he has known for a very long time. That the notation is not a message the way a communication stone is a message, it is not addressed to him by name, not dated, not signed. It is simply what was written by a person who understood something and needed it to be written. It was written so he would find it. He has known this since the first time he stood at this shelf. He has been knowing it with his body's specific knowledge and declining to act on it, the way you decline to trace a sound in the dark when you know the thing that made it is something you are not ready to face. He is ready. He sets the text on the shelf with the careful deliberateness of someone who is not finished with it but is finished with this particular moment of it. He turns. He walks to the archive door and puts his hand to the meridian lock from the inside, which responds to his resonance with the same ease as the outside. He steps out of the archive. Into the night. Into the lower realm's third-hour quiet, the tea houses dark, the streets reduced to their late-hour population, the distant sound of the city's persistence carrying from the direction of the central civic quarter. Cold air. The smell of old stone and the particular mineral quality that the restricted archives section of the quarter carries, the smell of documents preserved for a long time in a space designed for preservation. He looks at the street. He is going to have to find somewhere to stand while the world catches up to the things that have just been established in his body. He stands where he is. His golden core shifts, quietly, in the particular place it has been shifting for 400 years, not fracturing more, not fracturing less, simply present, recognized, no longer being managed. He breathes. He lets the night be the night. Then he sees, through the archive's exterior lamp and the specific angle of the lamplight on the stones, the shape of someone who is not the empty street. He is waiting outside. Chapter 22, What Shen Wuming Does Not Say. He is waiting outside. This is not coincidence. Very little that Shen Wuming does is coincidence, and Wei Jinghe has known this for 2 centuries and spent most of that time declining to examine what it implied. He looks, as he always looks, like someone who has decided, at some point in the distant past, that wanting things was beneath him and has been maintaining this position through sheer force of architecture, the way he stands, the precise economy of his expression, the stillness that is not peace but the absolute mastery of all the things that are not peace. He is wearing dark robes the color of the space between stars. His hair is unbound. He looks like someone who was not expecting to be seen, which means he was expecting exactly this, which means Wei Jinghe's presence here is something he has planned for and dreaded in equal measure. Wei Jinghe walks out of the archive. He stops 3 feet from Shen Wuming and looks at him. Shen Wuming looks back. 400 years of this. 400 years of standing in the wreckage of whatever battlefield they have made of the space between them, and always, this moment, the pause before Shen Wuming turns away, the breath Wei Jinghe does not take, the thing neither of them says because if it is said then they will be in new territory and new territory requires choices and choices require an acknowledgement that there is something to choose. The night around them is very quiet. The lower realms at this hour are reduced to their essential operations, the distant sound of the city's late commerce, the particular hush of the archive quarter where the buildings are old and the streets are narrow and the residents conduct their lives with the specific consideration of people who have chosen proximity to something they understand requires quiet. Overhead, the sky is doing the sky's reliable work, stars, the faint luminescence of the cultivation paths crossing the upper air, the particular quality of light that the celestial court does not produce but which is always, in the lower realms, present, the ambient glow of a world that has been inhabited for a very long time by people who have put some of themselves into it. Wei Jinghe looks at the man in front of him. He has been cataloging Shen Wuming for 400 years. He has a comprehensive taxonomy, the stillnesses and the not stillnesses, the precision and the places where the precision slips, the expressions deployed and the expressions that surface despite deployment. He has, in the specific way of someone who thinks in people, accumulated an understanding of this particular person that exceeds any formal account, more texture than fact, more attention than data, the knowledge that accumulates in the body before the mind has caught up to what it has been collecting. He looks at him now. He looks at the unbound hair, which he has seen only rarely, at the summits and the formal occasions where it is bound, at the handful of encounters in the lower realms where it was not. He looks at the stillness that is different from Shen Wuming's ordinary stillness, the other one, the qualitatively different one that he catalogued in the 4th decade of the assignment and has been reading ever since with increasing accuracy. He looks at the expression that is not composed, not the carefully calibrated neutrality of the working face, but the other face, the one that appears when the architecture is too occupied with something else to maintain the facade. Shen Wuming, at this moment, has his architecture entirely occupied with standing very still and not showing what is happening behind the stillness. Wei Jinghe has spent 400 years watching him do this. He is very good at reading what is behind it. You wrote in the margin, Wei Jinghe says. Shen Wuming's expression does not change. This is, Wei Jinghe now understands, because it is already changed, because whatever Shen Wuming feels in this moment is not something that expresses itself in the ordinary ways, but has instead been redirected, compressed, stored in the stillness of him like heat in stone. I write in margins, Shen Wuming says. I have been alive a very long time. I have read a great many texts. You wrote it so I would find it. A pause that lasts exactly long enough to confirm this. I left a notation in a restricted archive that requires a cultivator of your specific meridian resonance to access, Shen Wuming says. You may interpret that however you choose. Wei Jinghe looks at him. The night around them is very quiet. The celestial court is, at this precise moment, 3 days' travel away, and the decree is as present as it always is, that ambient pressure at the back of his golden core, the weight of a law he was born into, the certainty that this man in front of him is the thing he is supposed to end. His golden core fractures, quietly, in the particular place it has been fracturing for 400 years. He feels it. He has been feeling it for decades and refusing to trace it to its source, the way you refuse to follow a sound in the dark because you know that what made it is not something you are ready to face. He is ready to face it now. How long, Wei Jinghe says, have you known what the fading is? The street. The lamplight. The particular quality of waiting that exists in a space where two people have arrived at the same understanding from opposite directions and are standing on either side of the threshold between knowing and saying. Shen Wuming is quiet for a long time. Long enough, he finally says, that the more relevant question is why I said nothing. Then answer that one. The night. The stars. The space between them that is 3 feet of air and 400 years of everything they have not said. Shen Wuming looks at him. Something in the expression shifts, not the architecture coming down, not yet, but a small and careful recalibration, the adjustment of a man who has decided, very recently, that a certain kind of precision is more important than the maintenance of the facade. Because, Shen Wuming says, with the precision of a man who has rehearsed this sentence and hated every version of it, if I told you, you would have to choose. And I have spent a considerable number of years being, he stops. Starts again. I am not afraid of many things. I know. I am afraid of that. Of being chosen? Shen Wuming's jaw tightens. It is the most expression Wei Jinghe has seen from him in a decade. Of being chosen, he says, and then watching you do the right thing anyway. The words land with the specific quality of a thing that has been true for a very long time and has not been said. Wei Jinghe receives them. He does not manage the receiving, he simply lets the thing arrive. He looks at Shen Wuming. He looks at the controlled jaw and the unbound hair and the dark robes and the specific quality of the stillness, and he thinks, 400 years. He thinks about the annotation in the margin written in handwriting he would know in the dark at any distance. He thinks about the valley this morning, about the sentence he said to the empty bank where a man stood a century ago and offered water from a stream without meeting his eyes. He thinks about the gorge and the second node and the third, and the weight of what it cost to turn and walk back through the formation's absent boundary with his back to Shen Wuming while the court's operative waited for a report. He thinks, the man in front of him has been afraid of being chosen and then watching him do the right thing anyway. He thinks, I am not going to do the right thing. He has not been going to do the right thing for 30 years. He has simply been waiting to be honest about it, the way you wait for a decision that has already been made to announce itself in the body before the mind catches up. He has been walking toward this for a long time. He walked toward it this morning in the valley. He walked toward it through the afternoon and into the evening and through the lower realms night until he arrived here, at this lamp and this street and this man who has been waiting outside the archive with his hair unbound and his face doing the thing it does when the architecture is occupied. Tell me what you were going to say, Wei Jinghe says, before the being afraid of it stopped you. Shen Wuming looks at him. I know the notation by heart, Wei Jinghe says. I have read it more times than I can account for across 6 weeks. I know what it says. I know what it means that it is there, in that archive, in that handwriting. I am asking you to say it. A pause. To my face. The night holds them. Shen Wuming is very still in the particular way that is different from his ordinary stillness, the stillness that Wei Jinghe catalogued in the 4th decade and has been reading since, the stillness that is not calm but the absolute concentration of a man who has received something he cannot file immediately and is holding it without displaying the holding. He is not turning away. Wei Jinghe notices this. He catalogues it. He files it in the place he has been filing things for 400 years, the place that has no official name in his taxonomy but which he has understood, since the archive and the physician and the fracture rate and the word in archaic script, is not a research category. I have been managing this for a very long time, Shen Wuming says, and there is something in his voice that is different, not the careful precision of the working voice, not the unhurried economy of a man who has calibrated his speech to reveal nothing. Something rougher. Something that has been compressed for so long the compression has become its own quality. I have been managing it since the 3rd century. I have applied to it every method I have developed across 400 years of making myself into something that does not need things, and none of them have worked, and I have been furious about this in proportion to how thoroughly they have failed. I know, Wei Jinghe says. Shen Wuming looks at him. You cannot know that. I have been watching you for 400 years, Wei Jinghe says. I have been watching you across every terrain and every institutional context and every engagement that ended without ending, and I have been building a taxonomy of you since my 40th year that is, by this point, more comprehensive than anything I was supposed to be doing with my attention. I know what your ordinary stillness looks like. I know what the other one looks like. I know when your mouth is more expressive than you intend and I know what that means, and I know exactly what you look like when you have decided something and are managing the decision, and I have known, for considerably longer than I have been willing to admit, what the thing you are managing is. Shen Wuming is very still. I chose not to know it, Wei Jinghe says. I chose not to know it the way you chose not to say it, which is to say, with a great deal of effort, and continuous maintenance, and the specific quality of bad faith that you only achieve with something you have decided requires it. I was very thorough. I am done being thorough about this. The lamplight. The stars. The 3 feet between them that have been 3 feet since Wei Jinghe walked out of the archive and stopped, which is closer than their formal engagements have required in 30 years and further than the space inside the gorge's former boundary, which was 6 feet, which Shen Wuming looked across with an expression that Wei Jinghe received with the full weight of 4 centuries and has been walking away from ever since. He is not walking away. Say it, Wei Jinghe says. I am asking you. Say it. Shen Wuming looks at him for a long time. He looks at him with the expression that has no name in Wei Jinghe's taxonomy, not the working face, not the other face, not any of the registered expressions that Wei Jinghe has catalogued and titled and filed. Something new. Something that has not been visible before, because it requires the architecture to be more than occupied, it requires it to be down, completely, the specific condition of a man who has run out of the structural material necessary to maintain the facade and is now simply whatever is underneath. What is underneath? A man who wants something with a totality that has no category in 4 centuries of experience. You are the only thing, Shen Wuming says, and his voice is not the working voice, not the unhurried economy, it is something rougher and more present and more real, that I have not been able to want nothing about. I have wanted nothing about everything else. I have made wanting nothing the architecture of my existence for 3 centuries and I have been very good at it. A pause. You are the exception I could not construct around. The night. I have been, Shen Wuming says, with the specific precision of a man delivering a thing he has known for 100 years and has not said until this moment, furious about loving you for longer than most of the sects currently operating in the lower realms have existed. It is not a feeling I am at peace with. It is not a feeling I would have chosen. It is the feeling I have, which is its own form of information, and I have been declining to file the information under its correct heading for approximately a century on the grounds that filing it correctly would have required acknowledging it, and acknowledging it would have required deciding what to do with it, and deciding what to do with it would have required. He stops. Would have required telling me, Wei Jinghe says. Yes. And then watching me choose. Yes. And being afraid, Wei Jinghe says, of what I would choose. The silence that follows is the loudest thing Wei Jinghe has heard in 4 centuries. It has the specific quality of a silence that contains everything, not the absence of speech but the presence of what cannot be spoken in any register that speech is designed for, the accumulated weight of 400 years in a single 3-foot gap of city air. Shen Wuming says nothing. Wei Jinghe looks at him. He looks at the man who has been waiting outside the archive on a night in the lower realms with his hair unbound and his face doing the thing faces do when they have run out of architecture, and he thinks, 400 years of this. He thinks, he wrote it in the margin because he was going to say it to my face and was not yet ready, and he is here because he has become ready, and he is standing in the night with his expression down and his voice rough and none of his usual management intact. He thinks, I have been waiting for this for a very long time. Shen Wuming, he says. I know, Shen Wuming says, very quietly, what you are about to say. Good, Wei Jinghe says. Then you'll know I mean it. Chapter 23, What Wei Jinghe Names. He takes 1 step forward. Shen Wuming does not step back. He never steps back. It is one of the maddening constants of him, that he will hold any ground, that he has always held this particular ground, that 400 years of Wei Jinghe trying to find the shape of what is wrong between them has never once moved him to retreat. They are 2 feet apart now. Wei Jinghe can feel, at this distance, the particular quality of void meridian cultivation, not a threat, not a pressure, but a presence, the specific ambient quality that his golden core has been responding to since his 40th year and that he has been managing the response to for 3.5 centuries. He is not managing it now. He is standing in it and letting the feeling be what it is, which is, everything. The management is done. The fractures are doing what the fractures do when the suppression releases, not catastrophically, not all at once, but with the steady illumination of something uncovered rather than something breaking. He can feel every line of them. He can feel the accumulated cost of 400 years of pretending, mapped in light along the architecture of his golden core. He is not afraid. He has been afraid of this for a very long time, in the way you are afraid of something you have been approaching from the side for decades, not a direct fear, not the simple fear of a threat, but the specific fear of a truth that will change the shape of everything once it is standing in the open air. He is standing in the open air with it now. He is not afraid. I have been following divine law my entire life, Wei Jinghe says. He hears his own voice as if from a distance, very even, very quiet, the voice of someone who has gotten past the shaking. I followed it before I understood it. I followed it when it stopped making sense. I followed it every time you let me go, and I told myself that you let me go because we were evenly matched, because the timing was wrong, because... He stops. Shen Wuming is watching him with an expression that has finally broken the architecture. It is not hope. Hope is too simple a word for what is on Shen Wuming's face. It is something older, something that has been constructed over centuries out of the materials available, patience, fury, the particular intelligence of a man who chose to understand everything and then discovered there was one thing he could not think his way past. Because you were letting me go, Wei Jinghe says. You have been letting me go for 400 years. And I knew, I have known, and I kept choosing not to know it, because if I knew it I would have to decide what kind of man I was going to be. The fracture in his golden core shifts. He feels it the way you feel a bone that has been broken and improperly set, not new pain, but old pain, the dull familiar ache of something that has been wrong for so long it became the baseline, became the texture of living, became so normal that you stop noticing it until the moment someone shows you the record and you see the line that explains every ache you'd attributed to weather, to age, to the general cost of being alive. It is not painful, precisely. It is more like release. The terrible relief of a pressure finally equalized, the body letting go of a tension it has held so long. The letting go is indistinguishable from collapse. He is still standing. Shen Wuming. Don't, Shen Wuming says, and his voice is the first unguarded thing Wei Jinghe has heard from him in perhaps a century, rough at the edges, all the careful construction briefly abandoned. Wei Jinghe. Don't, if you're going to. I'm not going to do the right thing, Wei Jinghe says. I'm going to do the true thing, which I have confused for the wrong thing for 400 years, and I am telling you this because you deserve to know the difference before I say it. Shen Wuming goes very still. I love you, Wei Jinghe says. I have loved you since the 3rd century of trying to kill you. I have loved you across 100 battlefields, and I have loved you in every archive I searched looking for a way to end this that didn't require either of us to die, and I have loved you every time you let me go, which I now understand was also you. It was always also you. The silence that follows is the loudest thing Wei Jinghe has ever heard. Then Shen Wuming says, very quietly, Wei Jinghe. I know, Wei Jinghe says. Your core. I know. Because he can feel it. Has been feeling it since he walked out of the archive, not the slow fracturing of years, but something new, something that naming has catalyzed, as if the suppression was the only thing maintaining the structural integrity, and now that it is released the damage is visible all at once, the way a dam does not weaken gradually but holds and then does not hold. His golden core is breaking. Not metaphorically. Not in the gradual, deniable way of the past 4 centuries. He can feel each fracture line with perfect clarity, a map of every time he swallowed this, every time he looked at Shen Wuming across the length of a sword and chose the decree over the truth, every suppressed feeling finding its crack and running along it. It is not painful, precisely. It is more like release, the terrible relief of a pressure finally equalized. The body letting go of a tension it has held so long, the letting go is indistinguishable from collapse. He is still standing. Shen Wuming has closed the distance between them without Wei Jinghe seeing him move, that particular speed of his, that particular precision, and his hands are on Wei Jinghe's face, and his expression is the thing Wei Jinghe was afraid of seeing because it is not composed, not architectural, not the careful masterwork of a man who decided centuries ago not to let anything show. It is grief. It is love. It is the face of someone who has been waiting for something and received it and cannot hold it and cannot let it go and has no framework for the space between those two impossibilities. I told you not to, Shen Wuming says. You didn't, actually. I implied it very strongly. You implied it, Wei Jinghe agrees, and I decided that after 400 years you were owed a sentence that was actually said. His hands come up to cover Shen Wuming's, which are still on his face. The contact is very real. He is aware of everything with unusual clarity, the texture of those hands, the quality of the cultivation present in them, the specific and particular warmth of void meridian resonance at close range. He has felt this at distance for 4 centuries. He is feeling it now without the distance. He lets himself feel it. I'm not afraid, he says, and is surprised to discover this is true. Shen Wuming's hands tighten on his face. I am, he says, and this is the most honest thing Wei Jinghe has ever heard him say, stripped of everything, just the plain fact of it. I am afraid. I have been afraid since the 3rd century. I have been afraid and furious, and I have let you go every time because I could not. His voice does something complicated. I could not end you. I could not. You were the only. I know, Wei Jinghe says. You can't know. I haven't said it. Say it, then. The fractures are very bright now. Internally, he means, but Shen Wuming can see it, he knows, can see the gold of a fracturing core beginning to show through the way sunset shows through paper, a glow that has no business being beautiful and is. They are standing in the lower realm's 3rd hour quiet with their foreheads nearly touching and the lamplight behind them and the city conducting its small nocturnal business without reference to the 2 men in the archive quarter who have just, after 4 centuries, finally stopped managing the space between them. Shen Wuming's thumb moves against his jaw, not a gesture of comfort, not the deliberate precision of a technique, just the movement of someone who is holding something they have been careful not to hold for a very long time and is no longer being careful. He is looking at Wei Jinghe with the undefended face, the face with no taxonomy entry, the face that is just what it is. Wei Jinghe looks back. 400 years, he thinks. 400 years and we are here, in the lower realms in the middle of the night, with my golden core fracturing and your hair unbound and the decree 3 days away and 25 days on the clock, and none of that is the most important thing about this moment. The most important thing is that Shen Wuming is afraid. Has said he is afraid. Is standing in front of him with the fact of it in his voice, which is more than Wei Jinghe has ever had from him, which is the thing he needed before the saying, which is the reason the saying was possible. He tips his head forward. Their foreheads touch. It is not a dramatic gesture. It is the specific gesture of two people who have been in proximity for 4 centuries and are, for the first time, in proximity without managing it, without the decree, without the institutional distance, without the careful maintenance of enough space to deny what the space is for. It is very quiet. It is the quietest thing that has ever happened in the space between them. Shen Wuming's breath against his face is very real. Stay, Wei Jinghe says. The word is not a request. It is not a demand. It is simply a statement of what he wants, said in the voice that is his voice without performance, which he has been very careful not to use for this particular thing for 400 years. I have been staying, Shen Wuming says, quietly, against his temple. I have been staying for 4 centuries. I have been staying and pretending I was leaving, which is the thing I will spend the rest of my existence being angry with myself about. Wei Jinghe makes a sound that is almost a laugh. I will also, Shen Wuming says, spend the rest of my existence being angry with you, if that becomes relevant. That is the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me, Wei Jinghe says. That is a very low standard, Shen Wuming says. You have been alone for 400 years. So have you. Yes, Shen Wuming says, with the clipped precision of a man acknowledging a fact he finds inconvenient. Devastatingly so. The fractures are very present. Wei Jinghe can feel them with a clarity that is past the stage of information and into the stage of simply being part of the moment, the specific illumination of a golden core in its final configuration, mapped in light along the architecture of 4 centuries. He can feel the lines of it. He can feel the shape of everything it has cost. He does not mind. He minds it the way you mind something that is the cost of a thing that was worth the cost, not with regret, but with the specific clarity of a man who has done the accounting and arrived at a conclusion he stands behind. There is something I can do, Shen Wuming says. The scholar's voice, the precise voice, the voice that has read every forbidden text in the lower realms and is now deploying that knowledge with urgency. There are texts, the Sutra of Inverse Transference, the formation records from the pre-court era, the Shen Wuming. I have not tried everything. I have been careful not to try everything because trying everything meant believing this was going to happen, and I was not. Shen Wuming. Wei Jinghe's hands tighten on his. Look at me. He looks. I'm not afraid, Wei Jinghe says again. This is not a tragedy. A tragedy would have been not saying it. A tragedy would have been another 100 years of the archive and the decree and letting you go on believing that being chosen was the thing you were afraid of, when what you were actually afraid of was this, being chosen and it counting. Being chosen and knowing it was real. Shen Wuming says nothing. It is real, Wei Jinghe says. I need you to have that. I need you to have that after, because I know you will find a way to unmake it in your own memory, you will find a way to make it theoretical, to make it a data point in a study of human weakness, and I am telling you right now that if you do that I will be very disappointed in you from wherever I am. A breath. A sound that is almost, something Shen Wuming would never permit himself, sharp at the edges, barely contained. I chose you, Wei Jinghe says simply. I chose you and I do not regret it and I did not do the right thing. I did the true thing. Remember that there is a difference. The light is very bright. It is internal, the gold of his fracturing core, the light that has no external source, the specific luminescence of a cultivation architecture releasing 4 centuries of accumulated energy into the open air where it was always meant to be. It is, he thinks, not unlike the valley this morning, the stream finding its channel, the ground cover doing its patient work, the indifference of the world to what has been set down in it. He is not afraid. The city continues. The lamp burns. Shen Wuming's hands are on his face. The fractures run their course. And Wei Jinghe, who was born to end this man and could not do it, who followed divine law for 4 centuries until the law's own archive told him what the law was made of, who dismantled 3 formation nodes at dawn in an eastern gorge because he had run out of the will to pretend. Wei Jinghe is in the 3rd hour of the night in the lower realms with his golden core fracturing in his hands over someone else's, and the sentence finally said, and he is, for the first time in 400 years, entirely himself. He is at complete peace. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace of a problem solved, but the peace of a truth finally in the open air, the peace of a secret that has stopped being secret and can now simply be. The light gets brighter. He lets it. Chapter 24, what Shen Wuming has spent a century being furious about. You are the only thing, Shen Wuming says, that I have ever wanted. He says it because Wei Jinghe asked him to say it. He says it because Wei Jinghe is standing with the light of a fracturing core beginning to glow through the surface of him and has asked to hear it said, and Shen Wuming has been keeping it for 100 years in the 14th chapter of a text in the lower realms, and it is past time for the keeping to become the saying. In 300 years of wanting nothing, he says, of making myself into something that wanted nothing, of understanding that wanting things was a mechanism for suffering and choosing not to participate, you are the single exception I could not excise. I tried. He can hear the quality of his own voice and he does not manage it. He is past managing it. You are in the record of every technique I have ever used to make myself indifferent, because I applied every one of them to this and none of them worked, and I have been furious about it for a century because the only alternative to being furious was admitting that I was in love with me, Wei Jinghe says. Devastatingly, Shen Wuming says, with the clipped ferocity of a man who has just surrendered a position he held for 100 years. Yes. Devastatingly. Against my better judgment and my considerable intellect and every decision I have ever made about the shape of my own existence. Devastatingly in love with you. Wei Jinghe smiles. It is not a large smile. It is the smile of a man whose golden core is shattering and who is, in this precise moment, at complete peace, not the peace of resolution, not the peace of a problem solved, but the peace of a truth finally in the open air, the peace of a secret that has stopped being secret and can now simply be. Good, he says. I wanted you to say it. Wei Jinghe. I wanted you to say it, he says again, because I needed to know you'd have it. After. I needed to know it wasn't only in the margins. Shen Wuming understands. Of course he understands, he has always understood, which was always part of the problem. His expression does the thing that has no name, the thing Wei Jinghe has spent 400 years cataloging without being able to title, all the architecture falling at once, leaving only what the architecture was built to protect, which is this precise thing, a man who wants exactly one thing and is receiving it and losing it in the same moment and has no defenses left. This is what he was afraid of. He is in it now. He has his hands on Wei Jinghe's face, has had them there since he crossed the distance between them without Wei Jinghe seeing him move, which is the speed that comes from 4 centuries of cultivation deployed in a single moment of not being able to remain 3 feet away from someone who is fracturing. He has his hands on Wei Jinghe's face and he can feel, beneath his palms, the warmth of a golden core and its final release, not the cold of damage but the warmth of light. The specific quality of a light meridian cultivation coming apart from the inside in the way the healer's compendium described and which Luo Beichen's graph plotted and which he has been not believing for years because not believing it was easier than believing it and doing nothing. He is not doing nothing. You are not allowed to be peaceful about this, he says, and it is not a sentence, it is something that wants to be anger and cannot find the anger because it is too close to something else. I'm not peaceful, Wei Jinghe says. I'm relieved. There's a difference. I don't want, he stops. Starts again. The Sutra of Inverse Transference contains a formation sequence for stabilizing fractured meridian architecture. I have read it 11 times. It requires a cultivator of void alignment to anchor the technique, and I am Shen Wuming. It could buy time, he says, and he knows, saying it, the quality his own voice has taken on, the scholar's precision. The careful articulation of a man who has read every available text and is not finished reading, who has been not trying everything because trying everything meant believing this was the shape of it, and he was not ready. The historical cases show partial arrest. 2 of the 17. The longer of the two lasted 4 years, which is. 4 years is not the 400 we've had, Wei Jinghe says, and I know you know that. He knows that. He has known that since Luo Beichen's graph. He knows the difference between partial arrest and full reversal, knows it with the clinical precision that is both his gift and his failure, the ability to look at the truth clearly and understand exactly what it is and what it is not. I have been careful, he says, not to try everything, because trying everything meant. I know what it meant. Because trying everything meant accepting that the trying had limits, and he stops. The sentence does not have a comfortable ending. He does not give it one. I was not ready. Wei Jinghe looks at him. He is looking at Shen Wuming with the expression he has, the one that appears when he has listened to something very carefully and is about to say back what he heard with small corrections that are always technically right. He is looking at him with 400 years of attention in the look, the specific quality of a man who has spent 4 centuries in this person's orbit and has developed an understanding of him that is more comprehensive than any formal account. I know, Wei Jinghe says, simply. He says it without pity. He says it without the gentleness that would be a kind of condescension, the gentleness that acknowledges a weakness. He says it with the specific quality of acceptance that is not resignation, the acceptance of a man who understands exactly what he is accepting and has accepted it with full knowledge of the cost. Shen Wuming's hands tighten on his face. He is holding him. He is holding Wei Jinghe's face with both hands in the lower realm night, with the lamplight behind them and the fractures very bright and getting brighter, and he is aware, with the totality of his awareness, the full capacity of a man who has spent 4 centuries containing exactly this, that the thing he has been afraid of for 100 years is happening, and it is not what he feared. He feared the choosing and then the right thing. This is the choosing and then the true thing. He is not, in this moment, sure the distinction saves him. But he is aware of it with absolute clarity, which is something, which is more than he expected to have. I want to try the technique, he says. His voice is level. He has recovered enough architecture to make it level, which is not the same as composure but is at least the outer edge of it. I know, Wei Jinghe says. I want to try it because there is a version of this that is different, and he stops. Because the alternative to trying is not trying, and I have been not trying for 46 years on the grounds that trying was an acknowledgement that the situation existed, and I am no longer willing to not try things on those grounds. You may try it, Wei Jinghe says. I am not going to stop you. He means it. Shen Wuming can read when he means things, has been reading it for 4 centuries, the quality of Wei Jinghe's meaning which is different from his performing, the specific register of something said from inside rather than from the function. He means it. He will not stop him. Shen Wuming brings the technique to bear. He has read the sutra 11 times. He knows the formation sequence. He knows the specific meridian pressure required for the void cultivation anchor, knows the geometry of the anchoring structure, knows the places in a light cultivator's core architecture where the stabilization is most likely to have effect. He is very good at this. He has been very good at this for a long time. He holds the technique. He holds it, and Wei Jinghe's breath is against his face, and the fractures are very bright, and he can feel, through the contact of the technique, the specific quality of a golden core in its final configuration, the lines of it, the map of 4 centuries of cost, the accumulated damage that Luo Beichen graphed and the healer measured and the physician's compendium documented and which he refused to believe until the Tuesday when he did not refuse it anymore. He holds the technique for a long time. Wei Jinghe's hands are over his. The city conducts its small nocturnal business. The lamplight is steady. He holds the technique. He knows, holding it, what the technique tells him. He has known since he brought it to bear, since the moment the void meridian anchor made contact with the fracture architecture and he felt, with the specificity of 400 years of cultivation expertise, the shape of what he is working with. The damage is not new. The damage is not the product of tonight's saying, it is the accumulated cost of 400 years of not saying, the debt already paid, the account already settled in the architecture of a golden core that has been fracturing at the rate of every suppressed feeling since the 2nd century. The technique buys time. It does not change the architecture. He knows this. He knew it from the text, from the 17 cases, from Luo Beichen's numbers. He is feeling it now in his hands, which is different from knowing it, and the difference is the distance between reading a healer's account and being the healer. He keeps holding it anyway. He holds it until the technique has done what the technique can do, which is, slow the fracturing rate, soften the progression, give some quality of ease to the release. He holds it until he has given it everything the formation sequence permits, which is not everything, which is all he has. Wei Jinghe's breath is very even. He is not afraid. He said he was not afraid, and Shen Wuming has been looking at him since, and he has not found the fear, not in the quality of his breath, not in the expression, not in the hands that are over his and warm and present and entirely steady. He is not afraid. He was honest about that, which means he is at peace with something Shen Wuming is not at peace with, and Shen Wuming is going to have to find a way to stand in the same place as this fact because Wei Jinghe needs him to. Say something else, Wei Jinghe says. What would you like me to say? Anything. A pause. Say something you have never said. Shen Wuming thinks. There are many things he has never said. He has spent 4 centuries in the discipline of not saying, in the careful reduction of expression to its load-bearing minimum, in the specific frugality of a man who learned early that the things he said were used against him and later that the things he said to this particular person were something he could not afford to say. He has an archive of not said things. He has been building it since the 3rd century. You are the most interesting person, he says, I have ever been required to share air with. And I have shared air with many people across 4 centuries, most of whom I found entirely predictable by the 3rd conversation. You have never been predictable to me. I have been trying to predict you for 400 years and you have been, consistently and without apparent effort, beyond the model. A pause. I found this infuriating. I also found it the specific variety of infuriating that is actually something else, which I did not acknowledge until the 3rd century, and which I have been furious about since. Wei Jinghe makes the sound that is almost a laugh again. You have a very specific relationship with fury, he says. It is the feeling I have the most infrastructure for, Shen Wuming says. The others required construction. And love? Love, Shen Wuming says, with the precision of a man working without available tools, required demolition. Wei Jinghe is quiet for a moment. Of what? He asks. Of everything I built instead, Shen Wuming says. Across 3 centuries. Which is why it took so long. Wei Jinghe's hands tighten on his. The light is getting brighter. Shen Wuming can see it now, not with his eyes, but with the void meridian sense that has always responded to Wei Jinghe's cultivation the way a compass responds to north, the specific attunement that has been with him since the 3rd century and that he has been carrying as a fact about himself without ever calling it by its name. He can feel the light getting brighter. He can feel, through the contact of the technique, the shape of what is happening. He does not release the technique. He holds it. I need you, Wei Jinghe says, quietly, to not do the thing you are planning to do after this. Shen Wuming is very still. I know you, Wei Jinghe says. I know what you are planning. You are going to take this and convert it into motion, into the celestial court, into the decree, into the texts you haven't tried yet. You are going to make it a project. You are going to make it a very long, very thorough, very precisely executed project, and you are going to work on it for the next 3 centuries, and you are going to do this because it is the only way you know how to hold something. A pause. You are allowed, Wei Jinghe says, to simply hold it. I know how to hold things, Shen Wuming says. His voice is not level anymore. Not like this, Wei Jinghe says. Not things that have been chosen and received and are real. You don't know how to hold those. You know how to hold things at arm's length and manage them and contain them. This is not that. This is the other kind. He is right. This is, Shen Wuming thinks, the most exhausting quality of Wei Jinghe, that he has spent 4 centuries being right about Shen Wuming in ways Shen Wuming did not acknowledge, and he is right now, in this moment, with the light getting brighter and the technique doing what the technique can do, which is not enough. What do you want me to do? Shen Wuming says. He is not asking it as a question about instruction. He is asking it as someone who has arrived at the edge of his own architecture and is genuinely, for the first time in a very long time, without a prepared answer. Hold it, Wei Jinghe says. Just hold it. Don't make it anything else yet. Just be here, in this, for whatever time this is. Shen Wuming says nothing. He holds the technique. He holds Wei Jinghe's face. He is here. The light is very bright now. He can see it in the way that void meridian cultivation can see things that are past the visible spectrum, not with the eyes but with the cultivator's sense of formation and resonance, the sense that has been turned toward Wei Jinghe for 4 centuries and is turned toward him now with everything, nothing held back, no architecture maintaining the distance. He is, he realizes, not afraid. He has been afraid since the 3rd century, and the fear has been with him so long it has become part of the landscape, part of the background, as present and as unnoticed as the decree's ambient hum at the back of his consciousness. He was afraid. He said he was afraid. He was afraid and furious and here and now he is simply here, and the fear is present, and he is present in it, and neither of these things is the primary fact about this moment. The primary fact about this moment is Wei Jinghe's hands over his. The primary fact is the smile, the not large smile of a man at complete peace, a man who has done the accounting and arrived at the conclusion he stands behind, a man who is in the middle of the truest thing he has ever done and knows it. Wei Jinghe, Shen Wuming says. Yes. I chose you back, he says. I want you to know that. I chose you back 100 years ago and I have been choosing you back every day since, in the margins of a text in a restricted archive, and I want you to have that. Not in the margins. Said. Wei Jinghe is quiet. I chose you back, Shen Wuming says. Devastatingly. Against every better judgment I have ever had. For as long as I have been capable of the choosing. The light is very bright. Wei Jinghe smiles at him. It is not a large smile. It is everything. Chapter 25, Afterward. He does not dissolve dramatically. He does not become light, does not ascend, does not make it a spectacle. He simply becomes less, and then Shen Wuming is holding someone who is no longer entirely there, and then the weight in his arms is only light, warm light, gold light, the last of a golden core finally released from the pressure that was always its slow undoing. And then that too is gone. Shen Wuming stands in the space outside the archive for a long time. The lamplight continues without any awareness of what has just happened beneath it. The lower realms conduct their 3rd-hour commerce with the complete indifference of a world that does not require witness to continue. The archive behind him holds its texts in the careful order that Xianxia arranged them, undisturbed, the meridian lock resetting with the automatic equanimity of a mechanism that has been resetting for a very long time and does not distinguish between occasions. He is standing in the archive quarter at the 3rd hour of the night. He is holding nothing. He does not move for a long time. The thing that is happening inside him is not something he has a name for. He has names for most things. He has built, over 4 centuries, a comprehensive vocabulary for his own interior states, a taxonomy so thorough that it has rarely been insufficient. There has almost always been a category available, a heading under which to file the thing being felt, a place for it in the architecture. He is a man who thinks in systems and has applied that capacity to himself with the same thoroughness he applies to everything else. He does not have a name for this. It is not grief, precisely. He knows grief, the specific quality of a thing that has been present and is no longer, the negative space of an absence that has the exact shape of what was there. This has that quality, and also more than that quality, and the more is the part he does not have a name for. The part that is not only loss but also, something else. Something that requires a different category. He thinks, I chose you back. He said that. He said it out loud, to the face, not in the margins. Wei Jinghe heard it. He smiled at it with the not large smile of a man at complete peace, which is the most devastating thing Shen Wuming has ever seen, and which he is going to be seeing for a very long time, and this is also part of the thing he does not have a name for. He thinks, he was not afraid. He thinks, devastatingly. He does not unmake it. This is harder than anything he has ever done, harder than dismantling 3 sects, harder than 3 centuries of not wanting things, harder than every battle across every ruin of every mountain range they turned into a battlefield by refusing to finish it. It is the hardest thing he has done, to hold it, to let it be real, to not convert it into something that doesn't hurt. He holds it. He lets it be real. He lets it hurt. The celestial court will send someone within the week. The decree will be noted as unresolved. There will be inquiries, investigations, perhaps a new vessel of judgment appointed to the task of finding what happened to the last one. He will deal with all of this. He is very good at dealing with things. He has been dealing with things for 3 centuries. He has made himself into something that is good at surviving, at processing, at converting grief into motion and motion into distance between himself and the source of the grief. He does not convert it into distance. He stands in the lower realm night with the archive behind him and the lamplight steady and the 3rd hour proceeding in its way, and he holds it, and it is real, and it hurts, and he does not move away from the hurt. This is not how he has survived things before. He does not know, yet, if it will work. He finds, standing here, that he does not particularly care whether it works in the way he means. He cares whether it is honest, which is a different criterion, and which is a thing he has spent 4 centuries applying everywhere except this particular place. He is applying it here now. The hurt is the honest thing. He is being honest about it. He stays with it until the 3rd hour becomes the 4th, until the lamplight shifts with the specific quality of a wick burning lower, until the lower realm's pre-dawn quiet settles over the archive quarter with its distinct hush. Then he goes inside. The archive receives him without ceremony, his meridian resonance acknowledged, the lock released, the door open. He goes to the shelf. He takes down the text. He opens it to the page with the margin notation, which is in his own handwriting, which says what it says and is still there. He reads it. He takes out his brush. He has been carrying it. He did not think about this, he simply left this morning with the meridian treatise and the brush and walked to the restricted archive, which is what the morning required, and which he is understanding now was the morning's knowledge of what the night was going to need. He looks at the margin. There is space beside the notation. There has always been space beside it. He left the space deliberately, which he has known for 46 years and not examined until now, and which he is examining now with the specific clarity of a man who is past the architecture and looking at what the architecture was arranged around. He left the space because he knew, when he wrote the first notation, that it was not the last thing to be said. He writes. It takes a long time, for as many words as it is. He writes it and reads it and writes more and reads again, and it is insufficient, and he leaves it anyway, because insufficiency is not, he is deciding, the relevant criterion. The relevant criterion is whether it is true. He applies this test. The answer is yes, to every sentence, in the specific and painful way that things are true when they have been true for a very long time and are being said for the first time. He sets the brush down. He reads what he wrote. Somewhere in the lower realms, a restricted archive contains a notation in handwriting that has faded to the color of old bruises. The text around it describes a decree that was a panic, a law that was a framework for something the heavens could not name, an ending that was built around an assumption that love was the same as destruction. In the margin beside it, in newer ink, someone has added a second notation, written in the unguarded hand of a man who has spent 4 centuries being very careful with his handwriting and is not being careful now. He knew. He chose anyway. He was not afraid. I am keeping this. I have decided that keeping things is not weakness. I have decided this because he asked me to, and because he was right, and because if he was right about this then the past 400 years were not a failure, they were the only honest thing either of us ever did. I am not going to do the right thing either. I am going to find every text ever written about inverse transference and I am going to tear the celestial order apart from the outside and I am not going to stop. He said he would be disappointed in me if I unmade it. I intend to give him something to be proud of instead. He closes the text. He puts it back on the shelf. He stands in the archive at the 4th hour of the morning and looks at the shelf and the text and the low lamp and the careful order that Xianxia has arranged, which is the order of anticipation, which has always been placing things where the person who needs them is most likely to reach. He has reached. He goes to the archive door. He steps out into the lower realm pre-dawn, which is not yet light but is past dark, the specific quality of the hour before the sky begins to consider the question, the color of things that have not yet been asked. The street is very quiet. The lamp is lower now. He stands in the street. He thinks about Luo Beichen, who is in their rooms 3 civic districts north, who has not slept, who went to the window at the 3rd hour and will have known, from the specific quality of what the 3rd hour felt like from the inside of a void meridian cultivator's awareness, that something has changed. He thinks about what it is going to require to walk through the door and be seen. He has never minded being seen, he has spent 4 centuries being very good at controlling what is seen, and this will be different. He will mind it. He will do it anyway. He thinks about Xianxia, who is at the Celestial Court's residential annex with the knowledge of a woman who waited exactly as long as she could and made the right call, and who is going to wake up this morning to the specific quality of an absence she was expecting and will grieve completely and alone until she decides she is done grieving, and then she will begin doing what needs to be done, which is also what Shen Wuming intends to begin doing. He thinks about Wei Jinghe saying, "I am not going to do the right thing. I am going to do the true thing." He thinks about the not large smile. He thinks about devastatingly. He straightens. He has, in 4 centuries, survived many things. He has survived them by conversion, by taking the thing that happened and finding what it could be made into, what motion it could become, what direction the grief or the fury or the whatever it was could be turned. He has been very efficient at this. He has never questioned whether efficiency was the right criterion. He is questioning it now. He is going to survive this by holding it. By not converting it. By letting it be what it is, not a mechanism for motion, not a fuel source for the dismantling of celestial institutions, not a project he works on for 3 centuries until the project is complete. It will be all of those things eventually. He is going to find every text. He is going to do what the notation says, because the notation is a promise, and he made it in his own handwriting in a restricted archive at the 4th hour of the morning, and he keeps things he commits to in writing. But first he is going to stand in the lower realm pre-dawn and hold the thing that happened tonight without converting it. He holds it. He holds it for as long as it takes. When the sky begins to consider the question of morning, the first suggestion of light in the eastern angle, the quality of the dark changing from absolute to conditional, he begins to walk. He walks north, toward the rooms and the corridor and Luo Beichen's door, which he is going to knock on, which will open, and behind which there will be a person who has been awake since the 3rd hour waiting for him to come back. He has never been the kind of man who comes back. He is coming back. The lower realms receive him with their usual indifference, the streets doing the things that streets do at this hour, the pre-dawn city in the specific state of itself that it occupies in the hour before it becomes the morning version of itself. He walks through it. He walks through the civic quarter and the transit junction and the residential corridors, and the world conducts its enormous, patient, indifferent business around him, and he is in it, and he is holding the thing he is holding, and he does not put it down. He does not put it down. He knocks on Luo Beichen's door. It opens immediately, which means Luo Beichen was already standing on the other side of it, which means he has been at the door since before the knock, which is the behavior of someone who has been watching the window and waiting for a particular quality of footstep in the corridor. Luo Beichen looks at him. He looks back. He does not have a prepared expression. He does not have a prepared anything. He has the face he has in this moment, which is the face of a man who has been standing in the lower realm night holding something very large for a very long time and has now come home. Luo Beichen says nothing. He steps back from the door. Shen Wuming walks in. The door closes behind him. The lower realms continue. Somewhere in a restricted archive, a text holds 2 notations in 2 different inks, written in the same hand at a distance of decades. The first, written in the fading ink of someone who knew what he knew and could not yet say it. The second, written in the steady ink of someone who has received what was given and has decided what to do with it. The second notation is a promise. He intends to keep it. He has decided, in the specific and unrevocable way of a man who commits to things in writing, that keeping things is not weakness. He has decided this because Wei Jinghe asked him to. He has decided this because Wei Jinghe was right. He has decided this because 400 years of circling something with his hands in his pockets and his heart in the margins of a text is enough circling, and he is done pretending he is the kind of man who only keeps things from a careful distance. He is keeping this one up close. He is keeping it where it hurts. He is keeping it. Epilogue, the myth. 1,000 years later, two young cultivators find the archive. They are not supposed to be here. They are supposed to be at different ends of a training exercise, a formal assessment of their individual meridian strengths, a test designed in part to evaluate whether the ancient enmity of their respective lineages will compromise their individual judgment in the field. The assessment requires separation. The assessment requires each of them to demonstrate, by independent navigation of the designated territory, that they are capable of operating without reference to the other person's location. They have been navigating toward each other's location for approximately 20 minutes. Neither of them has acknowledged this. The archive quarter of the lower realms has changed in 1,000 years, as things change when they are inhabited by a world that does not hold still, the buildings older, the streets resettled by centuries of foot traffic into something smoother and more deliberate, the civic quarter grown around the archive's original structures with the specific accommodation of something the city has decided is worth building around. The lamp above the archive door is new, which is to say it has been replaced many times and is currently the most recent version of itself. The door is old. The meridian lock on the door is very old, older than the current configuration of the celestial court, older than the administrative reorganization of the 3rd century of this millennium, older than most of the institutions that would, if asked, claim to predate it. The younger cultivator reaches it first. She is 23 years old in the way that cultivators are 23, not the 23 of mortals, which is simply what it is, but the 23 of someone who has been cultivating since the age of 7 and carries in her bones the beginning of the long extension that cultivation produces, the first intimation of the centuries that are possible. She has light meridian resonance, clear and specific, the specific frequency that her lineage has carried for 11 generations. She has been told, her entire life, what this means. She knows what it means. She has opinions about what it means that she has not yet said out loud to anyone. She puts her hand to the meridian lock. The lock opens. She stands for a moment in the specific quality of that, the lock recognizing her, the archive admitting her, the old formation responding to her cultivation with the ease of something that was built for exactly this resonance. She has not been here before. She does not know why the lock opens for her. She has a suspicion about why, which she files under the category of things she is not ready to examine yet, and goes inside. The archive is exactly as Xianxia left it. This is the first thing she thinks, which is an odd thing to think about a room she has never been in, and which she will not understand until later, until she has read the texts and the records and the history that explains why the archive's archivist has not been seen since the beginning of this millennium, and why the last entry in the access records is a notation that reads, in the old script, "I believe the timing is finally correct. I am going elsewhere." She does not know any of this yet. She stands in the archive and looks at the shelves. They are arranged in an order that is not the order of the current cataloging system, not the order that any administrative archive in the lower realms currently uses, not any system she recognizes from her formal training. It is the order of anticipation. She will understand this later, when she has spent more time here, the order of a person who places things where the person who needs them is most likely to reach. Her hand goes to the middle shelf without her deciding to move it. She pulls out a text. It is old. Not the oldest in the room, she can feel, with the light meridian sensitivity that she has been training since she was 7, the specific age resonance of the materials around her, and this text is significant but not the most significant. It is old in the way of a thing that has been handled, returned, read again, returned again, the specific quality of a document that has been important to specific people rather than simply old for a long time. She opens it. She is reading the 3rd page when the archive door opens behind her. She does not startle. She knew he was coming, has known since approximately 4 minutes ago when the approach of his void meridian resonance registered at the edge of her awareness the way it always registers, with the specific quality that she has been declining to examine for approximately 6 months. She turns the page. She continues reading. He crosses the room without speaking. This is the thing about him that she has been cataloging since they were assigned to the same advanced cohort 8 months ago, that he does not fill space with noise, does not announce himself, does not occupy a room in the way that most people occupy rooms. He is simply in it, and then he is standing beside her, and she is reading, and neither of them says anything for a long moment. Then he says, "You're not supposed to be here." "Neither are you." A pause. "Your resonance opened the lock," he says. It is not a question. Yes. He looks at the text in her hands. He looks at it with the expression he has when he is reading something from across a room, not pretending he isn't reading it, not performing disinterest, simply taking in what is there with the quiet directness that is one of the things she has been filing in the catalog she does not officially maintain. "What is it?" he says. She looks at the page she is on. She reads the heading. She says, "The Decree of Sundered Fates." Original text, pre-court era. She turns to the front matter. With addenda. He is quiet. She reads. He does not leave. He stands beside her while she reads, which is the thing he does, has been doing since the first month of the advanced cohort, when she stayed late in the reference library to finish a research compilation, and he stayed because he said he had his own work to complete, and then spent the entire evening reading over her shoulder without asking permission, which she found either extremely presumptuous or extremely natural and has not yet determined which. She said nothing about it then. She has said nothing about it since. They have spent 8 months not saying anything about it, which has produced a very large and very specifically shaped silence between them. She reads for a long time. She reads the decree. She reads the addendum, which she has to pause over because the script is archaic and she has to work out 2 characters with the reference text on the second shelf. She reads the mechanism, the formation theory, the dual vessel resonance, the thing the original author called the third thing, with the particular diffidence of someone naming something they don't yet have the language for. She turns to the margin. The notation is faded, the ink the color of old bruises, the handwriting precise and slightly compressed, the hand of someone who was very careful with language and chose every word with full awareness of its weight. She reads it. She reads, the decree names an outcome. It does not name a cause. The cause is older than the decree and has nothing to do with celestial order. The cause is that they found each other and the heavens had no framework for what that meant, so they built a law around it instead. She reads, the law is not a law. It is a panic. And then, beside it, in newer ink, newer by the distance that is visible between them, the second hand less faded, the stroke slightly different in character, the specific difference of a person writing with purpose rather than precision, he knew. He chose anyway. He was not afraid. I am keeping this. I have decided that keeping things is not weakness. I have decided this because he asked me to, and because he was right, and because if he was right about this, then the past 400 years were not a failure, they were the only honest thing either of us ever did. I am not going to do the right thing either. I am going to find every text ever written about inverse transference, and I am going to tear the celestial order apart from the outside, and I am not going to stop. He said he would be disappointed in me if I unmade it. I intend to give him something to be proud of instead. She reads it slowly. She reads it once and then reads it again, the way you read something that has not yet finished arriving. Then she reads it aloud, slowly, and the older cultivator listens with an expression that is trying very hard to be academic. He chose anyway, she says. He was not afraid. A pause. The historical record says Lord Shen spent 3 centuries dismantling every mechanism of the celestial court that upheld the decree, the older cultivator says. He never reconstituted himself in the formal order. He's listed in the court's annals as a permanent disruption event. He's listed in the lower realm texts as something else. I know what he's listed as. She looks at him. He looks at the notation. He is standing beside her at the archive shelf, which puts them at approximately 2 feet of distance, which is closer than the formal assessment recommends, which is the distance they have been standing at for 8 months in reference libraries and advanced cohort practice halls and every institutional context that has required them to be in the same space without providing a category for what they are to each other. She has been at 2 feet of distance from him for 8 months. She is aware of this distance the way she is aware of things that have become structural, not thought about, just present, the specific quality of a constant that the body has incorporated into its map of the world. She is aware of it now with unusual precision. He tore apart heaven, she says, for someone who was already gone. No, the older cultivator says, after a moment. He tore it apart because he said he would. Because that was what being chosen meant to him. Because he decided, he stops. Considers. She watches him consider. He has a particular quality when he is working something out, a stillness that is not the stillness of someone who has stopped thinking but the stillness of someone who is thinking so specifically that the body has been temporarily deprioritized. She has been cataloging this quality for 8 months. Because he decided that keeping things wasn't weakness. The archive is very quiet. She thinks about the decree. She thinks about 2 people who spent 4 centuries circling something from opposite directions and arrived at the same archive at the same hour on the same night, which was, she now understands, not coincidence. She thinks about Yan Qingsu, who arranged this archive in the order of anticipation, who placed things where the person who needed them was most likely to reach, who has apparently been doing this for a very long time and has decided, after 1,000 years of it, that the timing is finally correct and has gone elsewhere. She thinks about her own meridian resonance, which opened a lock designed for a specific cultivator's specific signature. She thinks about the 6 months of catalog she does not officially maintain. I think, she says carefully, that this text is classified as a tragedy by the court's historical office. I know. I think they're wrong. Yes, the older cultivator says. I think they are too. He is looking at the notation still. She is looking at him. There is, she is aware, a very large amount of things that are not being said in this archive at this moment, a quantity of not saying that is, if anything, slightly ridiculous, given what they have just read, given the notation's very specific and very clear accounting of what not saying costs over a sustained period. She is 23 years old. She has been cultivating since she was 7. She has centuries ahead of her, in the ordinary projection of a cultivator of her lineage and her current advancement rate, centuries in which the distance between 2 feet and 1 foot is available to be closed, in which the catalog can stop being unofficial, in which the shape of the not saying can be named without the naming costing anything except the not saying itself, which is, she is understanding with the specific clarity of a woman standing in a room that has been arranged for. Exactly this understanding, what it has been costing her for 6 months. She is aware of this. She does not say it yet. Not because she is afraid, she discovers in this moment, not afraid, which is a surprise and also not a surprise, but because some things are better said in the right moment, and the right moment is not here, in a dusty archive, in the middle of a formal assessment, over 400 years of someone else's impossible love story. But it is coming. She can feel it coming the way she can feel the meridian resonance of the lock that opened for her, the way she can feel the specific quality of the cultivation standing 2 feet to her left, the way she has been feeling both of these things for 6 months and filing them in the unofficial catalog under the heading she has not yet titled. She knows what the title is. She has known for a while. The right moment is coming. She looks at the notation one more time. He chose anyway. He was not afraid. She sets the text back on the shelf. She turns. He turns. They look at each other in the low archive light, 2 young cultivators at the beginning of something that the celestial court will not have a framework for, standing in the record of 2 people who found each other and declined to be enemies about it, and the feeling between them goes unnamed, not because they are afraid of it, but because they have decided, without discussing the decision, that the archive is not the moment. The moment is coming. They are not afraid. They leave the archive together, which is not the protocol the formal assessment requires and which neither of them discusses. They leave the archive and they walk back through the lower realm afternoon, the city conducting its ordinary business around them, indifferent and persistent and full of the ambient noise of a world that has been continuing for a very long time and intends to continue further, and they walk at the distance that has been their distance for 8 months, which is 2 feet, which is closer than the formal assessment recommends. Neither of them says anything about the distance. They will. Behind them, in the archive, the text sits on the shelf in the order that Yan Qingsu arranged before she went elsewhere, with 2 notations in 2 inks on the same margin, the first faded and the second not, the first written by someone who could not yet say it and the second by someone who had received it and decided what to do with the receiving. The second notation does not deteriorate. It has not deteriorated in 1,000 years. It will not. Some things resist entropy not because they are preserved but because they are, in the specific and irreducible sense, still true. The way a proof remains true after the mathematician is gone, the way a formation holds its shape in the stone after the cultivator who carved it has left the mountain, the way a kept thing remains kept even when the person who kept it is no longer there to maintain the keeping. He kept it. He kept it for 3 centuries in the active and determined way of someone who has decided that keeping things is not weakness and intends to prove it, and then it simply continued to be kept in the way of things that have been established as permanent, without effort, without maintenance, simply by being what it is. I am keeping this. In the archive quarter of the lower realms, in the city that has grown around the old building with the care that cities extend to things they have decided are worth building around, the lamp above the archive door burns in the late afternoon. The door is closed. The text is on the shelf. The notation is in the margin. And 2 young cultivators walk through the lower realms in the afternoon, 2 feet apart, at the beginning of something the court has no framework for, and neither of them is afraid. The story became a myth, as stories do, when the distance between what happened and when it is told grows large enough that the telling is all that remains. It is told in different ways in different places, in the lower realm texts, where it is called by one name, in the court's annals, where it is called something else, in the archive, where it is not called anything but simply held in the margin in 2 different inks, available to anyone whose cultivation opens the door. In the lower realms, in the tea houses and the reference libraries and the civic quarter and the corridors of the advanced cultivation cohorts, it is told like this: 2 men. 400 years. 1 sentence, finally said. It is told as a love story, which it is. It is told as a tragedy, which the court's historical office insists upon, and which is wrong. It is told as a myth, which is the most accurate category, the story of 2 people who found each other and the heavens had no framework for what that meant, and one of them chose the true thing over the right thing, and the other one tore apart the celestial order from the outside because he said he would, and neither of them was afraid. The archive still opens for the right resonance. The notation is still there. Neither of them is afraid. End.